The battlefield. The children were repeatedly stunned by the overwhelming power Naruto displayed. Seeing that Naruto had the situation under control, Cheyenne let out a breath of relief and tucked the sealed bell back inside her kimono. She was glad she didn't have to unseal her Miko powers. Her mother had warned her strictly, unless Kuroto Oni Aichan permitted her, she must never lift the seal. Unlike Cheyenne's relief, Sasuke's expression darkened. Though he was glad Naruto was dominating the battle against the 4 Akatsuki members, a deep sense of unwillingness boiled inside him. How could he accept this? He, the genius of the Uchiha clan, couldn't even support Naruto, let alone stand beside him as an equal. He was merely a bystander, powerless to do anything. Niji felt the same frustration. Why does it always turn out like this? He thought bitterly. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he had entered this assessment to prove his worth, to display his talent, and yet, he found himself completely overshadowed. They were supposed to shine today. Instead, Naruto stood at the center of the storm, while they could only watch. On the other side, as the 9 tails ferocious chakra surged around Naruto's body, it merged with Senjutsu chakra, giving birth to something entirely new. This new chakra was an anomaly, a force that was both calm and violent, chaotic yet controlled. It was majestic, terrifying, otherworldly. Even if Naruto just stood still, the sheer pressure from his chakra formed fierce winds, kicking up dust and debris, sweeping through the battlefield. What's happening? The funniest thing? Naruto himself had no clue. He felt a surge of inexhaustible power, his body brimming with boundless energy. Yet he had no idea why or how. Then, driven by instinct, Naruto raised his hand toward the Akatsuki members and casually swung it down. Sha! The orange chakra around his hand morphed into a massive 10-meter-long claw, slicing through the air like a beast's talons. It tore through the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. If Asuma and the others hadn't foreseen the danger and retreated at the last second, they would have been ripped apart on the spot. Now, they were no longer trying to fight. They were desperately searching for a way to survive. For the first time, Asuma couldn't help but curse Kuroto under his breath. Damn it, this assessment has completely spiraled out of control. Anko sighed and muttered, he must be on his way, we just need to hold on. Gunma, however, hesitated. Should we reveal our identities? Kurenai shook her head immediately. Even if we do, he won't believe us, not unless someone he trusts confirms it. Whoosh! Just as Asuma and the others felt completely cornered, a sudden gust of wind swept across the battlefield. 2 figures appeared. Kakashi and Shursui. Without hesitation, Shursui rushed straight toward Naruto, his voice urgent. Naruto-kun, stop. You'll kill them at this rate. They're not enemies. Meanwhile, Kakashi positioned himself near the other children, his Sharingan flashing as he kept a sharp eye on Garaga, making sure the giant serpent wouldn't harm anyone. Seeing Shursui rushing toward him, Naruto frantically pointed at Asuma and the others, his voice filled with urgency. Shursui-sensei. Thank goodness. They're from the Akatsuki. They infiltrated the village. We have to stop them. Shursui, hearing Naruto's response, quickly realized something crucial. Naruto hadn't lost control. This meant the 9 tails hadn't taken over. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shursui shook his head and explained. No, Naruto-kun, you're wrong. They aren't actually from the Akatsuki. Ha! Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Shursui continued, they're Konoha shinobi, acting under Principal Kuroto's orders. Their mission was to evaluate you and the others. This was all part of the assessment. They are not the enemy. Wait, what? At that moment, Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, Rado, and Gunma removed their masks, revealing their Konoha forehead protectors. Their faces were solemn, but there was no hostility. Naruto, however, remained skeptical. He eyed them warily and asked, are you really Konoha shinobi? Bonk. Shursui knocked Naruto on the head. Didn't I just say that? But. Shursui-sensei, they killed Iruka-sensei and the others. Naruto argued, his expression still tense. Shursui chuckled. That was just genjutsu. Iruka-san and the others were merely knocked unconscious. They're fine. Hearing this, Naruto pouted. Kuroto-sensei is really evil. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, multiple figures arrived on the battlefield, their chakra signatures overwhelming. Elite shinobi. And at the forefront of them all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage. The moment the 9 tails chakra flared through the monitoring screens, he rushed to the assessment site without hesitation. To Hiruzen, This wasn't something to take lightly. Naruto was still too young. If Kurama took control or the seal weakened, it would be disastrous. Konoha had suffered enough. The village was still recovering from past tragedies. Another Nine-Tails rampage would be a death sentence. Therefore, he couldn't afford to take any risks. Equally anxious was Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha patriarch. The moment he sensed Naruto unconsciously tapping into the Nine-Tails power, his blood ran cold. He feared for his son's life, and rushed to the battlefield at full speed. He knew that besides would release, only the Sharingan could effectively control the tailed beasts. If necessary, he was fully prepared to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, even if it meant exposing his deepest secret. All to protect his son. The battlefield of the Forest of Death. As Konoha shinobi arrived one after another at the battlefield, they were immediately overwhelmed by an oppressive aura emanating from two powerful entities. One was Naruto, cloaked in a mysterious chakra, a fusion of Nine-Tails chakra and Senjutsu chakra, while the other was Gaaraga, a monstrous snake whose very presence exuded a primal bloodlust. Despite the crushing pressure, Hiruzen Sarutobi resolutely stepped forward, cautiously approaching Naruto. As he got closer, he carefully observed Naruto's eyes. They were clear and steady, showing no signs of anger or hostility. Hiruzen sighed in relief. Good, he hasn't lost control. Still, his curiosity remained as he asked, Naruto, what exactly happened? Naruto scratched his cheek with a puzzled expression and replied, I don't know, Hokage-ji-chan. I just suddenly felt like I had infinite strength, like I could defeat any enemy. But other than that, I don't really understand what's going on. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Strange. Just as he was about to investigate further, the Nine-Tails chakra suddenly dissipated. In an instant, the fiery orange glow surrounding Naruto vanished, and his serpent-like Senjutsu eyes reverted to their original clear blue. Both Naruto and Hiruzen stood there, blinking in confusion. What had just happened? The answer was simple. The moment Kurama realized that this was merely an assessment, and the so-called Akatsuki intruders weren't real, he retracted his chakra entirely. With the disappearance of the Nine-Tails influence, the Senjutsu chakra Naruto had absorbed also faded, returning him to his normal state. Hiruzen was bewildered by the transformation, but seeing that even Naruto himself had no idea what was happening, he sighed and let the matter go. At least nothing had gone terribly wrong. The assessment had been a success, but the roller coaster of events had shaken his old heart to its core. Fugaku and Sasuke, the Uchiha struggle. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha approached his injured son. His gaze was unreadable as he silently stretched out a hand. Sasuke, filled with shame, hesitated before finally reaching out. As his father pulled him to his feet, Sasuke clenched his fists, his voice bitter and trembling. "To-san. I've disgraced the clan." Fugaku, however, simply shook his head. He said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to the giant red serpent looming nearby. Even for someone as battle-hardened as Fugaku, standing this close to Gaaraga, he could feel the suffocating killing intent rolling off the snake's body. His instincts screamed caution. This creature, it's dangerous. Fugaku knew that defeating Gaaraga in a normal battle would be troublesome, unless he used his Mangekyo Sharingan. While his father was assessing Gaaraga, Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Naruto. The same Naruto who had always been last in their academy assessments. The same Naruto who used to be a loudmouth fool. And yet now, Naruto was standing at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by shinobi who respected and praised his strength. A wave of bitterness swelled in Sasuke's chest. Damn it. I lost to Naruto. The Hyuga clan's perspective. As the Hayashi and Hizashi brothers arrived at the scene, they immediately rushed toward Hinata and Niji, assessing their injuries. After a quick examination, both brothers sighed in relief. Hayashi spoke, "Luckily, these are only minor injuries. A little treatment, and they will heal quickly." However, as Hayashi lifted his gaze, his expression darkened. His eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for one person. Hyuga Kuroto. A deep dissatisfaction burned within Hayashi. This assessment was too reckless. Too dangerous. Had things gone slightly wrong, his daughter Hinata could have died. Even Niji, despite his prodigious talent, would have been in grave danger if Naruto had lost control or if the giant snake had turned hostile. Hayashi struggled to believe that Kuroto, who was usually so level-headed, had allowed such a chaotic test. Of course, he wouldn't voice his anger here. Since Kuroto was a member of the Hyuga clan, this matter would be handled internally. Publicly criticizing Kuroto would damage the Hyuga clan's reputation, and that was something Hayashi would never allow. Standing beside him, Hinata lowered her head as she sensed her father's dissatisfaction. She assumed it was because she had performed poorly, and bit her lip in disappointment. Despite her shame, her gaze kept drifting toward Naruto.
She couldn't help it.
Meanwhile, Niji stared at Garaga with conflicted emotions. He admired Naruto for taming such a powerful beast.
But at the same time, he felt a deep envy.
That summon should have been mine. Seeing his son's expression, Hisashi sighed. He recalled something Kuroto had once suggested, something that he himself had dismissed at the time. The Hyuga clan has no means to fight against colossal enemies like tailed beasts or summoned monsters. Back then, Hisashi ignored the warning. But now, seeing Garaga up close, he finally understood. If he had to face such a monster, what could he do? The Hyuga clan is powerless against such creatures. And yet, those old fools in the clan would never change. They were too stubborn, too trapped in outdated traditions, too afraid of what true progress might cost.
Hisashi shook his head. Kuroto was right. Garaga's presence.
Just like the Uchiha and the Hyuga, the rest of the Konoha shinobi couldn't take their eyes off the giant snake. It was rare to see such a monstrous summon, and many were both in awe and wary. Garaga, however, was not pleased with the attention. Feeling like an animal on display, he snorted heavily, releasing a blast of white mist from his nostrils.
Humph.
The sudden action startled many shinobi, making them instinctively tense up. However, Hiruzen remained calm. He turned back to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, how did you form a summoning contract with such a powerful snake?" Naruto grinned proudly and declared, "His name is Garaga.
He's my friend.
I met him in a place called Ryuchi Cave when Orochimaru took me there." Then he eagerly asked, "What do you think, Hokage-chan? Garaga is super strong, right?" Hiruzen chuckled and nodded, "Yes, he is indeed formidable." Garaga, though pleased by Naruto's praise, was growing impatient. "Naruto, since you're no longer in danger, I'm going back to sleep."
Naruto nodded, "All right. See you later, Garaga."
With a final grunt, Garaga vanished in a blast of white smoke. As he disappeared, the tension in the battlefield finally eased. The shinobi who had remained on guard finally relaxed their battle stances. Even Hiruzen let out a relieved sigh.
Then, turning to Shursui, he asked,
"Where is Hyuga Kuroto?"
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Somewhere else in the Forest of Death. Time turns back to 5 minutes ago, when Naruto hadn't summoned Garuga, and Asuma as well as the other three had just appeared in front of Sasuke and the other kids. Obito and Zetsu were confused by the appearance of the four people wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. They wanted to check out what was going on, and also kidnap Uzumaki Naruto by the way. With such intentions, as they rushed towards the battlefield where the children were fighting someone, they suddenly saw something and came to an abrupt stop. The reason for their abrupt halt was a person sitting on a tree branch. He was wearing the cloak of the Amatsukami organization and had a mask on his face that seemed very familiar to Obito and Zetsu. Seeing this person, Obito couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Dojin," and immediately activated his intangibility. He didn't want to risk exposing himself to danger knowing full well that Dojin might have spread his explosives around himself. Although he didn't have such an effective means of protecting himself as Obito, however, he was also vigilant and submerged most of his body inside the ground. Seeing Obito and Zetsu being so vigilant of him, Dojin said in a playful tone, well, what do we have here? You are still alive, huh? It seems you didn't die from the gift I left behind for you. I must say, you are like a cockroach, really hard to kill. Humph, the likes of you can't kill me. I am Uchiha Madara, said Obito with a cold snort. Although he showed a cold demeanor on the outside, Obito was very vigilant of Dojin, especially after the other party mentioned gift. Obito knew that the Dojin in front of him was the real deal, not some faker. Hearing Obito mention the name Uchiha Madara, Dojin mocked, "Ah yes, there we have it, the self-proclamation of being Uchiha Madara. Do you think I would be afraid of some wannabe Uchiha Madara?" Then stood up and said coldly, "What you and the people of your organization did to my village, I have to settle it today. After all, you people must understand that Deidara of Iwagakure, is not easy meat." Obito thought to himself, so, Deidara is really, and prepared to fight Dojin. Of course, he knows that it won't be easy, however, when it comes down to it, he is not afraid. However, before either side took any action, suddenly, Zetsu shouted from the side, "Madara, look there." Obito looked in the direction pointed by Zetsu, and as soon as he did, his eyes widened. "Sujin, Homusubi, and Fujin, all three of you are in Konoha." As Obito said, one by one, the figures of Sujin, Homusubi, and Fujin appeared around him. The one at the forefront was none other than Sujin. He looked at Obito and said to his companion, "The three of you have had your turns, now it's my turn. I want to verify if he is really a cockroach as the rest of you say, and if that's indeed the case, then..." Ha ha ha, the last words were left unsaid. Monitoring room. Everyone in the Forest of Death looked at the monitor with solemn expressions. They were really nervous at this moment. The things happening on the side of children indeed require their attention, but compared to the threat of the Akatsuki organization, those are just some trivial matters. Therefore, other than sending Shisui and Kakashi to that side, everyone else continued to monitor the screen, especially Jiraiya and Tsunade. Both of them hoped that Kuroto would succeed in whatever he planned. In the monitoring screen, they can see that Kuroto and his shadow clones have successfully intercepted the two members of Akatsuki, and the two sides appear to be engaged in some sort of conversation. The only problem is that the people in the monitoring room have no way of listening to the conversation between the two sides as audio is not transmitted, and because both sides are wearing masks, therefore, lip reading isn't possible either. That's why they can only see two people opposite each other with nervous expressions. For a moment, Tsunade even felt that this was a mistake, and was angered with herself. "I should have stopped him, this is ridiculous." Tsunade still feels that Kuroto's approach is way too rash. If the two members were to figure out that he is just a fake and only testing them while pretending to be a member of the Amatsukami organization by wearing a disguise, not only he will die, but the village will suffer from another attack from the Akatsuki organization, which is something neither she nor the village is ready for. Jiraiya said with a sigh, "I know how you feel about this, but perhaps this is the only solution we have, right now. We are not in a position to fight the Akatsuki organization, so we can only trust the kid, and hope that whatever his plan is, it actually works." Tsunade shook her head in anger. How can such a method work? They are not fools, they have fought several battles with the Amatsukami, won't they feel something off about this entire situation? And added after a pause, "Kuroto, he is still a bit naive, the chances of his approach working is very less, and I can't see him die." Jiraiya stared at Tsunade and said with a serious expression, "Tsunade, that kid, he is not as simple as he appears to be, you know this in your heart as well as I do. And let's not forget that he was Orochimaru's disciple, if not in him, at least have some trust in Orochimaru's judgment." Tsunade sighed, "I hope you are right, Jiraiya. Because that girl, she won't be able to live if something were to happen to him," and looked at Kuroto on the screen with a worried expression, and thought to herself, "Don't do something foolish, kid." Not far away from Tsunade, Yui stared at the monitoring screen with a nervous expression. Her heart was beating fast, and her palms were sweaty as she continued to mutter, "Kuroto-kun, please come back safely." Standing beside Yui, Izumi held Yui's shoulder and said in a soft tone, "Yui-san, Kuroto-sama will definitely succeed, you don't need to worry, just have confidence in him." Yui murmured, "I know Izumi-chan, but that's Akatsuki organization." Izumi held Yui's hands, and lightly whispered, "It doesn't matter. Itachi-kun once told me that the shinobi world is very fortunate that in such a chaotic era there are exceptional shinobi like Kuroto-sama. I have faith in Itachi-kun's judgment, therefore, I have faith in Kuroto-sama, he will be fine." These are Izumi's genuine thoughts. She has unconditional trust in her lover's judgment. Therefore, even if she is nervous, she believes that Kuroto-sama will not fail. Yui nodded, and silently prayed, "Kami-sama, please protect Kuroto-kun." Forest of Death. "The three of you have had your turns of killing him, now it's my turn," said Sujin to the rest of the Amatsukami members present around him. "Mew, this one wanted to kill the Madara wannabe once again," said Fujin with a pout, but seeing Sujin looking at him, he continued with a sigh, "Fine then, this one will compromise since it's Sujin-senpai." Dojin and Homusubi also agreed one after another, "All right, but make it quick, we don't want to waste much time on him here. The Land of Iron is our goal," and made way for Sujin to fight Obito. Hearing the conversation between the four members of Amatsukami, Obito's mind was going crazy. His expression under the mask was distorted in embarrassment and anger. As Sujin stated, except for him, Obito has been killed by all the other three members of Amatsukami present here. Homusubi killed him in the basement of the Mizukage's office in Kirigakuer during the Kirigakuer civil war that he planned to initiate. Fujin killed him in Konoha during the Konoha collapse plan, and not long ago, Dojin killed him again using her clay clone. And this doesn't count how he was helplessly sealed inside a Genjutsu world by the male Homusubi using the Totsuka no Tsurugai and would have perished if not for the fact that male Homusubi had made a mistake and sealed Fujin along with him. Remembering those miserable times, Obito became angry and glared at Sujin. He wanted to kill all the members of Amatsukami before, for they have not only made his life miserable, they have also become a hindrance to his plans time and time again. Zetsu was anxious upon noticing that Obito seemed to be taken over by anger, worried that Obito would lose his cool, and make a foolish decision. He quickly appeared beside him, and whispered lightly, "Obito, don't make any impulsive move, there are 4 of them. What's more worrisome is that they know about our base in the Land of Iron, and plan to attack it. We have to warn Nagato and immediately evacuate that base." Whether white Zetsu or black Zetsu, both of them are inexplicably horrified at this time. The main reason is that they have never seen more than 2 members of Amatsukami working together. Most of the time, a single member operates. There are instances when 2 members work together, and rarely 3 operate at a time, but never has there been any instance of 4 of them working together. Yet, 4 members of Amatsukami stand before them. Zetsu feels that there can only be one reason why the four powerhouses are working together. It's because Amatsukami is angry at Akatsuki because of what happened at Uegakuer not long ago. Thinking that they had offended Amatsukami this time by touching their bottom line, Zetsu couldn't help but feel regretful. Inflicting such large-scale damage to Uegakuer was a big mistake. They should have focused only on capturing the two Jinchuriki and should have immediately retreated as soon as they got them. But it can't be helped now. What's done is done and cannot be changed. Now, they have to learn from their mistakes and make sure that no such incident happens again unless they have enough power to defeat Amatsukami. While Zetsu and Obito were feeling the disparity of the situation, suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed in the forest. Both of them turned their head and looked in the direction and were immediately frightened, and stammered in a cold sweat. "Yeah, Yama. The one and only," chuckled Dojin, and asked, "What are the two of you going to do now?" There was no need for Dojin to question. As soon as Obito and Zetsu noticed Yama, their hair stood up in fright. They didn't care about anything anymore and quickly used their means to escape Konoha. Facing the other members of Amatsukami, they still have some confidence in themselves that even if they can't defeat them, at least, they won't die. However, when it comes to Yama, there is no hope. Even a monster like Nagato with Rinnegan and Wood Release is vulnerable in front of Yama. What can they do? So, without caring about anything any longer, they ran away in panic. Monitoring room, Forest of Death. As the people in the monitoring room saw the masked man and Zetsu run away as soon as they noticed the arrival of Yama, they all exclaimed in surprise and cheered. Tsunade looked at the monitoring screen with a stunned expression, and muttered in disbelief, "Jiraiya, did you see what I just saw?" Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, and nodded. "If you saw the two members of Akatsuki escape with their tails in between their legs, then I am afraid I saw the same thing." Tsunade couldn't help but speak in a stunned tone. "They escaped? They actually escaped?" Jiraiya was also surprised. Not only did they escape, but the escape was so decisive, as if they didn't even want to stand in front of Yama. Is the fear of Yama so prevalent among the members of Akatsuki? Both the Sunnins couldn't believe what they saw with their very own eyes. Such bogus things are very hard to accept. But even if they couldn't believe it, they had to accept that it really did happen before their very own eyes and were very glad that a major calamity was avoided by Konoha, and all the credit goes to Kuroto. Although his method was absurd, and almost no one believed that it would work, it actually worked like a charm. While the two Sannin were surprised at the absurdity of this entire situation, Izumi suddenly jumped up and down and hugged Yui in excitement, as she exclaimed in an excited tone of voice, "Yui-san. Kuroto-sama did it." Members of the Akatsuki organization ran away, and added in admiration, just as Itaka-kun said. "Kuroto-sama, he is really amazing." "Yes, Izumi-chan. Kuroto-kun is really amazing," said Yui with tears of relief flowing down her cheeks. She was thankful to Kami-sama that nothing happened to Kuroto. Hayate and Yujeo said with smiles, "That's Captain for you. Always full of surprises." Having worked under Kuroto for several years, Hayate and Yujeo know a lot about Kuroto, so they said, "He never disappoints you and always completes the mission in the most unexpected ways." The other Umbu who knows about Kuroto also praised Kuroto one after another. Even if retired from the Umbu department, Kuroto's reputation among the Umbu is second to none for his perfect track record. Hearing so many people praising her Kuroto-kun, Yui couldn't help but be surprised. "Kuroto-kun, unexpectedly, you are so popular, people trust your abilities to this extent." She felt proud of Kuroto and felt pride in being his fiancé. Forest of Death. "Well, that was unexpected. Am I so scary?" muttered Kuroto as he took off the Yama mask. To be honest, Kuroto was a little unsure of how to scare off Obito and Zetsu. He was considering what to say that would make both Obito and Zetsu run away immediately so that he wouldn't have to waste much time here. Kuroto didn't really think of fighting the two of them for two reasons. First is that except for him, Yama, the other members of Amatsukami around him were just shadow clones that might get exposed. And second, because of the presence of cameras, he couldn't really fight, because that would expose his identity as Yama. So, Kuroto had a headache. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he showed up as Yama, the two of them didn't even dare to wait long enough for him to speak anything, and immediately ran away. "It seems that the effort I have put into building Yama's invincible identity is not for nothing," said Kuroto with a smile. After confirming that both Obito and Zetsu were really gone, and there were no other members of the Akatsuki organization in the vicinity, Kuroto released the shadow clones, then turned around and looked towards a distant forest with a thoughtful expression. A while ago, he had sensed a very strong and violent chakra fluctuation from that direction. This chakra fluctuation wasn't unknown to Kuroto, but because of being busy dealing with Obito and Zetsu, Kuroto had no time to take care of it at that time. Thinking of the cause, Kuroto couldn't help but be a little worried. "Are Asuma and the others okay? I don't think any of them can handle a violent Naruto," and disappeared from his place with a quick body flicker. Soon, Kuroto arrived at the site from where he sensed Ninetales' chakra. Seeing Kuroto, Shisui hurriedly came to his side, and asked in a low voice, "Kuroto-san, is that matter resolved?" Kakashi also appeared by Kuroto's side, waiting for his response. Kuroto nodded with a smile, "Yup. As I had guessed, they were only here for reconnaissance, and there was no plan to make any big move. So, when they saw so many members of Amatsukami at the same time, they turned their tails and immediately ran away." "Phew, thankfully, your method worked, Kuroto," said Kakashi with a relieved sigh. Shisui also nodded. Of course, I knew that the matter would be easily solved since it's you. Because the two of them hurriedly came to stop Naruto after noticing the Ninetales chakra leaking out. They were really worried about Kuroto. Akatsuki is a far bigger threat than Naruto, and Kuroto was handling such a dangerous matter alone. If Kuroto had failed, the situation would have become extremely dangerous. Thankfully, Kuroto's plan worked, and they won't have to worry about an attack from Akatsuki for the time being. With that matter aside, Kuroto looked around the mess and asked, "So, what's going on here? I sensed Ninetales chakra, and came here in a hurry." Shisui immediately explained the entire situation on this side, and praised Naruto. Naruto-kun seems to have gained some control over the Ninetales chakra. Also, he can use senjutsu as well. I was really surprised when I sensed senjutsu chakra in him. It's really surprising that Naruto can master senjutsu, that too at this age. This is perhaps the first time anyone has achieved such a feat, said Kakashi in surprise as he looked at Naruto in the distance surrounded by his classmates. No doubt he is the son of Yellow Flash and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, said Kuroto, not too surprised. Unlike Shisui and Kakashi, Kuroto knows the ins and outs of the matter. Gaining control over Ninetales chakra, that's impossible. It must have been Kurama helping out Naruto in order to not get captured by Akatsuki. There can be no other explanation. As for Naruto mastering senjutsu, Kuroto has known this for a very long time due to his connection with Ichikashima Hime and Ryokai Cave. So, what happened with Naruto might have been very surprising for others. For Kuroto, this is all within his expectations. Kuroto is very clear on the matter that Naruto has the highest potential among all his classmates. After all, he is the son of the prophecy. While Kuroto, Kakashi, and Shisui were talking about things, Asuma, Kurone, Anko, and Genma came to them after getting their injuries treated. Waving the arm wrapped in bandages, Asuma complained to Kuroto, "Kuroto, my sacrifice is not small, don't forget that I deserve a big treat from you." Kuroto said sarcastically, "What sacrifice? Asuma, you were beaten by a bunch of kids despite being a jonin, and you dare ask me for a treat? Where is your self-respect?" Asuma retorted, "Are they ordinary kids? None of them is ordinary, especially Naruto. He can summon such a giant and powerful summon, he can use senjutsu, and he can also use Ninetales chakra. This is not normal, he is a monster. Have you seen any other kid in your life who is so strong at such a young age?" Hearing Asuma's retort, Kuroto chuckled, and said while patting Asuma on the shoulder, Okay, I get it. I will definitely give all of you a big treat after this entire matter is dealt with. I will be waiting, said Asuma, and then walked away while waving his arm. Anko, Kurone, and Genma said their own things and they also left. With everyone gone, Kuroto quickly dealt with all the things, then he came to Sandame's side and presented a report that summarized the entire event. After reading the report, Hiruzen said with a sigh, "Thank you for your hard work." For Kuroto's approach of fooling Akatsuki, Sandame had nothing to say because their running away is the best result for Konoha and the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, the shinobi world isn't yet ready to go to war with Akatsuki. As for the assessment, although it ended earlier than it was supposed to because of interference of Hiruzen and the others after Naruto used the Ninetales chakra, there was no helping it. Overall, Hiruzen is still very content upon witnessing the growth of the children. After everything was handled, Kuroto and the others returned to the village and noticed villagers gathered outside the Forest of Death, happily talking about Naruto's performance in the assessment. Unexpected summoning of Gurga, or the special orange chakra mode Naruto used. People discussed these topics excitedly. Witnessing such things is very rare for ordinary villagers, therefore, they were very excited after seeing these things for the first time in their lives, and it can be expected that for the next few weeks and months, they will never forget what they saw. Another topic of discussion is the bravery and fearlessness Naruto displayed in protecting his companions. He was the MVP of the assessment, and his actions in the assessment changed the opinion of many people about him. In this way, a few days passed by in a flash. The influence of the assessment was still fermenting. When the final results of the assessment were announced, everyone was surprised to find that the winning team turned out to be Team Inoshikacho. They collected most scrolls by the time the assessment ended. This was a surprise for many, considering that they were nowhere to be seen during the confrontation with the Akatsuki. Other than the winning team, there was special praise for Uzumaki Naruto, whose performance was the best among all the candidates. This further elevated Naruto's reputation, and soon, he became famous in Konoha. Unlike earlier, this time his reputation was positive, and people started to see him in a good light. The other shinobi villages also decided to pay more attention to the ninja academy of their village. They have learned a lot after watching the assessment, and they want to implement their learning in their village. Kuroto was happy to see these changes. But his happiness didn't last very long as he received an unexpected notice from the Hyuga clan, a clan meeting at such a time. Hyuga district. On the way to the mansion of Patriarch's house, Kuroto couldn't help but curiously ask Hisashi, why did Hayashi-sama hold a clan meeting at such a time? It makes no sense, am I missing something? Unless something major happened, or there was a rare event, there would be no clan meeting where all the clan members would gather. Therefore, Kuroto is not sure. Hisashi looked down, and said lightly, I am not too sure either, just be careful, I have a bad feeling about it. Bad feeling? Kuroto was startled by Hisashi's reply. He noted the solemnity on Hisashi's expression and asked again, did something happen? Hisashi was silent for a while, then he sighed tiredly, and said, I don't know the specifics, I have only heard that the main family seems to be a little dissatisfied with Niji's performance in the assessment. Huh. Kuroto was more shocked, and asked with a frown, dissatisfied with Niji's performance? What do you mean, Hisashi-sama? Niji's performance was very good in the assessment, although he wasn't the MVP of the assessment, he still performed very well, he tied with Uchiha Sasuke's team for the second position in the assessment. Haha, yes he did. Hisashi chuckled while looking at Kuroto and said, Kuroto-kun, the more I converse with you, the more proud I feel of the decision I made back then. Kuroto was confused, what do you mean Hisashi-sama? Nothing. Hisashi shook his head, and then without explaining anything he became quiet since the patriarch's mansion was already in front of them. Glancing at the crowded hall, Kuroto had a thoughtful expression on his face. The scale of this meeting is somewhat beyond his expectations. Jonins, special Jonins, Chunin, Genins, and retired shinobis, almost all the shinobi of the Hyuga clan present in the village have gathered in the hall to attend the meeting. What the hell are these old men from the main family planning? Thought Kuroto with a pout as he took his seat on the futon beside Hisashi. Not long after all the people were settled, people from the main family walked into the hall. There were 4 members, except the patriarch, and there were 3 other elders from the elder council of the Hyuga clan. These 3 elders have quite a grip on the Hyuga clan. As the patriarch and the 3 elders took their respective seats, the meeting officially began. In the meeting hall, the patriarch sat silently. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any intention of speaking anything. Hayashi's silent behavior caused the rest of the Hyuga clansmen to present in the meeting hall to look at each other in dismay. Cough. While no one was sure of what to do, one of the elders coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and spoke in a rigid tone. The purpose of holding today's clan meeting is to discuss what happened in the recently held Ninja Academy assessment. To discuss what happened in the assessment? Is it about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Is Elder Fukushige interested in discussing the senjutsu thing used by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Maybe it's about the giant beast that Uzumaki Naruto summoned. It really was massive, I wonder how strong it is. As soon as the Elder Fukushige spoke, the Hyuga clansmen in the meeting began to discuss various surprising things that happened in the assessment. Elder Fukushige was annoyed at the mention of Uzumaki Naruto. He immediately raised his hand to quieten the crowd, then spoke, the matter related to the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan, and I haven't called everyone here to discuss anything about the fox demon. The reason all of you are here, it's related to the actions of a child named Hyuga Niji. Everyone frowned at the mention of Niji. One of the Jonin perhaps realized something, and asked doubtfully, Elder Fukushige, what do you mean? Hyuga Niji's performance in the assessment was very good. He did nothing to embarrass the reputation of the clan. Although he didn't attract as much attention as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he still performed very well, especially when he and the other children acted together against the fake Akatsuki. That was very good. Several others agreed with Jonin's opinion. Yes. Niji's team almost ranked second in the assessment. There was a difference of only 1 scroll with the team Inoshikacho. Humph. Another elder sitting beside Elder Fukushige snorted coldly. The cold snort of this elder caused everyone to shut their mouths. Elder Fukushige coldly glanced at all the members of the branch family, and said in a stern tone, from the perspective of a Konoha shinobi, Niji's performance was indeed very good and worthy of praise. However, don't forget that before being a trainee of the Konoha shinobi system, he was a member of the Hyuga branch family, and the mission of his very existence was to protect the main family, which is something he not only failed to do, he didn't even try to do. Rather than protecting Hinata, Niji focused on protecting the reckless Uchiha Sasuke, which caused Hinata to fend for herself and risked her life. Fortunately, this time the enemy was fake. However, what if the enemy was real? Hinata would have surely died. At this time, the third elder named Hyuga Sada stood up and asked coldly, Hisashi, I am very curious, is your son mentally retarded that he can't even understand the basic purpose of his existence, or is it because you didn't teach him well? Elder Sada's words caused the branch family members to swallow nervously. In the eyes of Elder Sada, the entire purpose of the existence of the branch family is to protect the main family. The members of the main family should be put above everything, be that love, parents, friends, or village. Faced with Elder Sada's question, Hisashi lowered his body in a doxa, and while touching his forehead on the ground, he apologized, Elder Sada, Elder Fukushige, Elder Aoyama, and Patriarch Hayashi-sama. Please forgive me, I am the entire reason behind Niji's failure. It's not that he is retarded or anything, the only reason he didn't protect Hinata-sama is that I didn't teach him well, so rather than it being my son's fault, it's my fault. Looking at his younger brother apologizing while bowing his head, Hayashi had a complicated expression. Considering his love for his younger brother, Hayashi didn't want to see the scene before him, but as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the head of the main family, he has to safeguard the interest of the main family and keep the traditions in check. Therefore, even if this entire meeting goes against his intention, he has to see this through. Elder Sada, Elder Fukushige, Elder Aoyama, and Patriarch Hayashi-sama. Please forgive me, I am the entire reason behind Niji's failure. It's not that he is retarded or anything, the only reason he didn't protect Hinata-sama is that I didn't teach him well, so rather than it being my son's fault, it's my fault. apologized to Hisashi, taking the entire blame upon himself, hoping that his apology would quell this matter and Niji wouldn't have to bear the anger and dissatisfaction of the elders. Hisashi's apology and submission didn't dispel Elder Sada's dissatisfaction. While keeping Hisashi in the Dogza position, Elder Sada waved his hand toward an attendant beside him. The attendant hurried forward and after pouring a cup of tea for Elder Sada, he retreated back. Elder Sada raised the filled cup of tea, and after taking a sip, he spoke to Hisashi. Hisashi, you must understand your mistake. If you of all people were to forget the purpose of the existence of a branch family member, then no matter how good you are, there is no meaning behind your existence. A layer of sweat appeared on Hisashi's forehead as he understood the meaning behind Elder Sada's words, and he quickly nodded. Yes, I understand. Elder Sada added, very good. I do hope that your son will also understand. Hisashi nodded hurriedly. Yes, I will teach him in order to make sure that he doesn't make any such mistake in the future. Because of the existence of the caged bird cursed seal, the people of the main family hold the life and death of the members of the branch family in their hands. It is well understood by the branch family that no matter how strong they become, they can never escape the influence of the caged bird cursed seal. So, when Elder Sada mentioned no meaning behind your existence, Hisashi immediately realized that Elder Sada was not using metaphor, it was a death threat. Although there haven't been many instances of execution of branch family members inside the Hyuga clan, it has happened a few times in the history of the Hyuga clan for Hisashi to know that Elder Sada didn't issue an empty threat. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely quiet and depressing as other than Hisashi, several others also understood the meaning of Elder Sada. Looking at the silent hall, where even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard, the heads of all the branch members were bent slightly downward and no one dared to even look at them. The three elders nodded to themselves. This is the result that they wanted to see from this meeting. This is how the members of the branch family are supposed to live. In their opinion, all the members of the branch family must remain submissive to the main family. They should never question the traditions, nor should they question their purpose. They should just follow what they have been told to do without questioning anything. As the three elders swiped their eyes through the hall, Elder Aoyama suddenly noted that one head was still not down. He was looking at everything with an expressionless face. Different from the rest of the members of the branch family, his eyes were still very clear with no trace of fear, anger, or any intent of submission. Elder Aoyama narrowed his eyes. Hyuga Kuroto. As Niji's sensei, you two hold equal responsibility behind Niji's failure. Other than that, why didn't you report the entire assessment plan to the Patriarch in advance? How dare you hide the exact details from the council? Have you forgotten your purpose? As soon as the name of Hyuga Kuroto came up, everyone's eyes turned toward the expressionless Kuroto. Almost all the members of the branch family were looking at Kuroto with worried expressions. Some people sitting beside Kuroto signaled him to apologize. They believed that elders won't embarrass him too much considering that he was the principal of the ninja academy, and had a lot of prestige in Konoha. But Kuroto paid no attention to them and remained expressionless. At this time, one of the members of the branch family, a guy with a very weak presence named Aoki, also looked at Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Aoki is very curious about how Hyuga Kuroto, a young and high-spirited man, will respond to this situation. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, Kuroto sighed and slowly stood up. Seeing Kuroto's actions, Hisashi's expression changed in panic. He wanted to persuade Kuroto to not make any rash move. However, it was too late as Kuroto had already stood up. Looking at Kuroto's expressionless face, Yui, who was sitting in one of the corners of the hall, felt nervous. Just by looking at his expressionless face, Yui knew that Kuroto had no intention of apologizing or submitting. She knows Kuroto's personality very well. Kuroto may seem peaceful and calm most of the time, but in reality, he is a very assertive person who would never submit to anyone, especially in unreasonable situations such as this one. But at the same time, she also fears that no matter how powerful Kuroto is, he can't resist the influence of caged bird cursed seal. That's why she is worried. Perhaps Kuroto felt Yui's panic. She briefly looked at her with a reassuring smile, and worded silently, "Trust me." After hearing him, Yui nodded lightly and hardened her expression. She is going to see this thing through, no matter the result. Seeing Kuroto ignoring him, Elder Aoyama frowned. Hyuga Kuroto, how dare you? Instead of submitting and apologizing for your failure, you are being disrespectful. In Elder Aoyama's opinion, the only thing Hyuga Kuroto should be doing at this moment is begging for his forgiveness, but here he is ignoring him? This is beyond insulting. Hearing Elder Aoyama's words, Kuroto turned his head and scornfully looked at the old man. Feeling Kuroto's contempt, Elder Aoyama was angered. How dare you? Kuroto laughed menacingly, ha ha ha, and approached Elder Aoyama. You, what are you trying to do? Asked Elder Aoyama with a puzzled expression. For some reason, an ominous premonition appeared in Elder Aoyama's heart as Kuroto took his first step. At this time, Elder Fukushige tried to prop himself and roared fiercely, "What on earth are all of you doing? Neutralize him. Hyuga Kuroto is rebelling against the Hyuga clan. He must be punished immediately." However, there was no movement. The only response he got was silence from all the branch members who completely disregarded his order, and looking closely, he noted joy and relief in the eyes of many as if they were happy to see whatever Kuroto does. You all. Seeing everyone's reaction, Elder Fukushige was taken aback. For the first time in his life, Fuchsage realized that if not for the fear of Cagebird Cursed Seal, none of the members of the branch family would follow the orders of the main family. Such resentment has accumulated in their hearts. At the same time, the seed of fear sprouted in his heart. What would happen if the entire branch family really initiated a coup d'état? If what Fuchsage feared really happened, then even if the Cagebird Cursed Seal could control the life and death of the branch family members, it would be useless, and the main family wouldn't have any power to resist the branch family? Perhaps Hayashi also realized the seriousness of the matter, and finally said, Kuroto-kun, I think it would be best to stop here. This matter, if it continues to escalate, would cause irreparable damage to the entire Hyuga clan, which is something I believe both of us don't want to see, right? Kuroto snorted, as you wish Patriarch Sama, then removed his foot from the top of Elder Aoyama's head, and said, I just wanted to let some old men know that they aren't invulnerable, so it would be best that they stay within their limits, and try not to step out because if they try to annoy me, then I won't stay in my limit, and that would be very bad for the entire Hyuga clan. The three elders were ashamed and angry when they heard Kuroto's words. If eyes could kill, they would have already killed Kuroto countless times. Not caring about their murderous intention, Kuroto turned around and walked towards the exit of the hall. Unlike some worthless old men who have nothing better to do in their life, there are a lot of things I have to take care of, so I will be leaving. As Kuroto left the hall, Elder Aoyama finally got up and hysterically shouted, Hyuga Kuroto, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the protection of Hokage. That protection can be taken away in a moment. In the eyes of Elder Aoyama, the only reason Hyuga Kuroto dared to jump around so much in front of them is that he is part of the Hokage faction, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to favor him. But if that protection is taken away, then Kuroto would be nothing more than a jonin? Hearing Elder Aoyama's shout, Kuroto stopped and shook his head with a sigh. What Elder Aoyama doesn't know is that the only reason Kuroto dares to do whatever he wants is that he has the power to do so, not only personal strength but even political strength and influence. Elder Aoyama roared, branch family exists to protect the clan, this is tradition, and the way Hyuga clan exists. Only the weak ones need protection, the strong ones don't, they are the ones who provide protection, said Kuroto indifferently, then disappeared from the hall. Looking at Kuroto's disappearing back, the three elders looked at each other and saw similar emotions reflecting in each other's eyes. A trace of fear was clearly visible in all of their eyes, not afraid of Kuroto's strength, but of Kuroto's reaction. Even after he humiliated them in front of so many members of the branch family, there was no trace of a sense of accomplishment or triumph on Kuroto's face. It was as if whatever happened was nothing surprising. What's more troubling is the indifference Kuroto showed towards them the entire time. Angry, the three elders looked at Hayashi and questioned, Hayashi, why didn't you activate the cursed seal to punish that ungrateful bastard? I don't know, said Hayashi, and added, just forget it. Forget it. Elder Aoyama raised his voice, and spoke angrily, how do you expect me to forget all of this? The majesty of the main family has been trampled by someone from the branch family? Am I supposed to sit back and do nothing? So, what do you expect me to do now? Punish him the same way it was done with the last one? Ever thought of Sandaime-sama's response? Not just Hokage-sama, there are a lot of people in the village who wouldn't let the matter slide. And have you thought of what other clans and villagers will think of us? If he is touched, then the entire Hyuga clan will be affected, and I don't want that. After saying these words, Hayashi got up and left. Hayashi didn't worry too much about the elders. He had known them for too long, and he could see that they really don't have the courage to do anything against Kuroto. Thinking of this, Hayashi thought of himself, and chuckled, who am I kidding, let alone them, even I don't seem to have the determination to do anything to him. Maybe Kuroto-kun is correct, the people of the main family really don't have enough courage. With such thoughts, Hayashi noted his elder daughter Hinata training in the courtyard of the mansion. Looking at his daughter, Hayashi couldn't help but think of his daughter's performance in the assessment. Despite being less than 10 years old, Hinata had the courage to pounce at a member of the Akatsuki organization without any trace of hesitation while being fully aware of their threat, and couldn't help but think, it seems my judgment about our daughter was incorrect. Hinata is not weak or mediocre when fighting for the people she cares about. Hinata shows no signs of hesitation. I might need to reconsider my decision. A few days later, Konoha Ninja Academy. Seeing Naruto being the center of all attention, Sasuke felt strange and left out. Normally it would be him surrounded by people. At that time, Sasuke didn't like all that attention and felt annoyed, but now he feels a little uncomfortable. At this time, Neji approached Sasuke and asked, what are doing here all alone? Sasuke folded his hands over his chest and said, I am tired of hearing Naruto's bragging. Neji said, he does deserve this honor. Sasuke said with a pout, but much of what he is speaking didn't even happen. Neji chuckled, I guess that's true, but we should let him be. Sasuke shook his head, whatever. At this time, Neji asked, want to have a duel? Sasuke shook his head, not today, then got up to leave. Surprised at Sasuke not accepting the challenge, and seeing him go home, Neji asked, you are going back home so early? Are you going to skip today's training? While walking towards the gate of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke said, yeah, I won't be training today. I have to go somewhere. I am going to go to the Nikoshao domain to choose a summon. See you later Neji. You are going to the Nikoshao domain to choose a summon? Asked Niji in a surprised tone. Yes, nodded Sasuke as his gaze subconsciously shifted toward Naruto. A few days ago, Sasuke asked his elder brother Itachi the reason why Naruto suddenly became so strong and was able to overwhelm Asuma and the others. It was Shisui who answered Sasuke's doubts and told him that the reason was senjutsu, which Naruto seemed to have learned. When Sasuke learned from Shisui that there is a very rare form of ninja art known as senjutsu, which seems to have been mastered by only 3 shinobi as per the knowledge of Konoha and the other shinobi village, and Naruto has learned the same ninja art, he was shocked. How could Naruto, who always comes last in the class, master such a rare form of ninja art? Such a doubt appeared in Sasuke's heart, and he too wanted to learn that ninja art, believing that if Naruto could master it, then perhaps he too, but Shisui denied with the reason that currently Sasuke is too young for that, and Naruto could be attributed as an exception. Sasuke was obviously disappointed, but he had no choice but to look for other ways to increase his strength to once again become number 1 in their year. As a shinobi of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke wasn't too worried. He knew that his Sharingan would evolve, and as that happened, his strength would also increase. Sasuke believes that as long as he can fully tap the potential of his eyes, even Naruto's senjutsu would be nothing. Sasuke has confidence in himself, therefore, he doesn't push the matter related to senjutsu any further. On the other hand, when the talk shifted to the giant snake summon that Naruto used, Sasuke really wanted to have such a powerful summon too, and made a request to his father. Facing Sasuke's request, Hyuga was a little helpless. The Uchiha clan does have a lot of summons, however, none of them seems to be as powerful as the giant snake that Naruto summoned. When he didn't know what to do, Shisui offered to take Sasuke to the Nikoshao domain, where he met Fuwa and Kurika and learned senjutsu. There are a few powerful Nikomata in the Nikoshao domain, and Sasuke might be able to form a summon contract with them. Hearing Shisui's offer, Hyuga readily agreed, and today is the day when Shisui will take Sasuke to the Nikoshao domain. Realizing that it was almost time, Sasuke hurriedly bid farewell to Niji and left. Seeing Sasuke eagerly leaving to get himself a summon, Niji felt envious. Similar to Sasuke, Niji also wanted a powerful summon just like Naruto's. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan only specializes in gentle fist art and never focused on summons. Therefore, when Niji mentioned the matter of finding a powerful summon, Hisashi helplessly replied that there was nothing he could do. Uchiha clan. Immediately as Sasuke returned home, he went to his father's study and eagerly asked, "Ota-san, I am back, when can I go?" Hyuga replied without raising his head, "As soon as Shisui and Itachi arrive, although, it may take some time." Sasuke pouted, but then he quickly reverted back and asked, "Ota-san, what kind of summon is it going to be?" Hyuga thought about what Shisui's Fuwa is, and replied, "They are cats, I think." And added, "But they seem to be different from normal cats. Nikomata is what I believe they are called." "Aha, Nikomata? Different from normal cats," muttered Sasuke excitedly, and asked, "Ota-san, are Nikomata as strong and big as Naruto's summon snake?" Hyuga folded his hands with a thoughtful expression, and said, "I am not sure. I have never been to the Nikoshao domain. Shisui did say that there are a few giant Nikomata there." Then he looked at Sasuke with a solemn expression and added, "Regardless of whether there really are such giant summons or not, what I want you to know is, do not get complacent because of the strength of your summon. Make sure to continue with your training, else any summon will be useless to you." "I understand, Ota-san." Sasuke nodded readily, then asked, "By the way, Ota-san, what kind of summon does Nii-san have?" "Itachi uses ninja crows," said Hyuga. Sasuke asked, "Crows? Are they good?" Hyuga nodded. "The way Itachi has blended crows with his fighting style, they are really good. However, they won't suit your fighting style. Therefore, it would be best for you to go with Nikomata. They seem to be more powerful too." Sasuke's expression dropped a little when he heard Hyuga's style. However, he quickly rejoiced when he heard Hyuga's latter words. While Hyuga was explaining various things to Sasuke, Shisui and Itachi arrived. The two of them are here. Shisui looked at Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke-kun, you ready?" Sasuke nodded, "Yes." Shisui nodded, then said with a solemn expression, "Sasuke-kun, no matter what happens, do not lose yourself. If you do, you will fail, and know that there is no guarantee that you will be able to successfully form a contract or not. Nikomata seems to be very peculiar and selective." Sasuke nodded, "I understand." With that, Sasuke and Shisui left the mansion. Ninja Academy, Principal's office. "You want a summon?" asked Kuroto with a surprised expression as he looked at Niji. Niji nodded eagerly, "Sensei, I know my request is very unreasonable, but Ota-san said that you may be the only one in Hyuga clan who might be able to help me find a summon. You don't need to be so reserved, it's just a summon, right?" Chuckled Kuroto, then asked, "So, what kind of summon do you want? Do you have something in your mind?" "Sensei, I want a summon just like Naruto's summon," replied Niji. "Like Hyuga," muttered Kuroto. Niji nodded, "Yes." After pondering for a while, Kuroto said, "Hyuga is one of the most powerful snakes in the world and he lives in the Ryokai Cave, one of the big 3 unexplored sage regions. If you want a summon as powerful as Hyuga, it has to be from one of those 3 places as well, but that is very difficult." Niji lowered his head, "I know I am being very greedy." Kuroto remained silent. "It's good that you have some understanding. Don't let greed and envy affect you, because these might become the cause of your downfall." Niji bowed to Kuroto. I understand sensei. Thank you for your time, then turned around to leave. He thought that even Kuroto might not be able to help him. Seeing Niji walk away, Kuroto was taken aback and hurriedly stopped him. Wait for a second, kid. I never said that I won't help you. I do have a way. Is there really a way? Asked Niji, surprised and hopeful. Kuroto nodded, yes, and explained, I will try to bring you the opportunity to go to Mount Mayaboko, a place as famous as Ryokai Cave. There, not only will you have the opportunity to sign a summon contract with a powerful summon, you will also be able to learn Senjutsu if you have the talent and zeal. The fact that Naruto accidentally went to the Ryokai Cave and learned Senjutsu there was a bit unexpected for Kuroto. However, since that happened, it means Mount Mayaboko has no one, and Kuroto doesn't think that Mount Mayaboko would like to stay so isolated at such critical times. After all, Mount Mayaboko has always been deeply involved with the affairs of the shinobi world. When this world was ruled by the rabbit goddess, it was Gamamaru of Mount Mayaboko who revealed the situation to the two sons of Kagaya and trained them. This course of action actually led to the birth of the shinobi world. In the following years to come, Gamamaru and Mount Mayaboko never stopped paying attention to the shinobi world. Even the arrival of Jiraiya at the Land of Toads, and the birth of the Son of Prophecy, all of this is inseparable from Mount Mayaboko. However, Naruto has chosen Ryokai Cave, so Mount Mayaboko will need someone else to fill in Naruto's position, such that Mount Mayaboko can remain connected to the shinobi world. And here comes Niji's chance. If Niji manages to seize this opportunity, then it will be a mutual benefit for Niji and Mount Mayaboko. As for the question, why not just send Niji to the Ryokai Cave when Kuroto already has such a great connection with that place? The answer is very simple. Sending Niji to the Ryokai Cave will reveal his connection with them, and he doesn't want that to happen as of yet. Moreover, Naruto has already become a representative of Ryokai Cave for this generation, and Kuroto doubts whether White Snake Sage will be willing to take another child of the same generation. While Kuroto had such thoughts in his mind, Niji suddenly bowed to him with a grateful expression. Sensei, thank you very much. His eyes were red, and droplets of tears were flowing down his cheeks. Niji was deeply moved. Kuroto chuckled, and waved his hands. Don't be so hasty in thanking me. Although I am bringing you the opportunity, whether you can pass their tests, and successfully get the approval of Great Toad Sage is entirely up to you. Niji nodded with a determined expression. I will try my best. Early morning of the next day. Before going to the Ninja Academy, Kuroto took the time to find Jiraiya while he was on his way to collect materials for his new novel. After meeting Jiraiya, Kuroto expressed his intention. Hearing Kuroto's request, Jiraiya was a little surprised. How did such a thought come to your mind all of a sudden? Kuroto explained with a helpless smile. Naruto not only learned Sennin mode, but he also obtained a very powerful summon in the form of Gurga. This unexpected reveal of Naruto's strength has stimulated the children, and Niji also personally came to me, hoping to get a powerful summon similar to Gurga. A powerful summon like Gurga is hard to find, and Mount Mayaboko seems to be one of the only two places where Niji might be able to obtain such a summon, and when it comes to Mount Mayaboko, you are the only person I can contact, therefore I am here. That makes sense. Nodded Jiraiya with an I get it expression as he thought about Kuroto's intention. Seeing Jiraiya's thoughtful expression, Kuroto asked, so, what do you think, Jiraiya-sama? Is it possible? After a while of careful consideration, Jiraiya nodded, since the village owes you a favor, so, I will take this opportunity to repay you. Seeing that Jiraiya agreed, Kuroto bowed with a grateful expression. Thank you so much, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya shook his head, and said, don't worry about it, you deserve this. If it was someone else, Jiraiya would have definitely refused. After all, there are thousands of Konoha shinobi who would want to take the inheritance of Mount Mayaboko. However, Jiraiya won't choose someone so easily. Even in canon, he carefully chose his disciple Namikaze Minato, but after that, he didn't choose Kakashi. From this, it can be seen that Jiraiya is very careful in selecting the descendants of Mount Mayaboko. The reason why Jiraiya didn't reject Kuroto is because of Kuroto's recent actions. Not long ago, Kuroto took the risk of confusing the Akatsuki organization which spared Konoha from a major disaster, and for this, Konoha owes a great favor to Kuroto that must be rewarded. Because of the involvement of both Akatsuki and Amatsukami, this matter can't be disclosed to the village, and only selected people are aware of the ins and outs of the matter. Therefore, Sandaime-sama wasn't able to award Kuroto accordingly, so Jiraiya is taking this opportunity to award Kuroto. What Kuroto didn't know is that aside from the reason for awarding, there is one more reason why Jiraiya agreed so easily. In the canon, the prophecy of Gamamaru was still valid and Jiraiya was supposed to find the child of the prophecy, therefore, he was very cautious. However, that's not the case in this world. Because of butterfly effects caused by Kuroto's presence, the importance of child of the prophecy is no more, and Jiraiya is less cautious. At this time, Jiraiya said, I don't think I need to explain this, however, I must. What I can only do from my side is to take Hyuga Niji to Mount Mayaboko. As for whether he can get the approval, and successfully inherit the techniques of Mount Mayaboko, that's not in my hands. It's related to Niji's abilities, and the decision of Toads. Yes, I understand. Nodded Kuroto. Alright then, tell Hyuga Niji all the details, and tell him to prepare. We will be going to Mount Mayaboko 2 days later, said Jiraiya. Kuroto nodded. Alright. then left the place. The evening of the same day, Hyuga Hisashi came to Kuroto's home. After welcoming Hisashi to the guest room of his house, Kuroto presented him with tea, and asked casually, "Hisashi-sama, what's the matter? Your visit is somewhat unexpected." Hisashi slowly took a sip of tea, then thanked Kuroto. "Niji told me about the opportunity that you have brought him. I am really grateful. As his father, I am really useless." Kuroto shook his head. "Don't worry about it, Hisashi-sama. It wasn't such a big deal for me. Moreover, I am Niji's sensei, so this is my responsibility, to begin with." "Really, Kuroto-kun, sometimes, no, I should say, every time, you amaze me," said Hisashi with a smile, then added helplessly, "But about what happened on that day, you were a bit reckless. The three elders are very angry at you. After you left the meeting, they did say that they would punish you." Kuroto casually waves his hand with a chuckle. "If they had the guts and means to do anything, they would have already punished me by now." Hisashi also understood this, and nodded. "You are indeed correct." Then added while pointing at the forehead, "But we are part of the branch family, and not everyone in the branch family is capable of protecting themselves from the anger of the main family, so it's better to not offend them too much." "I know, Hisashi-sama," nodded Kuroto, then asked, "But, you didn't come here with the intention of convincing me to apologize to them, right? If you had the intention of apologizing, you would have already done it by now. I understand this much," said Hisashi with a wry smile, then continued after a pause, "The thing is, my brother also learned about the opportunity you brought to Niji, so he was hoping, if you could talk to Jiraiya-sama to take his elder daughter Hinata with him too when he takes Niji to Mount Mayaboka, so well." "Oh, so Hayashi-sama sent you to convince me, huh?" muttered Kuroto. "Oh, so Hayashi-sama sent you to convince me, huh?" asked Kuroto. Hisashi didn't need to reply, just by looking at his expression, Kuroto was able to judge that his guess was correct. Naruto's performance in the recent assessment has brought many changes in Konoha. One of those changes is the understanding of the three big unexplored sage regions. The places that remained hidden from the entire shinobi world for over a millennium have now entered the field of vision of Konoha ninjas. The thing is, even if people now have some understanding of these sage regions, going to these places is still very difficult. Precisely why, when Hayashi learned that Kuroto had brought Niji the chance to go to Mount Mayaboko through Jiraiya, he immediately realized that this is a very good opportunity and should not be missed. But the problem is, the one who arranged this entire thing is Kuroto, and because there is discord between Kuroto and the main family of the Hyuga clan, so it was difficult for Hayashi to approach Kuroto with a straight face. Therefore, Hayashi asked his younger brother Hisashi to come to Kuroto. Seeing that Kuroto guessed the entire thing, Hisashi nodded helplessly. "Yes." Kuroto said with a chuckle, "Well, at least Hayashi-sama still understands how valuable this opportunity is." Then nodded, "Since he wants to send Hinata, then so be it, let the little girl try her luck as well. I will talk to Jiraiya-sama about it." Hisashi was slightly surprised that Kuroto agreed so easily, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Kuroto had no problem with sending Hinata to Mount Mayaboku. There are several reasons. For one, Kuroto has a very good impression of her based on her canon self. Hinata may appear to be shy and weak on the outside, but inside, she is as tough as one can get. Pain's attack on Konoha proved this while everyone watched Naruto from the sidelines and didn't have the guts to step forward and help him. Hinata didn't hesitate for a second and faced Tendo. This bravery to face an enemy she can't defeat alone is commendable. What's more, Hinata is Yui's disciple, so that gives Kuroto another reason to approve of Hinata. Ninja Academy. Although the sun had almost set, several trainees were still present in the training field, rigorously training and polishing their skills. In one of the corners of the training field, Niji and Suzuki were training together. While parrying Suzuki's attacks, Niji couldn't help but ask curiously, "Suzuki, I have been wondering, what's with those scratches on your face?" As Niji mentioned this, Suzuki subconsciously touched his face, and replied with a dark expression, "Cats scratched my face." "Cats?" Niji was taken aback, and asked again, "Did you get all these wounds from cat scratches?" It was a little hard for Niji to believe that cats could do so much damage to Suzuki. Suzuki nodded. "Yes, cats, the ones I went to sign the summoning contract with," then hurriedly added, "but they were not normal cats, they had 2 tails, and some even had 4 eyes, they called themselves Nikomata, and they were really annoying." "I see, that makes sense," nodded Niji, then asked, "So, how did it go? Did you get a summon?" Suzuki shook his head weakly. Niji was surprised, and asked curiously, "What happened?" "Sigh." With a sigh, Suzuki muttered, "Forget it." Suzuki was not in the mood to talk about it right now. Seeing that Suzuki wasn't interested, Niji didn't pursue the matter and started to pack his things. Today it was Suzuki's turn to be confused. "Our fight isn't finished yet, you are going back home so early?" Niji nodded, "Yes, I have to go," and explained, "I have to carry out some special training before the day I go to Mount Mayaboka. Sensei has brought me this rare opportunity. I don't want to disappoint him by failing." Suzuki was taken aback when he heard Niji's words, "You are going to Mount Mayaboku?" Niji nodded, "Yes." He didn't hide this from Suzuki. Hearing Niji's answer, Suzuki couldn't help but blurt out, "Can I come too?" Niji was surprised. He didn't expect Suzuki to make such a request out of the blue, and shook his head with an apologetic expression. I have to apologize, because, it's not in my hands." Sasuke also realized that he shouldn't have made such a request, and apologized. No, I am the one who should apologize, I was being too impudent. After this matter was sorted out, Niji said goodbye to Sasuke and went to his house. Seeing Niji going home excitedly, Sasuke felt a little envious. Uchiha clan, Patriarch's house. Back at his home, Sasuke mentioned the matter of Niji going to Mount Mayaboko to his father and asked tentatively, Tio-san, I also want to go to Mount Mayaboko, is it possible? Fugaku was quite surprised upon learning that Hyuga Niji was going to Mount Mayaboko. He didn't expect that Hyuga Kuroto would be able to convince Jiraiya and bring such an opportunity for his disciple Niji. Even as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku can't say that he too can do such a thing. He still remembers the time when Shimura Danzo and Jiraiya had a major conflict over a very similar matter. A few years ago Danzo wanted to go to Mount Mayaboko and asked Jiraiya to take him, however, Jiraiya denied Danzo's request immediately without even thinking about it. This angered Danzo and caused a major conflict between the two. And now, Jiraiya agreed so easily to Kuroto's request. This is indeed surprising. Sasuke's question broke Fugaku out of his train of thought. Tio-san, can you talk to Jiraiya-sama as well? I want to go to Mount Mayaboko as well. Seeing his son's earnest expression, Fugaku nodded. I'll see what I can do. 2 days later, it was finally time for the kids to go to Mount Mayaboko, and as per Jiraiya's instructions, Kuroto led Niji and Hinata to the place where Jiraiya told him to. As Kuroto and the two kids were waiting for Jiraiya to arrive, suddenly he noted Uchiha Patriarch coming towards them with Sasuke and Kiyomi beside him. Seeing the three people from the Uchiha clan coming, Kuroto muttered to himself with a doubtful expression, why are they coming here? Niji was also stunned as he noted Sasuke and Kiyomi, and immediately said to Kuroto, Sensei, the matter of going to Mount Mayaboko. I told Sasuke. So, maybe he is also. Hearing his disciple's words, Kuroto teased him, you told Sasuke, aren't you afraid that your chances of getting the approval of Mount Mayaboko will be reduced with 2 more competitors? Niji shook his head with a clear expression, I am not afraid. Kuroto smiled and shook his head. Uchiha Kiyomi is fine, but Kuroto feels that the addition of Sasuke will cause changes to his plan. After all, Kuroto is very clear about Sasuke's identity, and considering who lives at Mount Mayaboko, there is no way he won't notice that presence inside Sasuke. Of course, even if he has such a feeling, he doesn't plan to do anything about it. If Niji still manages to get the approval of the Toads, then very good, but if doesn't, then that will be a lesson for Niji. As for the question of how come the Uchiha clan is here, this isn't a very tough question. Uchiha Sasuke must have requested his father to create an opportunity for him too, and Uchiha Fugaku must have talked to Jiraiya. In normal times, Jiraiya would obviously not accept Fugaku's request, but this isn't normal times. Considering the current complex situation of the village, in order to keep the Uchiha clan happy, Jiraiya had no other choice but to agree to Fugaku's request. In fact, Kuroto feels that even if the Uchiha clan didn't know about Niji and Hinata going to Mount Mayaboko through Niji, Sandaime-sama would have still leaked this news to the Uchiha clan using his means so that the Uchiha clan could owe a favor to the Hokage faction. If Jiraiya has already agreed to take 2 kids to Mount Mayaboko, then does it really matter if 1 or 2 more kids are added? Obviously no. Adding Sasuke and Kiyomi to the list won't matter at all. The excellence of Sasuke and Kiyomi, especially the talent and skills of Sasuke, was witnessed by everyone during the recent assessment. Knowing this, if someone says that Sandaime-sama wouldn't want to draw Sasuke to the Hokage faction, then Kuroto wouldn't believe it. Moreover, now that Shisui and Itachi are no longer part of the Umbu, Sandaime-sama has all the more reason to draw another Uchiha into the Hokage faction, and what better candidate than Uchiha Sasuke? That's why we are here with Sasuke and Kiyomi also going to Mount Mayaboko. Soon after the arrival of the 3 Uchiha clansmen, Jiraiya also showed up. After greeting the 4 kids, Jiraiya looked at Kuroto and Fugaku, as he explained, as I already said previously, I can promise to keep the kids safe, however, whether they can get what they wish in their heart depends on their luck and abilities. I have no say on that, I hope both of you are very clear about this. Kuroto and Fugaku nodded together. With that Jiraiya nodded, alright then, now it's time for us to depart. Then reverse summoned the 4 children and himself to the land of the Toads. After watching the 5 people disappear in a poof of white smoke, Fugaku turned towards Kuroto and said, I owe you a favor for this time. Fugaku is fairly clear that the only reason Sasuke and Kiyomi have the opportunity to go to Mount Mayaboko is Kuroto. If not for Kuroto to convince Jiraiya, it wouldn't have been possible. Kuroto shrugged indifferently, whatever, and left the place. Even if he has no intention of changing anything about Sasuke and Kiyomi going to the land of Toads, he is not very happy that the 2 of them are going too, because he is very clear that the presence of Sasuke in the group will cause changes. Fugaku remained silent as he watched Kuroto disappear. Mount Mayaboko. After arriving at the land of the Toads, 5 people met with Elder Fukasaku. When Jiraiya introduced Elder Fukasaku as his sensei to the kids, all 4 of them were taken aback and looked skeptically at the small green toad with a white beard. He is Jiraiya-sama's sensei? How is this possible? Feeling the skeptical gazes of the kids, Elder Fukasaku was helpless. He brought Jiraiya to the side, and asked him, Jiraiya-chan, these kids are The Elder Toad was surprised to see so many humans come to Mount Mayaboko. Jiraiya was also a little helpless and explained the entire situation to Elder Fukazaku. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Elder Fukazaku sighed, and then he pondered over the situation for a while. Well, we can't take all of them, that's for sure. Jiraiya asked, so what to do, and how to choose? Elder Fukazaku thought about it, and said, there has never been a precedent of so many people coming to Mount Mayaboko before. Even I don't know what to do, and added after a pause, I suppose only Great Elder has a say in the matter. Then please, said Jiraiya. Elder Fukazaku nodded and led the 5 people to the Hall of Gamamaru. Arriving at the Great Hall of Gamamaru, the 5 people sat quietly while Elder Fukazaku tried to wake up Elder Gamamaru. Ajiji-sama. Jiraiya-chan has brought these children from Konoha, what should we do? And while Elder Fukazaku explained things to Gamamaru, the 4 children sat beside Jiraiya with a nervous expression. They swear that this is the first time they have seen such a giant toad in their life. Although old, he still appeared to be a little scary, such that Hinata and Kiyomi subconsciously grabbed the sleeves of their elder siblings. Of course, both Niji and Suzuki were also nervous, but they tried their best to reassure their younger siblings. Don't worry. Jiraiya chuckled at the kids' behavior and waited for Gamamaru to speak. After Elder Fukazaku explained everything to Gamamaru, the millennium-old toad with a sleepy expression swept his gaze on the 4 kids. His gaze passed by Hinata, Niji, and Kiyomi without stopping. However, as soon as he saw Suzuki, Gamamara's eyes shot open, his sleepiness disappeared and an incomprehensible expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Gamamaru noted something in Suzuki and muttered, Indra. When Gamamaru saw Suzuki, he was taken aback and all his sleepiness immediately disappeared. He seems to have seen something in Suzuki, and exclaimed in surprise, Indra. Gamamaru has lived for over a millennium, therefore, the moment he saw Uchiha Suzuki, he immediately recognized that Suzuki is the current reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. At the same time, Gamamaru also saw vague fragments of the future in which Suzuki would play an important role. Many people are aware of the fact that Gamamaru can foresee the future, time and time again. He has demonstrated this ability. Using his ability to foresee the future, Gamamaru must have known that only the Otsutsuki brothers Hyuga Kuroto and Hamura, who inherited their chakra from Kaguya, could resist her, so he cleverly approached the 2 brothers and confused them to rebel. At the moment when Hyuga Kuroto was going to fight Kaguya, he handed over a special seal tag to Hyuga Kuroto. Again, Gamamaru must have known that Hamura would die at the hands of Hyuga Kuroto, so he gave a seal tag that can resurrect the dead. Gamamaru cleverly did not point out this to Hyuga Kuroto, probably because he foresaw the future, and understood that it was necessary for Hyuga Kuroto to kill his brother in order to awaken the Rinnegan. Later, Gamamaru foresaw the result of the test that Hyuga Kuroto gave to his children Indra and Azura while deciding his heir. And finally, Gamamaru also led Jiraiya on the path of searching for the Son of Prophecy. However, the problem is, for quite a few years now, Gamamaru has stopped seeing anything related to the future, that is, up until now. Therefore, when Jiraiya saw the change in Gamamaru, he immediately got up and asked, Lord Gamamaru, what happened? Did you see something? Being aware of the concept of cause and effect, Gamamaru chose not to reveal anything and changed the topic with a small laugh. Oh no, nothing. I was just surprised at the excellence of these children. Then he turned towards Fukazaku, and instructed him, take a test of these children. Everyone was confused by Gamamara's unnatural behavior, however, no one said anything about it and followed Gamamara's instructions. Jiraiya and Fukazaku nodded lightly, then led the 4 children to the sacred oil fountain. Looking at the 4 children, Elder Fukazaku carefully thought about the words Gamamaru said to him in private, then said, all right children. I will be teaching you the special senjutsu of Mount Mayaboko. Those of you who can successfully cultivate senjutsu will pass the test, understand? Senjutsu. Hearing Fukazaku's words, the 4 children were surprised and got excited. Suzuki and Niji were more eager to learn senjutsu. Noting the kids' excitement, Jiraiya quickly said, don't be so excited, senjutsu is not that easy to master. Suzuki said in a dissatisfied tone, if Naruto can learn it, then I can too. Jiraiya smiled and shook his head. Since Naruto has mastered senjutsu, people have started to misunderstand it. Now every 10-year-old kid thinks that he or she can learn senjutsu. What they don't seem to understand is that Naruto has mastered senjutsu under special circumstances. As such, he is an exceptional case, and not everyone can be as special as Naruto in this regard. Let alone others, Jiraiya and Shisui haven't completely mastered senjutsu. Even now both of them need assistance while using the senjutsu mode. Perhaps the only known person to have perfectly mastered the senjutsu mode is Shadame Hokage of Konoha, Senjo Hashirama. Coming back to the topic, as Elder Fukazaku led everyone to the training area at Sacred Oil Fountain, the children noted the giant toad-shaped rock statues, and asked curiously, Fukazaku-sama, why are there so many statues here? They are not simple statues, they are all people who failed to master senjutsu, said Elder Fukazaku, and added with a solemn tone, when training the senjutsu mode of Mount Mayaboko, the practitioner will gain the features of a toad. In this process, once the natural energy inside the body gets out of control, the practitioner's entire body will turn into a toad and then petrify into a stone statue. What? All 4 children were horrified upon learning the truth. At this time, Jiraiya said with a smile, mastering senjutsu is not as easy as you all are assuming it to be. Don't think that just because Naruto mastered it, you lot will master it as well. Naruto is an exceptional case. Elder Fukazaku said, the reason these people became statues is that they were too greedy and rash for power. You people don't have to worry too much. Even if all of you fail to master senjutsu, I can at least ensure that none of you will become a toad statue. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Elder Fukazaku's words, and quickly asked, Fukazaku-sama, will we become toad when we use senjutsu? Kiyomi, Niji, and Hinata looked at Fukazaku. None of them wanted to become a toad. Elder Fukazaku naturally understood the children's dilemma, and said with a smile, don't worry, when training the senjutsu mode of Mount Myaboku, although the user gains toad features, however, they don't become toads. In the future, when your mastery increases, the toad features will become less and less visible and totally disappear. This also means that the more secondary features appear in a person's body, the less his mastery in senjutsu and vice versa. Senju Hashirama had the least amount of features on his body when he used the senjutsu mode, except for a few lines under his eyes, there were no changes. Naruto's mastery was even better compared to the Shodaime Hokage. When he entered the senjutsu mode, except for the change in his pupil, there was no other change. In comparison to Naruto and Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Shisui's mastery of senjutsu is obviously inferior. Well, putting that aside, Fukazaku's words relieved the four children and they were ready to try. With that, Elder Fukazaku took some toad oil from the fountain and rubbed a few drops on the arms of the four children, while instructing, this is special toad oil. It will help you sense the natural energy spread in the heaven and earth. Start concentrating, and try to sense the natural energy. The four children nodded, and under the guidance of Elder Fukazaku, they tried to sense the natural energy dispersed in heaven and earth. With the influx of natural energy inside their body, the four children started to develop the physical characteristics of toads. Small bumps appeared on their skin, webbed membranes started to grow between their fingers, their cheeks started to swell and change their color, and finally, the pupils of the four children became orange with a horizontal slat in them, just like a toad's. Seeing these changes, Elder Fukazaku and Jiraiya showed no signs of surprise or panic. All of these changes were within their expectations, and part of the training process of senjutsu of Mount Myaboku. In fact, it can be said that if these changes didn't appear on the bodies of the four kids, then that would be a problem. Senjutsu training is basically a three-step process of trying to sense and understand natural energy dispersed between heaven and earth, trying to absorb that natural energy, and then fusing that natural energy with the internal physical and mental energies to give birth to stronger and more powerful form of chakra known as the Senjutsu chakra. Of course, this three-step senjutsu training can be done anywhere in the world as Kuroto did. The only advantage of carrying out this training at the unexplored sacred regions is the guidance and ease that these places provide to a person. Just take the second step for instance. Absorbing natural energy is not an easy task, and one has to be able to sense it prior to absorbing it. However, the toad oil of Mount Myaboku, the snake venom of Ryokai Cave, and the slug mucus of the Shikotsu forest make absorbing natural energy easier. Once either of these three substances is applied at a point on the body, natural energy starts to enter the practitioner's body from that point. So, no matter what a person's natural aptitude when it comes to senjutsu, they can absorb natural energy. And once someone absorbs natural energy, as long as they find a way to not turn into stones, over time their body will adapt to natural energy and they will not only be able to sense it, but they will also be able to fuse it with their chakra. However, these advantages are only available at places like Mount Myaboku, Ryokai Cave, Nikoshou Domain, and so on. In other places where there is no knowledge of senjutsu, one has to start from the very beginning and figure out everything step by step. Anyway, getting back to Mount Myaboku, as time passed, the features of toads became more and more obvious on the bodies of the four children. Seeing this scene, Elder Fukazaku shook his head, failed, and beat out the natural energy from the bodies of the four kids with his black stick, then wiped off the toad oil from the back of their arms, to interrupt the flow of natural energy inside the bodies of four children. Having a lot of toad features means that the children weren't able to integrate the natural energy inside their bodies, so the result is a failure. Of course, the failure in the first attempt doesn't mean that they have no aptitude for senjutsu, it just shows that they are not naturally adapted to natural energy. Feeling the pain in his back, Sasuke asked, somewhat dissatisfied, what's going on? Why beat us? Niji, Hinata, and Kiyomi also looked at Elder Fukazaku with puzzled expressions. The four of you failed the test, said Fukazaku, and added, and to answer your question, I was beating out natural energy from your bodies to make sure that none of you turns into toads. Failed. Sasuke was taken aback and stood up abruptly. How come I failed? What mistake did I make? Niji also stood up and looked at the elder toad with an unwilling expression. This kind of inexplicable failure made it difficult for him to accept so easily. Compared with Sasuke and Niji, Kiyomi and Hinata were relatively calm even after learning about their failure. For Kiyomi, passing the test wasn't important, she isn't interested in senjutsu or toads at all, so doesn't care all that much. The only reason she even came to Mount Myaboku is that Fugaku instructed her to. Different from Kiyomi, Hinata, although calm, was still a bit disappointed. Deep down in her heart, she hoped to learn senjutsu in order to have something in common with Naruto. but didn't expect that she would fail so early. Looking at the expressions of the kids, Jiraiya understood their feelings, and reassured them, don't worry, failing at the first attempt doesn't mean you have no aptitude, it just means that you need some training. And if you ask me, the 4 of you are too young to learn senjutsu. Leaving aside other requirements, the most basic requirement for mastering senjutsu is a massive chakra reserve. For someone who doesn't have huge chakra reserves, it is very difficult and dangerous to fuse natural energy into their body, because they are always exposed to the danger of becoming stone statues. No doubt, Sasuke, Neji, Kiyomi, and Hinata are excellent and talented kids, however, they are still very young, and therefore, their chakra reserves are limited. Compared to most adults who fail to master senjutsu, they are more vulnerable. But it seems that Sasuke didn't want to accept what Jiraiya said, and questioned, so how come Naruto mastered it? Jiraiya explained, Naruto is a little different from the rest of you. For one, he is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a shinobi clan as powerful as Senju, Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan. His Uzumaki lineage gives him various natural advantages when it comes to chakra reserves, physical strength, and all. As for the other point, that is related to the calmness of heart, if you have a restless heart, then it will be very difficult to master senjutsu. Jiraiya doesn't know how come Naruto mastered senjutsu. True, Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan, so he has huge chakra reserves, and he wasn't greedy for power. However, as said before, just these 2 points are not enough for someone to master senjutsu. There must have been some other factors that came to play. Maybe Naruto had an incomparable aptitude for senjutsu. Whatever the reason, the fact of the matter is, he did master senjutsu at such a young age. Different from Naruto, Sasuke, Neji and the others obviously don't seem to have such a high aptitude for senjutsu. At the same time, they don't have huge chakra reserves, and because they understand the preciousness of this opportunity so their hearts are restless, making it difficult for them to train. At this time, Elder Fukazaku said, well, as Jiraiya-chan said, senjutsu is different from your general ninjutsu. This is very high-level stuff and several factors come into play here. There have been only a few people who have successfully mastered senjutsu in the past millennium. Sasuke and Neji were unwilling and asked, can we try once more? Elder Fukazaku shook his head, no, not right now, it's too risky. If the natural energy gets out of control, the consequences will be heavy. Neji said with a solemn expression, Fukazaku-sama, I am willing to take the risk and try once again. I want to pass the test at any cost. Elder Fukazaku shook his head, I am afraid I will have to deny your request. Then added with a smile, but don't be dejected, I am not failing all of you. Huh, all the 4 kids muttered in surprise and confusion, and asked, what do you mean? Well, it was a bit foolish of me to test you, kids, in such a way, it is too difficult for you, and obviously all of you would have failed. Let's change the mode of the test. The reason all of you have come to Mount Mayaboko is to find summons, right? Then let's test you with summon contracts. As for the senjutsu test, maybe you can try once again when you grow up. Although disappointed, the kids quickly cheered up as they found another opportunity. Elder Fukazaku smiled lightly and summoned a large scroll. Then he pointed at Kiyomi, standing at the corner, and said, let's start with you. Looking at the giant scroll spread out by the toad Elder Fukazaku, the 4 children who were hit by the shock of failure of not being able to learn the senjutsu of Mount Mayaboko quickly recovered their spirits and eagerly looked at the scroll. Even Kiyomi was somewhat excited. Fukazaku smiled at the kids' excitement, and pointed at Kiyomi, let's start with you. Alright, she nodded and quickly came by the scroll. The other 3 didn't care too much that Kiyomi was the first candidate, and nervously looked at Kiyomi. They were 4 people, so it was kind of natural to take turns one by one. As she approached Fukazaku, she looked at the scroll. The contract scroll laid before her, its length is unknown, however, the width of the scroll was more than her total height, and on the scroll, a series of names were written in red color. It didn't take a genius to understand that all the names were written with blood. The first name seemed to be of someone named Hago Romo. Kiyomi didn't recognize him, however, the last 2, whom she knew very well, were Jiraiya the Sannin, and Namikaze Minato the late Yondaime Hokage-sama. While pointing at the empty space next to the name of Konoha's yellow flash, Fukazaku explained, write your name here with your blood. Kiyomi nodded, okay. Then she bit her finger, and using her blood, she neatly wrote her name, and then stamped her hand stained with blood under the name. Elder Fukazaku nodded lightly, and said, now, weave the hand sign in the order of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram and then try to summon a toad. If you succeed, then you will pass the test, understand? Kiyomi nodded, yes. Kiyomi, do your best, encouraged Sasuke. Kiyomi nodded, then she took a deep breath and gathered her chakra. After that she weaved the hand signs and slammed her hand on the ground as she shouted, summoning jutsu. All the kids looked around, but there was no change. Fukazaku shook his head, you failed. Kiyomi sighed in disappointment, I see. Then she turned around and returned back to her position. Sasuke looked at his younger sister with a worried expression, and muttered, Kiyomi. He wasn't sure what to say. He too failed the last time, so he knows that it doesn't feel very good. Kiyomi said with a smile, it's okay Sasuke Ani-chan. I wasn't very interested in this summoning things anyway, so it doesn't matter if I failed. At this time, Fukazaku called out to Sasuke, next is your turn. Kiyomi shook her head and said, Suzuki Aniai-chan. Fukazaku-sama is calling you, it's your turn, you should go. Suzuki nodded lightly, oh okay, and approached Fukazaku. Elder Fukazaku explained the same things to him as he did to Kiyomi. Suzuki quickly under everything and weaved the hand signs, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Different from Kiyomi, in Suzuki's turn, nothing didn't happen. Instead, with a bang, white smoke surged. Poof! As the white smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Suzuki had disappeared and in his place, a very big toad was standing. The overall size of the toad was as huge as Naruto's Gurga. His body was colored dark red. He carried a tanto in one hand, a white plate-like shield in the other hand, and a long tobacco pipe in his mouth. Kiyomi, Niji, and Hinata were taken aback as they saw the giant toad. Amazing, the sound of Suzuki's exclaim reached their ears as they realized that Suzuki was standing on the head of the toad. Niji, Hinata, and Kiyomi raised their heads and saw Suzuki standing on top of the giant toad. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched, as he muttered, I didn't expect that Suzuki would be able to summon Gamabunta. That's correct, the toad that Suzuki summoned is none other than Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Myaboku. Elder Fukazaku looked at Gamabunta and Suzuki, and thought to himself, it seems his guess was correct. At this time, Gamabunta realized the situation, and yelled in displeasure, hey kid, stop shouting, you are hurting my ears, then asked, who are you anyway? Suzuki immediately stopped exclaiming, and while curbing the excitement in his heart, he politely introduced himself to Bunta, I am Uchiha Suzuki, and I am the one who summoned you. Gamabunta was surprised, a kid from the Uchiha clan. He looked at Fukazaku with a doubtful expression, who explained the situation to him. Understanding the gist of the matter, Gamabunta nodded lightly, oh then ordered in a strict tone, unless it's very urgent, don't summon me, understand boy? Yes, I understand, nodded Suzuki with a happy expression. Although Gamabunta wasn't very polite to him, however, he seems to have accepted the summoning contract. In other words, Suzuki has passed the test? Thinking of this, Suzuki excitedly waved his hands to Niji, Hinata, and Kiyomi, guys, I passed the test. Great. Niji and Hinata are also very excited. Not only are they happy that Suzuki is excited, but they are also full of expectation for their turns. The fact that Suzuki passed the test means that this test is not like the previous test, it's somewhat easier and they have a chance of passing. What's more important is that once they sign the summoning contract at Mount Myaboku, they will have a chance to come here once they grow older, and they will be able to train senjutsu. At this time, Fukazaku said to Gamabunta, Bunta, go with Suzuki, and learn a bit about each other. Gamabunta nodded, alright boss, then leaped high into the sky. So strong. Niji couldn't help but admire Gamabunta. Thinking that he might soon have such a powerful summon, Niji was eager and wanted to immediately take the test. However, Niji didn't forget that Hinata was also with him and gave way to her. Niji is aware of the conflict that happened a few days ago. He didn't want to do anything that might offend the elders of the main family. Therefore, he took a step back and allowed Hinata to take the test before him. Hinata-sama, you should go next. Hinata shook her head, no Niji Nii-san, you've been waiting for this for so long, you should be next. While Niji and Hinata were busy making way for each other, Fukazaku came to the scroll and slowly rolled it. Fukazaku's action not only surprised Niji, Hinata, and Kiyomi, but even Jiraiya was puzzled and asked, boss, why did you put away the scroll? These two kids are still left. Elder Fukazaku explained with a regrettable expression, Jiraiya boy, have you forgotten the tradition of Mount Myaboku? We only accept one shinobi from a generation. Since Uchiha Suzuki has passed the test, he has been accepted, so, what? Niji and Hinata were stunned as they heard Fukazaku's words, and looked at Jiraiya, hoping that was not the case. Jiraiya was stunned. Now that he thinks about it, Fukazaku was indeed telling the truth. Mount Myaboku really selects only one shinobi from a generation. His generation had only him, while Minato's generation had only Minato. Seeing that even Jiraiya didn't deny Fukazaku's words, Niji was panicked. He desperately bowed to Fukazaku, and requested, Fukazaku-sama, please give me a chance, this opportunity was given to me by my sensei. I don't want to disappoint him. Fukazaku shook his head, child, there is nothing I can do, this is the tradition of Mount Myaboku. But, Niji wanted to request once more, however, he was interrupted by Fukazaku. Moreover, this is a matter of destiny, so even if you had the chance, the result wouldn't have changed. Destiny. Destiny, muttered Niji with a stunned expression. Yes, destiny, nodded Fukazaku as jumped on top of a nearby rock, and while looking at Suzuki in the distance, he said, the reason why Uchiha Kiyomi didn't succeed, but Uchiha Suzuki did, this is the guidance of the Wheel of Fate. It was Uchiha Suzuki's destiny to become Mount Myaboku's successor of this generation. Listening to Fukazaku's words, Jiraiya remembered his personal experience, and added, now that you mention it, something similar happened to me. I accidentally came to Mount Myaboku, that was also the guidance of fate. Hearing Fukazaku and Jiraiya's words, Niji questioned depressingly, does that mean no matter how hard I work, the result will still remain the same? My destiny will never change. Elder Fukazaku shook his head and jumped away. Jiraiya said with a sigh, there are some things that are just meant to happen, you cannot change them. No matter what you do, they will happen eventually. The means may change, but the result will remain the same. Niji looked at Sasuke in the distance while stroking the caged bird cursed mark on his forehead, and said in a saddened tone, I understand what you are saying, Jiraiya-sama. However, I am just not reconciled. Why does fate always against me? Jiraiya patted Niji's shoulder, and said, you are still young to think of these things. He wanted to say more to Niji, and inspire him to continue to work hard. However, remembering the fate of being a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya shook his head. The bigger headache is, now how am I supposed to explain this to him? The entire trip to Mount Myaboku was proposed by Kuroto, and the only reason Jiraiya agreed was to reward him for his act of scaring away the Akatsuki and saving the village from a major calamity. Jiraiya never expected that Uchiha clan would also get involved in this. Normally, Jiraiya obviously wouldn't have agreed, but he was forced to agree by his sensei to draw Uchiha clan closer to the village in order to maintain the stability of the village. Now everything is messed up. Although Uchiha Kiyomi failed the test, Sasuke passed the test and was selected. On the other hand, Niji and Hinata didn't even have the opportunity to take the test, which made it difficult for Jiraiya to explain to Kuroto. After thinking for a long while, Jiraiya couldn't come up with any solution and shook his head. Forget it, it can't be helped. Let's just reward him some another time. At this time, Sasuke returned. Niji quickly hid the disappointment on his face, and congratulated Sasuke with a forced smile. Sasuke, congrats, you finally obtained such a powerful summon. Hinata and Kiyomi also congratulated him. Congratulations Sasuke-san. Sasuke Unai-chan congratulations. Sasuke laughed proudly, and said, you guys won't believe it. Gamabunta can spray toad oil that augments fire-style jutsu, and he is also very good at water-style jutsu which makes up for my weakest chakra nature. He is the perfect summon creature. And added after a pause, moreover, he knows Kenjutsu, transformation jutsu, and several other shinobi techniques. I believe he is even stronger than Naruto. Okay, Sasuke, let's talk about these things after we return back to the village, said Jiraiya, interrupting Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned by Jiraiya's words, and asked doubtfully, going back so soon? Niji and Hinata haven't taken the test, right? Then he turned his head and looked in the direction where Elder Fukazaku was present until a while ago, and questioned, where is Fukazaku-sama? Jiraiya shook his head. Everything is completed. Niji and Hinata won't have the opportunity to take the test. Sasuke was taken aback and questioned, what? But why? Jiraiya explained, there can only be one successor of Mount Myaboku from a generation. This is the tradition of Mount Myaboku. Since you passed the test, there won't be any test for others. What? Sasuke was stupefied and felt guilty. He immediately looked at Niji. Niji shook his head with a bitter smile. It can't be helped Sasuke, and I don't blame you. Had I or Hinata-san passed the previous trial, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. This isn't your fault. Sasuke lowered his head and said in a guilty tone, but if you took this test before me, maybe you would have passed and summoned Gamabunta. Jiraiya scolded Sasuke, don't be stupid Sasuke. It was your destiny to come to Mount Myaboku and pass the test to sign the summoning contract with Gamabunta. This is both an honor and a responsibility that you have to shoulder in the future. Since Sasuke passed the test and was accepted by Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya has recognized Sasuke as his successor. So, his attitude and tone of speech changed, and he started to treat Sasuke as his disciple. Sasuke didn't expect to hear such words, and quickly nodded, yes, I understand. With that out of the way, Jiraiya brought the 4 kids back to the Konoha village and after sending Niji and Hinata back to the Hyuga clan, he took Sasuke and Kiyomi to the Uchiha clan. Patriarch's mansion, Hyuga clan. After the return of Niji and Hinata, Hayashi, Hisashi, and Kuroto gathered and asked the two about the details of their trip to Mount Myaboku. Feeling the concerned gaze of the patriarch, his father, and sensei, Niji felt ashamed of himself, and said tremblingly, I am sorry. I failed to sign a summoning contract. Hinata also said timidly, I also failed. Both Hayashi and Hisashi sighed, and a trace of disappointment flashed in Hayashi's eyes. Especially at Hinata, she had the opportunity to go to 2 of the 3 unexplored sage regions, and she failed both times. Contrary to Hisashi and Hayashi, Kuroto was much calmer. The moment he saw Sasuke being part of the trip, he knew that there would be some unexpected changes at Mount Myaboku. After a while of silence, he instructed Niji, tell me everything that happened at Mount Myaboku, every detail. Niji nodded and told everything. From the moment of arriving at the Land of Toads, to meeting Elder Fukazaku, then meeting the Great Toad Sage Gamamaru, the Senjutsu trial after that, and the test later. Sigh, it was bad luck this time, muttered Hisashi after he heard the reason for Niji and Hinata's failure. Kuroto chuckled, bad luck? Do you really think that's the reason? Feeling the mockery in Kuroto's tone, Hisashi looked at him doubtfully, and asked, is there any other reason? Kuroto folded his hands over his chest, and said lightly, Gamamaru, leader of Mount Myaboku, has the ability to see the future of some individuals. The reason Uchiha Sasuke was selected, is not because he passed the stupid test, it's because Gamamaru saw something in Sasuke's future, and felt that Sasuke was more worthy to invest compared to the other kids. Niji was stunned, sensei, wasn't that the arrangement of fate? Kuroto chopped Niji's head, and said, I have already told you several times not to believe in something as stupid as fate. Everything is in our hands as long as we make ourselves capable enough. Since the people of Mount Myoboko rejected the Hyuga clan, there is no need for us to think about them anymore, said Hisashi with a helpless expression. Kuroto nodded. Forget it. It's not that big of a deal anyway. The contract with Mount Myoboko was just an opportunity. It doesn't matter all that much. Then stood up and left. Hearing Hisashi and Kuroto's words, Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. The children's trip to Mount Myoboko is undoubtedly another disastrous defeat for the Hyuga clan against the Uchiha clan. Whether in terms of prestige or overall strength, the Uchiha clan firmly surpasses the Hyuga clan. Even in the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Kiyomi's performance is starting to overwhelm Niji and Hineda's performance. It won't be wrong to say that in recent years, except for the time when Kuroto was chosen as the principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy over Uchiha Shisui, the Hyuga clan has always been surpassed by the Uchiha clan. This streak of continuous defeat has severely affected the status of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. These days the residents of Konoha no longer consider the Uchiha and Hyuga clans on the same level. And now that Uchiha Sasuke has signed a summoning contract with the Toad of Mount Myoboko, one of the 3 unexplored sage regions, it is foreseeable that the gap between the two clans will continue to widen in the future. Faced with such a predicament, Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, can't help but get more and more annoyed. After leaving the mansion of the patriarch, Kuroto was on his way to the Ninja Academy, and Niji silently followed him. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but was hesitating to speak. Seeing Niji's behavior, Kuroto guessed his thoughts, and said, I have already told you several times, not to hesitate when speaking your thoughts. Just speak what you want, what's there to hesitate? Niji raised his head, and asked, Sensei, can the great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboko really foresee the future? Can he really see the destiny of other people? Kuroto nodded lightly, yes. A disappointment appeared in Niji's eyes as he heard Kuroto's reply, and asked another question, this time in a very low voice. If the great Toad Sage can foresee the future of others, and he chose Sasuke based on his future that Gamamaru-sama foresaw, then, does that mean my future? It's not as bright as Sasuke. Since Niji learned about Gamamaru's ability to foresee the future from Kuroto, this thought has been plaguing him. You worry too much, Niji, said Kuroto, and added, for one, Gamamaru seems to make vague predictions, and he seems to see scattered fragments of the future. And just because he can predict the future of some people doesn't mean that he can predict everyone's future. Not to mention, the future he predicts may not be so accurate. Sensei, you don't need to comfort me, said Niji in a saddened tone. Hearing Niji's words, Kuroto remained silent. If it were a normal situation, Kuroto won't say such words. He is very clear about Gamamaru's ability to predict the future, and it's beyond accurate, there is no doubt about it. However, that is only under normal circumstances. This world is no longer normal. Kuroto's presence in this world has completely changed it over and over again. The most important thing is that Gamamaru might not be able to foresee Niji's future at all. When Kuroto last met with Miroka, she told him that the presence of Ryamayaka had affected the flow of natural energy around him, making it impossible for anyone to foresee his future. In other words, Ryamayaka has the ability to shield clairvoyance abilities. If you think about it, clairvoyance is just an advanced application of natural energy. Anyone who has an advanced level of control over natural energy should be able to foresee the future after some training. However, there is a catch, they can only foresee the future of individuals, not the world itself. Here Ryamayaka comes into play. Ryamayaku, after all, is a cluster of natural energy, and since Kuroto carries such dense natural energy with him, and has formed a contract with it, so he is considered part of nature itself, making it impossible for anyone to foresee his future, and Gamamaru is no exception. Since Niji is Kuroto's disciple, Niji's destiny is deeply connected with Kuroto. If anyone tries to foresee Niji's future, Kuroto is bound to be involved, making it difficult for others to foresee Niji's future as well. That's why, Kuroto believes that when Gamamaru tried to foresee Niji's future, he shouldn't have seen anything, making him believe that Niji is nothing special. Of course, this is what Kuroto thinks. Obviously, he can't tell these things to Niji. Niji continued, even if our future was uncertain before, that's no longer the case. And the great Toad Sage might not be wrong about Sasuke's bright future. Sasuke's talent is no worse than mine, and after he signed the summoning contract with Mount Myoboko, he not only obtained a powerful summoning beast, but also got entry to Mount Myoboko. And now that he can go there whenever he wants and train Senjutsu of Mount Myoboko, the difference in our abilities will become more and more apparent, over time. After Naruto, who always ranked last, mastered the Senjutsu, his strength increased by several levels, and he could put up a fight against the Jonin-level shinobi. Just think about how strong Sasuke will become if he masters the Senjutsu. At this rate, I don't even have the opportunity to compete against Sasuke. All of this has nothing to do with the hard work, it all comes down to fate. Kuroto chuckled, does that mean you have accepted defeat? I just don't see any hope of surpassing them in the future. Naruto has the inheritance of Ryokai Cave, Sasuke has the inheritance of Uchiha clan and Mount Myoboko, and me, what do I have? Just a pair of Byakugan locked in a cage? Sensei, I don't see the way forward, said Niji, with an expressionless face. Kuroto didn't interrupt Niji. He allowed Niji to speak his doubts, and when Niji finally stopped, Kuroto asked, "Answer me, Niji, are Ryokai Cave and Mount Mayaboko so great that you even lost your fighting spirit? What's so great about them? What's so great about Mount Mayaboko and Ryokai Cave?" Niji didn't know how to answer Kuroto's question. In Niji's understanding, Kuroto should know the meaning of Mount Mayaboko and Ryokai Cave better than him, therefore, he couldn't figure out why Kuroto asked such a question. And before Niji could answer him, Kuroto asked another question, "Gurga and Gamabunta, do you think they are strong?" "Sensei," this time, Niji was taken aback, and quickly replied, "Sensei, maybe you haven't seen Naruto's summon Gurga, and Sasuke's summon Gamabunta, both of them are strong summons." At the time of combat assessment at the Forest of Death, Kuroto arrived only after Gurga left the scene, therefore, Niji thought that Kuroto had never seen Gurga, nor has he even seen Gamabunta, so he doesn't really know how strong the two of them are? Hearing Niji's question, Kuroto chuckled, "Is that what you think?" and turned his eyes towards the horizon. It was already evening, only the afterglow of the setting sun was visible on the horizon, and the bright moon loomed in the sky. Staring at the looming moon, Kuroto said lightly, "Whether Mount Mayaboko or Ryokai Cave or Shikotsu Forest, these places are nothing compared to." Before Kuroto could complete it, suddenly a lot of noise came from the other side of the corridor. Kuroto paused and looked in that direction only to find the trainees of Niji's class coming towards him. The ones leading the trainees were none other than Sasuke and Naruto, while the other trainees like Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Kiba, and the others followed the two. They seemed to be arguing something and looked extremely excited. Kuroto and Niji were confused. Soon, they came closer to Kuroto, and greeted him with a respectful bow. "Good evening, sensei." Kuroto nodded lightly, "Good evening." Then asked curiously, "What are you kids doing?" Sasuke quickly replied, "Sensei, I am going to challenge Naruto." Hearing Sasuke's answer, Kuroto couldn't help but think, it has only been a few hours since he signed the contract at Mount Mayaboko, and now he has rushed to challenge Naruto. It seems Sasuke is really in a hurry to restore his reputation. And turned towards Naruto. Naruto held his hands at the back of his head and seemed carefree about the entire situation. It was as if he didn't take Sasuke's challenge to heart. Naruto seemed to have confidence. Seeing Naruto's indifferent and carefree expression, Sasuke snorted, "Humph. I am going to beat the crap out of you today." Naruto smirked, "Just try. I am not afraid of you." For a moment, sparks appeared before Sasuke and Naruto's eyes, fighting intentions were clearly visible. The students behind the two were either supporting Naruto or Sasuke. Seeing the heated atmosphere, Kuroto said, "Well, that's good to know that you want to challenge Naruto, however, you don't have to come to me for that. The Ninja Academy doesn't prohibit challenging others, so how come all of you are here?" Sasuke hurriedly replied, "The Academy's training field would be too small, and we won't be able to use everything, so we want to go outside the village or to the Forest of Death. Sensei, please give your permission." "Oh, so that's the case," muttered Kuroto in realization. It requires the principal's permission for the trainees to step outside the village or to go to the Forest of Death, so it makes sense that these children are here. Sasuke and the others nodded, "Yes." Kuroto waved his hand, "Go, but don't run too far." He had no reason to stop them. As for the matter of their safety, Kakashi and Shisui were following these children from the shadows. Even Itaka seemed to be keeping an eye on them with his crows, so there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, Kuroto immediately agreed to Sasuke's request. Seeing that they got the permission, Sasuke's face brightened, and he thanked Kuroto. "Thank you, sensei." After that, he turned towards Niji, who was quiet for the entire time, and said, "Niji, you also come with us." "Me? Let's forget this time, maybe next time." Knowing that Sasuke and the others were going outside the village, Niji understood that they would definitely use their powerful summons, so he refused without thinking about it too much. Niji is very clear that his current self can't fight Sasuke and Naruto, both of them seem to have surpassed him, so there is no point in fighting and embarrassing himself. Naruto, who couldn't read Niji's thoughts, was confused, and asked, "Why?" Sasuke also stared at Niji with a doubtful expression. As Niji was about to give an excuse, he saw Sasuke and Naruto's expressions and realized that the two of them weren't inviting him to spar, rather, they were inviting him to watch them spar, just like the rest of the children behind them. Knowing that he had mistaken their intention, Niji was embarrassed. At the same time, he felt bitter in his heart. Before the combat assessment of the Forest of Death, Niji was considered one of the top two, even Sasuke had to be extremely cautious against him, and now, Sasuke doesn't seem to think the same anymore. Kuroto guessed Niji's embarrassment, and said to Sasuke and Naruto, "You kids go first, Niji will catch up later, I have something to discuss with him." Knowing the sensei-shisho relationship between Kuroto and Niji, Naruto and Sasuke nodded, "All right sensei," and then excitedly went towards Konoha's gate. After everyone had walked away, Niji sighed quietly, and said to Kuroto, "Sensei, thank you, if not for your help, I would have made a fool of myself." Kuroto shook his head, "I didn't do that just to save you from embarrassment, I really have something to tell you, so come with me." Then without giving Niji any opportunity to think, he picked up Niji and disappeared from the Ninja Academy. Whoosh! In just a few flashes, Kuroto crossed the outer wall of Konoha and brought Niji to an open grassland. Looking at his surroundings, which changed in less than a second, Niji was taken aback, and exclaimed, So fast." Niji knew that Kuroto was fast, however, to what extent, he realized only now. In the blink of an eye, they were outside Konoha, and this is not a joke? Can shinobi really be so fast? Before Niji could ask his doubt, Kuroto looked at him, and asked, do you really want a summon? Recalling the scene from a while ago, Niji nodded, although, I don't want to be left behind by Sasuke and Naruto. I don't want to put you through that embarrassment again, sensei. I am sorry. Kuroto nodded, if that's the case, then he bit his thumb, and while forming the hand signs, he said, there is no need to ask anyone's help. Niji was confused by Kuroto's words, and recognizing the order of hand signs, he was surprised. Sensei, do you have a summon too? I guess you can say that, said Kuroto, and shouted, summoning jutsu. Poof! Instantly, white smoke surged, covering the surroundings. The sky was already dim, and as the white smoke billowed up, the surroundings immediately darkened. What is strange is that, even after the smoke disappeared, the surroundings still remained dark. Niji was confused for a moment, and as he felt a behemoth-like presence behind him, he was taken aback. Sensei. Because it was already dark, and the presence appeared behind Niji, so he wasn't able to see the behemoth-like existence for a moment. However, he was able to sense the sudden appearance of a very strong oppression from behind him. This sense of oppression was not inferior to Gamabunta and Gurga that Niji had already experienced. Taking a deep breath, Niji turned around and looked above as he saw the appearance of the creature, and couldn't help but mutter in astonishment, It's so big. It's a giant creature that appeared behind Niji, with a humongous body not inferior to the size of Gurga and Gamabunta. It has a pair of sharp tusks, a messy mane, and several scars on its body. The wild boar is none other than Okinabuta. But, how could a wild boar? Niji was at a loss. He couldn't figure out how could a boar be so big. The giant wild boar lowered its head, and while exhaling hot air from its nostrils, it looked lazily at Niji, then looked around, wondering how it got here. The pressure produced by the light exhale of the giant wild boar caused Niji to take a step back. He can't help it. He is nothing but an ant in front of the giant wild boar. Of course, even if overwhelmed, Niji didn't particularly feel threatened. This is because he noticed that although the boar looks ferocious and not someone you would want to mess with easily considering its wild mane, scars, and large body, he didn't show any particular killing intent. Rather, the wild boar appeared to be lazy and confused about something. At the same time, Niji could sense a very familiar chakra inside the wild boar. Therefore, his instincts didn't warn him of any danger, and this greatly surprised him. Not only Niji, but even Kuroto, who is standing on top of the wild boar, is also quite surprised, and muttered, well, Buta, who would have thought that you would grow this large? Kuroto had expected it to grow relatively large, but he didn't expect that it would grow this big in such a short period of time. In the beginning, when Kuroto first saw Okinabuta in the Forest of Death, its size was only as big as a wild baby boar. It didn't even reach his knees, but half a year later when he saw the wild boar again, it seemed to have become the final boss of the Forest of Death, and it was affecting the food chain of the Forest of Death, which left Konoha with no choice but to issue a mission of eliminating it. Kuroto saved the boar from death and transported it somewhere else, to a more dangerous forest in the Land of Fire. Unexpectedly, Buta preserved there and continued to grow in size and strength. The next time Kuroto met it was after his battle with Sasori when Buta helped him escape that battlefield. After that, Kuroto didn't see it for quite a lot of time, and the last time was after the death of Miko-same. At that time, Buta was already as big as a house of several floors. And now that Kuroto has seen Buta again after a few years, he has grown as big as a hill. The speed that Buta has displayed in growing its size is really amazing. Right now, its size is not inferior to Gamabunta and Gurga, some of the most powerful and large creatures of the unexplored Sage regions. Of course, even if Buta's size has grown, its IQ doesn't seem to have changed all that much. It still appears to be somewhat dull, as it has yet to figure out how it appeared in the middle of nowhere. Sighing slightly, Kuroto tapped the head of Buta with his feet, and called out, Hey Buta, don't tell me you still don't understand what's going on. As soon as it heard that familiar name and familiar voice, Buta's eyes widened, and sensing the presence of Kuroto on top of it, he jumped up and down in affection. Boom, 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 boom. As Buta jumped up and down in affection, the whole ground shook. Looking at the giant boar jumping up and down in front of him, Niji was horrified as he struggled to stand and not fall. The entire grassland was shaking as if an earthquake had come. He couldn't figure out what caused the boar to suddenly jump up and down. All right. I get it, you are happy to see me again, said Kuroto, and warned, but calm down, or I'll send you back. Kuroto's warning caused Buta to calm down, and after that Kuroto observed it carefully. He could see a lot of scars on its body, meaning this guy continued to cause a lot of trouble wherever it went, and as a result, it suffered a lot. Of course, Kuroto also discovered that the scars on Buta's body were quite old, meaning that it has been a while since he got injured seriously. This implies that in the past few years, Buta hasn't had any difficulty prey, and thought, he must have gotten quite strong. With such a thought, Kuroto activated his Byakugan and observed the chakra flowing through Buta's body. He was quite surprised to find a huge reserve of Tenseigan chakra in Buta's body that seemed quite strange to him, and he couldn't help but think, this is quite weird. Unable to figure out the exact problem, Kuroto put his hand on Buddha's back and drew some chakra out of its body. After drawing out enough chakra, he played with Buddha's chakra as he tried to learn what was going on. And it didn't take him long to figure out the problem. Back when he was learning to create poisons, Kuroto tested all his poisons on the young Buddha, and after he was done with that, Kuroto rewarded Buddha by forcibly opening the network of chakra veins in its body. Although the process was very painful for Buddha, the result that appears now seemed to be worth the effort and suffering. In fact, Kuroto never imagined that his actions back then would produce such a fruit. The fact that Kuroto opened Buddha's chakra veins using his Tenseigan chakra caused Buddha to gain a chakra type with characteristics of Tenseigan chakra. Although the density of Tenseigan chakra in Buddha's body is very dilute, it is there. Of course, this is not the best part. The best part is, over the course of years, the Tenseigan chakra in Buddha's body fused with the natural energy in its body, which caused the dilute Tenseigan chakra to mutate and produce a new type of a very strong chakra. No wonder it could continue to survive. Heck, I never imagined that Buddha had such adaptability to natural energy. But now that I think about it, it does make sense. How else could it continue to survive all those deadly poisons and injuries? Having such a high healing factor is impossible without a reason. It seemed Buddha was a little adept to natural energy, and I never figured it out because I couldn't sense natural energy at that time. But to think that the little guy from back then could fuse natural energy with the Tenseigan chakra, although you are a dumb guy, it seems you are also one of a kind genius, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. It must not be forgotten that fusing natural energy and Tenseigan is a very difficult task. Even Kuroto has not been able to accomplish it so far, but Buddha did. If this doesn't make Buddha a genius, then what else does? Well, I guess I have found a way forward, muttered Kuroto, and thought, of course, I'll focus on that later. First let's solve the problem that I came here for. As he disappeared from his place and appeared before Niji. Seeing Kuroto, Niji hurried to him, curiosity and anxiousness clearly visible on his face as he asked, Sensei, this boar, is it your summon? Yes. Nodded Kuroto. Kuroto's affirmation caused Niji to become more curious as he asked, how come I have never heard of it? It's just a summon, nothing to brag too much about, answered Kuroto. Just a summon. Niji was taken aback by Kuroto's casual way of referring to Buddha, and asked, just a summon? Sensei? It's so big, how can it be just a summon? Niji didn't think that Buddha was an ordinary summon. He could see a very powerful chakra inside Buddha's body with his Byakugan, therefore, he knew very well that the wild boar was definitely not just a summon, it's just a summon, nothing to brag too much about. Hearing Kuroto's words, Niji couldn't help but sigh, I am afraid only you can say this, Sensei. I don't think anyone else would be so callous about having such a powerful summon. No matter what you think about it, at the end of the day, it's just a summon, nothing more nothing less, said Kuroto indifferently. Niji shook his head and decided to not think too much about Kuroto's words and looked at the giant boar, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned towards Kuroto and asked, Sensei, does this giant boar have a name? Kuroto nodded, yes. I named it Okinabuta, and added, you can also call it Buta. Okinabuta, muttered Niji with a thoughtful expression. Looking at Niji's thoughtful expression, Kuroto said, so, do you want to make Buta your summon? Niji nodded hurriedly, I want to, but, Sensei, will it agree? And what kind of test will I have to pass in order to get the approval? Kuroto thought about Niji's question and said with a smile, congratulations Hyuga Niji on passing the test. Niji was puzzled, this makes no sense, I haven't even given the test yet. Indeed, that's true, however, I, the person responsible for taking your test hereby declare that you have passed the test, you may sign the summoning contract with the strongest and the most legendary boar in the world. Okinabuta, said Kuroto. Niji felt weird about this situation. Of course, Kuroto noticed it and asked, it feels strange, right? But think about it, something similar happened at Mount Myaboku. Kuroto's words widened Niji's eyes as he muttered in realization, Sensei, do you want to tell me that test at Mount Myaboku had nothing to do with the arrangement of fate or whatever? It's all up to the people who can make decisions. Exactly. Nodded Kuroto, then he patted Niji's head and said, remember my words. Never listen to other people when it comes to matters related to fate. I can't say for others, however, when it comes to you, your fate has always been in your hands and will always remain in your hands, no matter what others say, therefore, never accept others' judgment until your last breath. Yes, nodded Niji with tears flowing down his cheeks. Well, enough with the waterworks, now let's get down to business. If you want to sign a summon contract with Buta, then just do it. I don't have all day, said Kuroto as he took out a small scroll from his kimono and unfolded it in front of Niji. Niji swiftly and neatly completed the procedure, and after all the formalities were completed, Kuroto turned around and said to the wild boar, Buta, he is Niji, my disciple. If he ever summons you, don't be lazy and help him out, got it? I understand, master, a voice resounded in Niji and Kuroto's heads. Niji was surprised by the voice, and asked, Sensei, this voice? Kuroto nodded, although Buta cannot speak our language, it can communicate with us telepathically, and now that you have signed the summoning contract with it, you can also communicate with it via telepathy. That's amazing, marveled Niji with wide eyes. By now, Niji's depression had completely disappeared, and the former brilliance in his eyes had recovered. While stroking Buta's tusks, Niji asked Kuroto, "Sensei, what kind of ninjutsu can Buta use?" Kuroto said with a smile, "That's something you will have to explore yourself." Niji nodded, "I understand." Then looked at Buta and muttered excitedly, "With Buta, even I can." Glancing at Niji's excited expression, Kuroto said to Niji, "Acquiring Buta as a summon is fine and all, however, I want you to stay focused. At this age, you should be focused on building your base and increasing your personal strength. These summons like Buta and the others are just superficial and might not be of much help when it comes down to it." Even at Anchor Vantian, Kuroto has forbidden Gaara and Karen from using any summons, so both carry out basic training to strengthen their foundation. In Kuroto's view, young age is the best time for strengthening the foundation, and at this time, children should focus on honing their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra control. Diverting their attention on things such as summons and all would be of no benefit to them. Besides, using the summons also requires strength, and if the children don't even manage to acquire such strength, then the summons will also become useless. Hearing Kuroto's words, Niji tried to explain, "Sensei, that." Kuroto shook his head, "You don't need to explain, I perfectly understand what's going on in your mind. I too was a kid once, and I understand what you are feeling. Always being behind Kakashi and Asuma wasn't a very pleasant experience. Two of them were above the others, and this put a lot of pressure on the others, including Kuroto." Thinking of his childhood days, Kuroto added, "It doesn't matter to me what you do in regards to your friends. However, as your sensei it is my duty to make sure that you don't lose your focus and walk the wrong path. Always keep this in your mind. This time is fine, but, the next time, don't get affected by what's happening in your surroundings. Always stay focused." Niji nodded, "I will keep your words in my heart and work harder than ever." Kuroto nodded with a smile, "That's good then." With that out of the way, Kuroto decided to return back to the village. Knowing what was going on in Niji's mind, Kuroto didn't waste any time and said, "I know you can't wait anymore, so let's go back." Niji took a deep breath and said, "This time for sure. I will definitely not lose." Outside Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke were confronting each other on the open field, and the contemporaries who followed the two kids were watching the battle in excitement and nervousness. On top of a tree farther away from the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, a group of jonin including Kakashi, Shisui, Itachi, Anko, Guy, Asuma, and Kurane were standing or sitting as they watched the battle between the two kids. Looking at his hand that was injured not long ago, Asuma said with a smirk, "Shisui, don't blame me for taking sides. However, I believe that Naruto will be the winner of the battle. Don't get me wrong, I get it that the kid from the Uchiha clan is extremely talented and strong, however, that kid Naruto is just some other level shit. Even I am not confident against him. So, you should probably be ready to save Uchiha Sasuke. There is no telling what might happen if Naruto goes all out like he did the last time." Itachi said from the side, "Don't worry Asuma-san. For one, I have confidence in Sasuke. Secondly, if I see Sasuke being in danger, I will save him before it's too late. Shisui-san doesn't have to take action for such a small matter." "You," muttered Asuma in surprise. He didn't think that Itachi was capable enough to stand up to his words. Itachi may be a genius, but at best Itachi is on the same level as him, not as strong as Shisui, and Asuma believes that Itachi should understand this perfectly. Knowing that Asuma, himself isn't confident, Itachi still made such a claim, made Asuma think that Itachi is too arrogant to be able to understand his own strength. Of course, Itachi guessed Asuma's thoughts, but he didn't care about Asuma's thoughts and continued to observe the battle between Naruto and his little brother. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsunade sat on the canopy of a tree with her hands underneath her breasts, and while watching the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, she asked Jiraiya, "Is it really true?" "What?" asked Jiraiya somewhat distracted. "You know, about what you told Sensei, you plan on taking Uchiha Sasuke as your disciple, is it really true?" asked Tsunade. Jiraiya nodded, "Yes," and explained, "From what Gamamaru-sama has told me, Uchiha Sasuke will play a major role in determining the future of the shinobi world." Tsunade was surprised, and asked, "Does that make Uchiha Sasuke the child of the prophecy you have been searching for all your life?" Jiraiya shrugged, "I don't know. What I know is that Uchiha Sasuke is important for the future of the shinobi world. Since that's the case, it is my duty to make sure that I guide him on the right path. A duty that I failed to fulfill with Nagato." "I see. Still, it's surprising that Gamamaru-sama would put such importance on someone from the Uchiha clan," said Tsunade, and added, "Since you have made your decision, you have to carefully explain to Hyuga Kuroto as well. That kid is smart and not someone you can deal with easily." Jiraiya raised his eyebrow, and asked, "What makes you say this?" Tsunade said lightly, "I heard that just after the assessment of the Forest of Death, he had a dispute with the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan. The result of the dispute surprised me. Hyuga Kuroto incapacitated all the elders and walked out unscathed. What's more surprising is that this entire dispute happened in the middle of a major clan meeting where the patriarch, as well as other clansmen, were also present, and not anyone dared to do a thing to him." Jiraiya was stunned. Such a thing happened within the Hyuga clan. Incapacitating all the elders of the main family and still walking out unscathed is a big thing, therefore, Jiraiya is quite surprised upon hearing this news. Tsunade nodded, and added, not only this, but I also heard that the patriarch of the Hyuga clan has forbidden the others from trying to punish him via the caged bird cursed seal, so the main family has no effective method of punishing him, so they are a little bit wary of him. That's really something, muttered Jiraiya impressed, and questioned, do you know what caused this dispute? Tsunade said, I am not certain, but I did hear that the cause of the dispute was related to Hyuga Niji's performance in the assessment. The elders of the main family were dissatisfied with his disciple's performance and wanted to punish the child, however, Kuroto didn't allow such a thing to happen, hence the dispute. Jiraiya folded his hands over his chest, and said, this means he puts a lot of value on his disciple, otherwise, he won't go to such lengths for his disciple. Tsunade nodded with a chuckle, I guess, that's why I told you that you would have to explain it properly to him. Jiraiya sighed, I understand what you are saying, Tsunade. And added, the very reason I took the kids to Mount Mayaboku was upon his request, it was to reward him. Since Sasuke was selected instead of either of them, I thought that I would find another opportunity to reward him. The problem is, I don't know how to reward him. Tsunade said with a smile, you don't have to feel so troubled. Sensei told me about some of his plans yesterday. If the plan succeeds, then Kakashi will become the Godame Hokage, and once Kakashi becomes the next Hokage, there will be a need for an advisor council for Kakashi, and Hyuga Kuroto can be made one of the advisors. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya frowned, make him a member of the advisor council. I had the same expression as you when Sensei told me this. Huh, wouldn't that be interesting, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan being a member of the advisor council, said Tsunade with a smile. Aware of the fact that Hyuga Kuroto is a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, and seems to have developed a dispute with the main family, Sarutobi Hiruzen still plans to make Kuroto a member of the advisor council to support the next Hokage. This seems rather odd. Sandame's intention of restricting the main family of the Hyuga clan by using a Hyuga shinobi is clearly visible. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, has Sensei finalized this? Tsunade shook her head, he seems to have such intentions, as for what exactly he will do, that will depend on the situation at that time. What I can tell you is that Sensei is slowly paving the way for Kakashi to inherit the position of the next Hokage. Of course, this is not a short-term process, it will take some time. Besides, at this time, Kakashi doesn't seem to be ready to become the Hokage either. Thinking so, Tsunade looked in the direction of Kakashi. Unlike the canon, although the current Kakashi is too different, he is not lost on the path of life, he has the determination to move forward. Not only has he successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but he is also actively training 8 inner gates formation, so his strength is nothing to be worried about. The only problem with Kakashi at the moment is that he is too preoccupied with something in his mind. Unless Kakashi manages to free his mind from that, he won't be ready for Hokage. Jiraiya muttered, he too has a lot going on in his life. Everybody has, said Tsunade as she shook her head and added, but he will be free very soon. Jiraiya nodded, yes, he is Minato's disciple. Kakashi won't disappoint. Then he suddenly thought of something, and asked Tsunade, so, who do you think will win the duel? Minato's son, or my disciple? Tsunade turned her attention to the battlefield and replied, Uzumaki Naruto. Back to the battlefield. With his hands in his pocket, Sasuke looked at Naruto standing opposite him and said coldly, Naruto, I admit that I had underestimated you, however, I don't intend to give up my position of number 1 to anyone, and you are no exception. Naruto with his hands folded behind his neck said with a chuckle, what are you talking about, Sasuke? Haven't I already taken your position? Sasuke was irked by Naruto's words, and said, for a brief time yes. However, I am going to take back my spot. Don't get me wrong, you are strong all right. With your strength, it wouldn't be difficult to be number 1 in some other generation, but your luck is not good. I am also in this generation, and I won't allow anyone to surpass me. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly, then he bit his finger and said while weaving the hand signs, then I am going to show you that I have surpassed you, and shouted, summoning jutsu. Poof. With a burst of white smoke, the figure of Hyuga appeared on the battlefield. Standing on the head of Hyuga, Naruto said to Sasuke, didn't you say that you have a powerful summon as well? Bring it out. I don't believe that your summon is stronger than Hyuga. Sasuke's lips arched in a smile as he leisurely took out his hands from his pockets and while weaving the hand signs, he replied to Naruto, today I am going to show you your place, then shouted, summoning jutsu. Today I am going to show you your place, said Sasuke and shouted, summoning jutsu. Poof. Suddenly there was another burst of white smoke, and as the smoke cleared, a huge red toad appeared before everyone, and Sasuke was standing on the head of the said giant toad. Hyuga was previously seen by the children, so when Naruto summoned it again, although the children were amazed at the size of Hyuga, they didn't appear to be so excited. However, when Gamabunta was summoned by Sasuke, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so big? I have never seen a toad this big in my life. Amazing? Sasuke-kun really has a powerful summon. Humph, that's to be expected of Sasuke-kun, after all, he is the best. Come on. Naruto. Sasuke, fight, show us your strength. Yes, fight, fight, fight. The children were immediately looking forward to the battle between Sasuke and Naruto. In their opinion, size equals strength, since Hyuga and the toad summoned by Sasuke are so big, that means they must be incredibly strong, and they were excited to be able to watch the fight between such strong creatures. On the other side, as soon as Kakashi saw Sasuke's summon, he was taken aback, and muttered doubtfully, that's Gamabunta-sama, he is Jiraiya-sama's summon, how come Uchiha Sasuke signed a summoning contract with him? Asuma's initial smirk disappeared as he saw Gamabunta, and with a stupefied expression, he couldn't help but exclaim, no way, even Uchiha Sasuke. Kurone looked at Shisui on the side and said, no wonder you are not worried about Uchiha Sasuke, he went to Mount Mayaboko and signed a summoning contract with Gamabunta-sama. Shisui explained with a helpless smile, actually I did not know this either, so even I am surprised. Really? Asked Kurone suspiciously, and added, why do I feel that that's not the case at all? Shisui shrugged lightly and Kurone didn't pursue the matter. On the other side, as Anko saw the appearance of Gurga and Gamabunta, she immediately became excited, this is going to be a good show. Then said with a saddened smile, if only I had a few dango with me. Here you go. Suddenly a voice came from her side and the smell of dango wafted through Anko's nose. Anko looked to the side and noted Kuroto, who had unknowingly appeared beside her, passing a few dango sticks to her. Thank you so much Kuroto. Anko cheered and quickly took the dango sticks from Kuroto's hand as she got busy relishing her favorite flavor. She was least bothered about when and how Kuroto appeared beside her without her noticing. It happens a lot with her and she is used to it by now. Unlike Anko, the others weren't the same. They were surprised by Kuroto's sudden arrival and greeted him, Kuroto, what are you doing here? Just to see what is Gamabunta capable of, said Kuroto as he looked in the direction of Gurga and Gamabunta. Itake quickly apologized from the side, Kuroto-san. I am really sorry about what happened at Mount Mayaboko. I hope. Kuroto waved his hand at Itake and said, don't worry about it Itake, this matter had nothing to do with you or the Uchiha clan. They selected Sasuke, it's not like I can blame them for making their choice. Mount Mayaboko has the right to choose their spokesperson, and Kuroto has no right to feel offended by them just because they chose Sasuke over Niji. Similarly, Uchiha clan isn't at fault either, so he has no plans of retaliating against either of them. Of course, since Mount Mayaboko made its choice, it will have to be responsible for its choice. In the future, if Mount Mayaboko were to get attacked, Kuroto is also going to make his own choice of that time. After all, he can save only one person at a time just like they can only take one spokesperson at a time. As for whom to save, that's not for Kuroto to decide, it will be fate, decided by the wheel of destiny. As Kuroto was thinking of this, suddenly, another figure appeared on the battlefield in the distance. Everyone here was surprised upon noticing that figure. Is that Hyuga Niji? What is he doing there? We have to save him, at this rate, he will die, said Shisui, extremely worried. Kuroto shook his head, no, he has made his choice, now it's up to him. Are you out of your mind Kuroto? He is your disciple. How can you say something so cruel? What if he loses his life? Scolded Kurone. She couldn't believe that Kuroto would say this, despite knowing the disparity in strength between Niji and the two summons. Kuroto sighed, don't judge me so early. Then added, I am not going to explain. Just wait and watch. Everyone was surprised at how casual Kuroto is about all this. Knowing Kuroto, they soon realized there must be a reason behind Kuroto's confidence and eagerly looked at the battlefield. Even if eager, they were also prepared to take action and save Niji should they feel the need. Kuroto paid no mind to them and looked at the battlefield, for he knew full well that there wasn't a reason for them to be so worried. On the battlefield, standing on the head of Gurga and Gamabunta, Naruto and Sasuke spotted Niji's figure and shouted at him, Niji, you are finally here, you almost missed the duel. That means the fight has yet to start, asked Niji looking at Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto nodded, we are about to start. Then added, you should stand with Shikamaru, Lee, and the others, here you will get injured. Niji shook his head, no, I am going to stay right where I am, for I am not here to watch the duel between you and Sasuke. I am here to fight. Fight. Sasuke was taken aback, and said lightly, Niji, I and Naruto aren't going to hold back, that's why we have called our summons. You don't have a summon, you can't fight. Yes, you should stand behind, or else you will get injured, warned Naruto. Is that so? Muttered Niji with a chuckle, and said, then let me tell both of you. You are mistaken to think that I don't have a summon. I do have a summon, and a very powerful one at that. What are you talking about? Asked Sasuke doubtfully. Niji didn't answer Sasuke's question. He felt that it was better to show them than explain them, so he quickly bit his finger started to weave. Sitting on the canopy of a tree, Tsunade was puzzled as she looked at the battlefield. What's going on? Is Hyuga Niji also planning to participate in the duel? Jiraiya was also surprised, and said, he must have been stimulated by something. Then he stood up and prepared to take action. I will stop him. At this rate, he will get hurt, and if that happens, it will be more difficult to explain to Hyuga Kuroto. Tsunade was about to nod, however before she could, suddenly an explosion of white smoke occurred on the battlefield, and as the smoke cleared, a huge wild boar appeared. Looking at the humongous wild boar under Niji's feet, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were rendered speechless. That is, muttered Jiraiya, incredibly surprised. Although the wild boar was quite a distance away from them, they could still feel the incredible chakra flux around it. From just a single glance, both the Sunin could tell that the wild boar is no inferior to Gurga and Gamabunta whether they compare by size or strength. After figuring out things, Tsunade sat back, and hummed in dissatisfaction, Humph, it seems we underestimated him. What? Even Hyuga Niji? Are the children of this generation all monsters? Exclaimed Asuma in shock. He, an elite jonin, and the son of Sandaime Hokage, is a little depressed now. He lost against Uzumaki Naruto in the assessment. Losing to Naruto was still a bit acceptable, and Asuma excused his defeat with the reason that Naruto is just an exceptional case because he has mastered Senjutsu, has an incredibly powerful summon, and can also use the Kyuubi's power. However, today the bubble of his reality was burst twice, one time by Uchiha Sasuke, and the second time by Hyuga Niji. True, Sasuke and Niji may not be as strong as Naruto, however, the fact that they have such powerful summons means that defeating them would be a very difficult task even for an elite jonin like him. Thinking so, Asuma couldn't help but pinch himself, trying to wake himself up from this cruel dream. However, the pain kept reminding him that this was all real and not a bad dream. Similar to Asuma, Might Guy is also taken aback, but unlike Asuma, he isn't depressed, rather he is curious, and asks, how come Hyuga Niji acquired such a powerful summon? The source of Sasuke's summon is clear to all, however, the source of Niji's summon is a mystery. They hadn't heard of anyone in Konoha using such a giant wild boar, and Niji should have acquired it from somewhere. But for a child, not even a genin, to acquire such a summon is rather surprising. Hearing Guy's question, everyone got into thinking, but no one had the answer, except for one. Itachi held his chin thoughtfully and muttered, if I am not wrong, I have seen this wild boar before. Hearing Itachi's thoughts, Shisui asked, you have? Itachi nodded, yes. I seem to have seen a very similar wild boar, but, recalling that time, Itachi added, I am not certain if it is the same wild boar, because the wild boar I saw wasn't this big. Kuroto chuckled lightly, that's surprising. You still remember that day? Hearing Kuroto's words, Itachi immediately widened his eyes and asked, Kuroto-san, is it the same wild boar? Everyone looked at Kuroto, some surprised, some curious. Before Kuroto could say anything, Anko held his shoulders and asked loudly, Kuroto, is that wild boar your summon? Why haven't I heard about it? On the other side, looking at the giant figure not too far away, Tenten couldn't help but ask Rock Lee, do you also see what I see? Niji also has such a big summon. The surprise on Lee's face was no less than that of Tenten, and he nodded blankly, if you are seeing a giant wild boar, then I am seeing it as well. Hyuga Niji, how did you manage to get such a summon? Thought Mika with a frowned expression, as she felt the pulsing heat on her back. For someone who owns a powerful summon, she knows that finding such creatures is not easy, therefore she couldn't help but wonder. But then she thought of the identity of Niji-sensei, and realized, it must have been him through Kuroto-sama. Standing at the back of the crowd, Kiba couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. TCH, it's really unlucky to be born in the same generation as the three of them. Shino asked doubtfully, why do you think so? Kiba replied helplessly, my clan wants me to fight for the top 3 positions, but what do they know about my peers? In front of monsters like them, even surviving is more than I can ask for, let alone ranking among the top 3. Similar thoughts appeared in the minds of other trainees watching the battle. The children were either comparing the strength of the 3 summon, or trying to predict who would win among Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji. Compared to the sidelines, the atmosphere on the battlefield was a bit solemn. On the battlefield, Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji were standing on the backs of their summons, looking at each other with calm expressions, their eyes moving back and forth waiting for the other parties to make the first move. A battle between 3 people is completely different from a battle between 2 people. When it comes to a battle between 2 people, the odds of winning are even irrespective of who makes the first move. However, that's not the case when it comes to a battle between 3 people. Here, the one who makes the first move will have to fight 2 enemies at the same time, therefore, the chances of him losing earlier are also higher, and these higher chances greatly affect the flow and outcome of the battle. Feeling that the situation is troublesome, Gamabunta scolded Sasuke, hey kid, haven't I told you to not summon me unless it's something really important? Sasuke replied in a deep voice, this is important, it's a battle to regain my honor and to prove that I am number 1. Uchiha and their stupid honor. Gamabunta snorted in dissatisfaction but didn't abandon Sasuke. He carefully observed the giant wild boar on the side, then looked at the red snake under Naruto. The moment Gamabunta saw the red snake, his grip around his tanto tightened and he muttered in a deep tone of voice, encountering him is really unlucky. Undoubtedly, Gamabunta recognized Gurga. Gurga also recognized Gamabunta and said with a malicious smirk, so, you are the enemy, huh, Toad. Although extremely vigilant, Gurga showed eagerness to fight Gamabunta. Feeling Gurga's eagerness, Naruto hurriedly asked, Gurga, do you know that giant Toad? Gurga replied, he is an old enemy. Naruto nodded, then he pointed at Buta and asked, and what about that wild boar? Do you know it? Gurga shook his head, never seen it, seems to be a dumb wild boar to me, and added with saliva dripping from his mouth, I will use it to fill my stomach after I defeat the Toad. From Gurga's point of view, the only threat here is Gamabunta. As for the wild boar, it's just a dumb guy with a big body, a perfect prey that can be dealt with using just a single tail strike. With such thoughts in his mind, Gurga leaned back slightly and leaped toward Gamabunta. Whoosh! Seeing Gurga coming towards him, Gamabunta prepared to resist. However, something he didn't expect happened. Midway, Gurga changed his course and launched a surprise attack on Okinabuta with his tail. With a whistling sound, Gurga's thick tail swiftly struck Okinabuta, causing the wild boar to collapse to the ground with a rumbling sound. Boom! Wah! Exclaimed Niji. He didn't expect Gurga to be so cunning that he would suddenly change the target from Sasuke and Gamabunta to him and Okinabuta. Having dealt with one target, Gurga laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's one? Now it's your turn, Toad. Gamabunta didn't seem to be surprised. He drew out his tanto and warned Sasuke, be careful Sasuke. Got it, nodded Sasuke. Just as Sasuke nodded, Gurga twisted its body, preparing to attack the two. However, before he could, Okinabuta, who had collapsed, suddenly stood up as if nothing happened and opened its mouth wide open with the intention of biting off Gurga's tail. Feeling threatened, Gurga hurriedly leaped backward, and looked at the wild boar with a shocked expression. This boar. Gurga was really surprised that his attack didn't do a thing to the boar. What's more, troublesome is that not only did the boar seem unaffected by his attack, but it even tried to eat his tail. If Gurga was a moment too slow, his tail would have been torn off by the boar. Even Gamabunta was surprised, and muttered, it's not just a boar with thick skin. Now both Gurga and Gamabunta were vigilant of Okinabuta as well. Okinabuta snorted heavily as hot steam blew out of its nostrils, and then it kicked its hooves and charged toward Gurga, intending to tackle the giant snake with its huge body. Despite its humongous size, Okinabuta moved swiftly and quickly closed the distance between the two. But Gurga seemed to be slightly faster, and more experienced. He flexibly avoided Okinabuta's charge by leaping to the side, and after that, he sprayed out a grayish fluid toward both the enemies. Sensing the rich natural energy in the grey fluid, Gamabunta knew that it would be foolish to resist it, and immediately leaped into the air as he instructed Sasuke, Sasuke, use your strongest fire-style jutsu. Sasuke nodded, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he exhaled a giant fireball, fire-style, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Gamabunta also puffed its cheeks and sprayed out a huge amount of toad oil bullet. The toad oil fueled the great fireball, increasing its size and heat as it transformed into a jutsu of much greater power and area of effect. Fire style, Toad Oil Majestic Fireball Jutsu. The Toad Oil Majestic Fireball Jutsu seemed like a small sun as it turned everything in its path to pure ash and rushed toward Gurga and Okinabuta. Feeling the heat of the fireball, Gurga knew that he had to avoid the attack. He twisted his body, and retreated far away, as he looked at the soon-to-be miserable wild boar with a cruel smirk, and thought, I suppose I won't mind eating a cooked wild boar. Gamabunta looked pitifully at the wild boar, as he thought, it can't survive this. The reason behind such a thought is that, unlike him and Gurga, Okinabuta didn't choose to retreat, so now the wild boar has to deal with attacks from both sides. On one side was Gurga's putrefying venom, and on the other side was Sasuke's fireball that was fueled by his toad oil. Surviving such an attack is not possible even for him, let alone for a wild boar of unknown background. Everyone thought that this time the wild boar would not be able to survive. However, something they didn't expect to happened again. Rather than choosing to dodge the two attacks, Okinabuta heavily stomped on the ground, and as it did that, a bluish chakra spread out from his body, instantly covering several hundred meters around him. The area that was enveloped by the chakra started to change under its effect. The people inside the area felt something heavy grabbing them and pulling them towards the center against their will. It was like a strong attractive force that pulled everything towards it. The lighter the object, the weaker the force of attraction it felt, and the heavier the object, the stronger the force of attraction it felt. Gamabunta and Gurga, being the heaviest targets to experience the force of attraction, felt their bodies sink and get pulled towards the boar irresistibly. What the hell is happening? Exclaimed Gamabunta and Sasuke as both of them were dragged towards the giant fireball of their own making. Damn, what kind of jutsu is this? Similar doubts appeared in the mind of Naruto and Gurga as both of them were forcefully dragged towards the same fireball. Boom! Hokage building. While processing the documents, Sandaime suddenly felt an unusual golden light coming through the window and raised his head with a frown. He looked through the window and was taken aback upon finding that the sun that had set a while ago seemed to have risen again, turning the sky bright at night. That is, muttered Sandaime in shock as he realized what the new sun is. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred that shook the entire village. Even the Hokage building wasn't spared as it trembled lightly. After resisting the impact, Sandaime anxiously looked toward the source of the explosion and asked the Umbu stationed in his office, what's going on? Whoosh! Whoosh! The captain of the Umbu squad appeared in Sandaime's office and answered his doubts. Hokage-sama, a fierce battle seems to have broken outside the village. I have sent a squad to investigate. We'll soon have answers. Sandaime pondered over the captain's words, then shook his head. The degree of battle seems to be too much. I am afraid that I must go see this myself. Send people to find Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The captain nodded. Very well. And after instructing a few Umbu to complete Sandaime's task, he followed Sarutobi. At the same time as Hokage, other Kages also felt the inexplicable tremor. Gathering at the meeting hall, Tsuchikage Oniki pressed his hand on the wall. After feeling the tremors in the ground, he said, the source of the tremor is large-scale ninjutsu. Someone is fighting nearby, and the movements they are making are not small. Kazekage Pakura wondered, Konoha seems to have been attacked. The question is, whether the attacker is Shimura Danzo, or is it the Akatsuki organization? Mizukage Yagura said, it can be something else as well. Only one way to find out, said Reikage as he walked out. The other three Kage glanced at one another, and after a nod, the three of them followed the Reikage. Regardless of the identity of the attacker, they must assist Konoha in defense, because if something happens to Konoha, the era of 5 great shinobi villages will come to an end. And no one wants such a thing to happen. Outside Konoha. Not good, exclaimed Jiraiya looking at the soaring flames that turned the night sky bright red. The situation is difficult now. Jiraiya knows that he can no longer stand around to watch the show and immediately rushes towards the battlefield. These brats, they have a real death wish, muttered Tsunade in anger as she followed Jiraiya. On the other side. The battle can no longer continue, it must be stopped immediately, said Kakashi in worry as he activated his flying Raijin and disappeared from the tree. Kakashi did feel a little uneasy when he saw Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji use such powerful summons, but thinking that he has the ability to instantly save them, if something happens, by teleporting himself using the flying Raijin, he allowed them to continue. The problem is, Kakashi didn't expect that the battle would develop to such an intense level as soon as it started that he had no time to react. Whoosh! Appearing near the battlefield, Kakashi felt intense waves of scorching heat rushing towards him and had to resort to using water wall jutsu in order to protect himself, lest his body would dry instantly. Although he managed to protect himself, Kakashi didn't know how to move forward. There is a sea of fire ahead of him that showed no signs of extinguishing. Even Kakashi felt quite nervous and helpless. Just imagine how panicked the other children watching the battle would be at this moment. All the excitement on their faces had long since disappeared. They couldn't care about who would win and who would lose and chose to run for their lives. Before the battle between the three had started, they thought that they were hiding far enough. However, when the battle actually started, they realized that they were too damn close. Several children even felt like they came face to face with death. After running for a few kilometers, the group finally stopped and complained while gasping for breath. Just watching a battle can also be this dangerous when it comes to those three. Someone in the group said, I have started to have some doubts now. Are those three really human? How can they be so dangerous? Someone from the group answered, perhaps this is the definition of being a genius. Someone else added, or a monster. The others couldn't help but nod helplessly as they looked back at the battlefield in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the other jonins including Kuroto appeared beside Kakashi. Looking at the sea of fire before them, everyone's expression changed. Although all of them are jonin, however, facing such an animalistic fight between such giant creatures, all the jonin seem a little helpless. Among the crowd, only Kuroto looked indifferent. Looking at his calm expression, one might even think that everything was happening as he imagined and nothing is out of his expectations, which means he had already predicted that such an incident would happen. Although Shisui and Itachi were a little worried initially, however, when they noticed Kuroto's calm expression, both of them realized that Kuroto seems to have planned something. So, both of them suppressed their worries and silently stood beside him, waiting for his instructions. On the battlefield, Gurga, Gamabunta, and Okinabuta were fiercely fighting. Despite the sea fire that they were surrounded with, they still attacked each other. Using his slender long body, Gurga entangled Okinabuta's hind legs, and while trying to trip him, he sprayed the petrifying venom containing a lot of natural energy at him. Shush shush shush. The petrification fluid fell on Okinabuta's and started to turn his body into stone. What's surprising is that instead of resisting the petrification, he completely ignored it and tackled Gurga's body. At the same time, it stabbed Gamabunta with its long cutters, tusks of a wild boar. Gamabunta swung his short tanto to block Okinabuta's cutters. At the same time he sprayed oil to resist Gurga's petrifying venom. While the three creatures fought against each other, the three children on their backs did their best to stay alive. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji could feel that the situation is out of their control. They were powerless to interfere in the battle of Gurga, Gamabunta, and Okinabuta, and now, except for trying to stay alive, they didn't know what else to do. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade joined the group of jonins. Seeing that Kakashi and the others were only standing and doing nothing, Jiraiya was angered and scolded them. Why are you guys just watching? Stop them quickly. Not only will the three children die, but the village will also be exposed to danger. Asuma helplessly said, even if you say this, Jiraiya-sama, how do we stop them? If we act carelessly, we risk endangering the lives of the three children. It is difficult for them to approach the three children with the sea of fire surrounding them. Simple water-style jutsu seems ineffective against the sea of fire, while using stronger water-style jutsu might hurt the children. Therefore, they're extremely restricted by what they can use. What's more troublesome is that despite being surrounded by the sea of fire, the three beasts are still fighting, and stopping all three of them at the same time is not a joke. Even Cage-class shinobi cannot accomplish such a feat. Jiraiya nodded and shouted at Gamabunta, Gamabunta, stop the fight. There was no response from the giant red toad. He was too preoccupied defending against Okinabuta and Gurga's attacks and had no time to pay attention to the people on the side. Tsunade said, although these brats managed to acquire such powerful summons, they have no control over them, and added, fortunately, they are sparing effort to protect the kids while fighting, otherwise, the children would have been dead by now. Even if that's the case, we don't know how long will they continue to do that. If, by some chance, the kids get hurt, and we will have to answer to their families, said Jiraiya, and added, so let's stop this. Uchiha Shisui, let's move together. As Jiraiya called out Shisui's name, everyone looked in the direction of the young Uchiha standing behind Kuroto. For a moment, they had forgotten that Uchiha Shisui, the strongest shinobi on the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, was also with them, with Shisui helping them. Stopping this fight shouldn't be this difficult, especially if he used his Susanoo. What everyone didn't expect was that instead of immediately agreeing to Jiraiya's instructions as he should have, Shisui looked at Kuroto, as if waiting for his instruction. Seeing that Shisui was waiting for Kuroto's instructions, Jiraiya was once again surprised by his behavior. The life of Uchiha Sasuke, as well as other children, is clearly at risk. Even a moment's delay might lead to their death. It stands to reason that at such a critical time, Shisui should rush forward to rescue the children. However, the young Uchiha didn't do this. Rather, he patiently waited for Kuroto's instruction. If this was a normal time, then Shisui's behavior wouldn't be strange. After all, Shisui is vice principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, while Kuroto is the principal, so it's natural that Shisui would follow Kuroto's orders. However, this is not a normal time, and Shisui doesn't need to stick to his vice principal's duties, yet Shisui is waiting for Kuroto's instruction. This behavior is clearly abnormal. And it's not just Uchiha Shisui. Standing beside Jiraiya, Tsunade noted that even Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's older brother, wasn't as panicked and impatient as them. He was calmly standing beside Kuroto and seemed to be waiting for the young Hyuga's instruction, despite the fact that the boy's younger brother's life is in danger. Noting the strange behavior of the two Uchiha, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, as well as others, turned to Kuroto, and they were once again surprised to find that unlike them, Kuroto had no trace of anxiety on his face. He looked calm and collected and observed everything happening before him without showing any stress, as if everything was within his expectations. Just a few seconds more, and it should be done, muttered Kuroto while holding his chin. As for the question of everyone looking at him, Kuroto didn't care at all. Shisui and Itachi took a deep breath and nodded lightly. The next few seconds were like forever for everyone. Time passed second by second. For this entire duration the battle between the three beasts continued, and only after 40 seconds had passed away, Kuroto's lips arched in a smile and he instructed Shisui, "All right, it's time to stop this fiasco. It shall be done," responded Shisui as he disappeared. Whoosh! Roar! The very next instant a loud roar resounded on the battlefield as a green full-body Susanoo appeared at the center of the Sea of Fire. This was undoubtedly Shisui's Susanoo, and as soon as it appeared on the battlefield it held Gurga and Gamabunta with each of its hands, and without putting any effort it lifted both of them into the air. Gamabunta didn't resist and allowed the Susanoo to distance him from the battle. He had wanted to retreat long ago, the only problem was that he wasn't getting any opportunity to be able to do so. Now that he got one, he immediately used it. Unlike Gamabunta, Gurga wasn't so cooperative and resisted viciously. "Dem Uchiha, how dare you interrupt my battle?" He roared and tried to free himself from Susanoo, only to fail and come to a sudden stop the moment his gaze met with Shisui's. Gurga trembled in shock and fear as he found that he could no longer control his body and was at the mercy of the young Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui could do anything to him and he would be utterly helpless and unable to resist. While Shisui dealt with Gurga and Gamabunta, Kuroto, who had unknowingly appeared on the shoulder of Shisui's Susanoo, looked at Okinabuta and lightly said, "All right, that's enough, now stop." Kuroto's lightly said words seemed to have reached the wild boar's ears, and it came to a sudden stop. With Okinabuta coming to a stop, Kuroto muttered, "Well, that takes care of it." Then he looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya-sama, can you please put out the fire?" Yeah, nodded Jiraiya absent-mindedly as he recovered from the shock, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he put both his hands on the ground and shouted, "Earth style, dark swamp." And while Jiraiya dealt with the Sea of Fire, the Jonins finally recovered and couldn't help but mutter with a shocked expression, "St. Stop so quickly." Everyone had similar thoughts in their mind as they looked at Shisui and Kuroto. Ignoring everyone's shocked expression, Kuroto looked at the three shocked children, and questioned in a cold tone, "Was this the duel you children had in mind when you came to me for permission?" Kuroto's cold tone made the kids nervous and panicked. For one, the children had yet to recover from the shock and injuries, and on top of all that Kuroto's question. Yes, despite all the protection they were given by their summons, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji are indeed injured. Naruto's arms seem to be broken and his hair seems to have been burnt in various parts. Sasuke seems to have lost an eyebrow and is bleeding from his left thigh, while Neji's situation isn't any different as he has also suffered burns. Looking at their own states, and the state of the surroundings, the three children realized that they had caused some serious trouble and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Kuroto's gaze. Noting their silence, Kuroto said, "The three of you just acquired powerful summons and started to show off. What is the result of all this? The answer is right in front of you all. The three of you don't have the slightest control over your summons. Compared to acquiring power, it is more important to know how to use it, and when to use it. If you don't know this, then not only will you hurt yourselves, but you will also hurt your allies." Neji apologized, "Sensei, I am sorry." With Neji taking the lead in apologizing, Naruto and Sasuke also followed. "Kuroto-sensei, we are sorry." Having experienced the frightening battle, all three understood that they were powerless and, therefore, had no control over their summons. In such a scenario, if they were to use their summons, then it would simply be asking for death. Looking at the three children with frightened and apologetic faces, Kuroto said, "I hope you won't forget this lesson." And added, of course, just because I forgive you doesn't mean the three of you will not be punished. The three of you will be responsible for cleaning the entire ninja academy for the next 3 months. I will inform Iruka-sensei of your punishment as well. Am I clear? Yes, the 3 children nodded with a dejected expression on their faces. Good, nodded Kuroto, and said, now go and send those 3 back to their homes, and return back to the village. The 3 kids nodded and went towards their summons. Watching them do as he instructed, Kuroto nodded in satisfaction. He knew very well that if the 3 of them didn't suffer, then they wouldn't learn their lesson. That's why, Kuroto didn't save them immediately, allowed them to suffer, and also punished them with cleaning duty for the next 3 months. This had nothing to do with him trying to save 3 months of cleaning charges, this is for their own good. Yes, this is necessary to make sure that they don't repeat the same mistake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, with the sound of breaking through wind, several figures arrived on the battlefield. These people are none other than Sandaime Hokage and his umbus. Of course, there are also several other Konoha shinobi with them who rushed to the scene knowing that a battle has broken out here. As this group of shinobi arrived on the battlefield, they noted the 3 behemoths. Seeing 2 familiar creatures, everyone was surprised. Sandaime himself was confused and asked Jiraiya, what's going on? Jiraiya sighed and explained everything to Hiruzen. Upon learning the ins and outs of the matter, and realizing that the previous commotion was caused by a duel between 3 children and their 3 gigantic summons, Sandaime was speechless and scolded the 2 Sunnins for allowing such a thing to happen on their watch. Jiraiya and Tsunade apologized with helpless expressions. We are sorry. Actually, they weren't. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly and called Kuroto. Kuroto, the trainees are prohibited from engaging in such dangerous duels in the future. Kuroto nodded with a smile. Don't worry Hokage-sama, I allowed this once in order to teach them a lesson. There won't be any similar case happening in the future. I hope so, said Sarutobi as a loud cracking sound resounded on the battlefield. Everyone, including Kuroto, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was just the sound of petrification wearing off from Okinabuda's body. It is not uncommon to be able to resist petrification caused by natural energy, but this doesn't mean resisting the invasion of natural energy is an easy task. Seeing that the wild boar was able to do so with such ease, Jiraiya was genuinely surprised. Sandaime was the same, and asked Kuroto with a serious expression, Kuroto, how did Niji obtain such a powerful summon? On the other side, upon learning that this entire fiasco was caused by a bunch of kids showing off their summons, the 4 cages stopped. Hovering in the sky, Tsuchikage held his hand behind his aged back and muttered in a melancholic tone of voice, I envy Hokage. There is no end to the emergence of talent in Konoha. It truly is a cradle of geniuses. Hearing this from the mouth of Tsuchikage, who lost much of his village not long ago, the other cages couldn't help but sympathize with him. In fact, it wasn't just Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, all had similar thoughts in their mind. All of them envy Hokage. In this era when each of their villages had suffered massive terrorist attacks, they all understand the impact caused by the deaths of youngins. The future of the village is affected by the deaths of the young ones. And no village is spared from this fate except Konoha, that, despite suffering numerous enemy attacks has no end to the emergence of talent. After the matter was resolved, the group of Jonins except for Kuroto returned back to the village together. On the way back, Asuma recalled the strange scene from a while ago where Shisui waited for Kuroto's instruction, and couldn't help but ask him, Shisui, the situation was so dangerous back then, why did you wait for Kuroto's instruction? Shouldn't you have stopped those 3 creatures immediately? Walking beside Guy, Kakashi looked at Shisui with a thoughtful expression, waiting for the young Uchiha's response. It wasn't just Kakashi, the other Jonins such as Kurane, Guy, and Anko also cast curious glances at Shisui. Although that moment was very short, it left a deep impression on everyone. It is well known that Shisui and Kuroto have a good friendship, however, no one imagined that Shisui would obey Kuroto's instructions to such an extent that he would put Kuroto's instruction on higher ground compared to the life of the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This can no longer be explained with just friendship, this is how superiors and subordinates operate? It is as if Shisui is completely loyal to Kuroto, and he puts Kuroto's instruction above everything? True, Shisui works under Kuroto as the vice principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, but that doesn't make him Kuroto's subordinate. He doesn't need to be so loyal to Kuroto. What's more, Shisui is considered to be the strongest ace on the side of the 5 great nations against Akatsuki. Having such strength, Shisui doesn't have to follow Kuroto's instructions at all, yet he does, making others wonder why. Faced with everyone's doubts, Shisui answered with a sheepish smile, since Kuroto-san was present with us, there was no danger, to begin with, and I only needed to follow his instructions. Asuma was confused, and asked, what do you mean? Shisui shook his head, and answered, I mean I have trust in Kuroto-san's judgment. Since Kuroto-san wasn't worried, it just meant that there was nothing to worry about. You really trust Kuroto, don't you? Said Asuma, and asked in a casual tone, what if, one day Kuroto asks you to deal with the Uchiha clan, what will you do? Kakashi said with a frown, Asuma, this is no longer a joke. Asuma pouted and shook his head apologetically. He too realized that he asked something that shouldn't be asked in any situation. But he can't help it. As the son of Hokage, he really wants to know Uchiha Shisui's stand. Shisui is the strongest shinobi in Konoha. His stand is very important because of various reasons. Although the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan is no longer as sharp as it was after the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, the distrust still exists and there are no signs of it disappearing. It was only because of the huge external pressure that had prompted the two sides to put aside their differences and compromise with each other. Although this compromise worked and the internal struggle disappeared, the problem wasn't resolved from the root. Unless the fundamental problem is solved, the distrust will not disappear, and unless the distrust disappears, the conflict may erupt at any unexpected turn of events. The main reason for the contradiction is still the same as it was a decade ago, the throne of Hokage. 4 Hokages have appeared in Konoha so far, yet none of the Hokage comes from the Uchiha clan. As one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha must have a Hokage, yet they don't. Although the Uchiha clan is calm and silent for a few years, the desire to have their clansmen become the next Hokage has not disappeared. What's more troublesome is that in this era, the Uchiha clan has thrown off all the other shinobi clans of Konoha. This has led many people to believe that the next Hokage will definitely come from Uchiha clan. No one can stop this from happening. But the Hokage faction is unlikely to give the position of Konoha's next Hokage to the Uchiha clan. Both sides have their intentions quite clear, and this can once again cause a conflict between the two sides. In such a situation, Uchiha Shisui's stand is very critical. Therefore, Asuma wants to know, which side will Uchiha Shisui stand on if there is a conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan? Faced with Asuma's unexpected question, at first, Shisui was taken aback and said with a chuckle, "Asuma-san, you really know how to joke. Kuroto-san will never instruct me to do something of this sort." Then he paused, and continued with a solemn expression, "But if he does give such an instruction, it would mean that no other option is left, and if that's the case, then I will trust his judgment and follow the order." "You, what?" Asuma was taken aback by Shisui's response. For a moment he even wondered if he heard it incorrectly. It wasn't just Asuma, Kakashi and the others were also stunned. Shisui's words imply that between the village and the clan, he would undoubtedly choose the village. But before they can give any response, they realize that Uchiha Itachi is also present beside Shisui. Who is Uchiha Itachi? He is the heir of the Uchiha clan. The very clan that Shisui would eliminate if there is a need. Realizing that the heir of the Uchiha clan is also with them, Asuma was worried. I shouldn't have asked such a question from Shisui in Uchiha Itachi's presence. He didn't even dare to imagine the consequences if this conversation reached the ears of the Uchiha patriarch. It won't be just the Sarutobi clan, even Uchiha Shisui and his father will be put under extreme pressure. Of course, he won't be spared either. The Uchiha clan will start to target him too. Asuma felt that he should resolve this matter as just a joke, and wanted to talk to Itachi about it. However, before he could say anything, Itachi suddenly raised his head and said in a determined tone of voice, "If it reaches that point, I too will help Shisui-san." Everyone. In the next few days, the topic of discussion in the village was the little duel of the academy students. The information about Uchiha Sasuke signing a contract at Mount Myaboku spread all over the village. Not just Sasuke, but the news about Hyuga Niji acquiring a giant summon also spread like wildfire. Everyone was discussing the 3 rising stars of Konoha and their powerful summons. The villagers were curious to know which of the 3 summons was stronger. Some believed that it would be the giant red snake, some favored the toad, while others sided with the wild boar. As for who exactly is the strongest? That's something we might never know. As this topic continued to ferment in the village, the atmosphere on the grounds of Hyuga started to become weirder and weirder. Hyuga clan. Several members of the branch family had gathered and they were discussing the matter of Niji's summon. Did you know? That wild boar was given to Niji by Kuroto-sama. I didn't know that Kuroto-sama had such a powerful summon. I have never seen him use it before. That is true. Perhaps, he never felt the need to use it. Maybe, but do you know, the main family is very upset in regards to Niji's summon. Why are they upset? It was given to him by Kuroto-sama, and Kuroto-sama found the summon himself. They had nothing to do with it. At this time, a cold voice came from behind. "Humph, what are you people discussing?" Hearing the cold voice from behind, the clansmen of the branch family turned around and realized that the one who spoke just now was not someone else, but Elder Aoyama, one of the elders of the main family, who was humiliated by Kuroto in the clan meeting a week ago. Not good, thought one of the branch family members as he noted Elder Aoyama's mood. Angered Elder Aoyama coldly looked at the 4 clansmen and scolded them. "You people were speaking ill about the main family, your masters? Have you forgotten that it is a crime? Where did the courage to speak about us in this way come from? If it was in the past, they wouldn't have dared to talk anything about the members of the main family, whether good or bad, but since Kuroto humiliated several elders of the main family in the previous clan meeting, all the members of the branch family felt a little proud, and not so afraid anymore, which is why they dared to not only talk about the main family but even criticized them. All the members of the branch family immediately bowed their heads and apologized. "Please forgive us Aoyama-sama, it was just a slip of the tongue." But Elder Aoyama didn't calm down because of the apology, rather, he became angrier and slapped all 4 members of the branch family. Slap, 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 slap. The shrill sound of slaps resounded on the streets as the attention of various people turned towards the scene. Elder Aoyama felt that he needs to make an example to keep everyone in control. Since that clan meeting, everyone is trying to step out of their limits, and now a few servants dare to talk ill of them. It's all because of him, thought Elder Aoyama in anger, even that summon. The reason behind Elder Aoyama's anger is not just the humiliation he went through, it's also related to the matter of the giant summon that Kuroto recently gave to Niji and the chaotic fight that took place outside the village after that. Reasonably speaking, the fight between the three children a few days ago was not a bad thing for the Hyuga clan. After all, one of the children was Niji, a member of the Hyuga clan. The absurd chaos created by Naruto, Sasuke, Niji and their summons can be regarded as the demonstration of the strength of the Hyuga clan. However, Elder Aoyama was not happy about it at all. This is because the more he thought about it, the more he realized that something is wrong with all of this. Kuroto had such a powerful summon for so many years, but he never informed the main family. Moreover, he didn't pass the summon to the heir of the main family as he should have, rather he chose another member of the branch family, that too without the permission of the patriarch. This is very disrespectful to the main family. Elder Aoyama was already dissatisfied with Kuroto because of the humiliation he was put through by him. On top of that, if something of this sort happens, it is natural for him to be angry. Among the 4 members of the branch family that were slapped by Elder Aoyama, 3 begged for forgiveness, however, 1 didn't. It was Hyuga Aoki, sitting in a wheelchair with a cloudy expression. Noting that Aoki hadn't yet apologized, Elder Aoyama once again became angry, and shouted at him, "Have you not realized your sin?" Although Aoki was fuming with anger, he restrained himself with a deep breath and apologized, "Please forgive me. Despite the sin you and your brother committed, the only reason you are still alive is because of our kindness. But you are so shameless that instead of being grateful, you are talking ill about us behind our backs. If I knew that you would be just like your useless brother, I would have put you through the same fate as him," scolded Elder Aoyama. At the mention of his brother, Aoki raised his head abruptly, and said while gritting his teeth, and shouted in anger, "Don't you dare mention Aoba in front of me." Aoki's sudden burst startled Elder Aoyama, and he roared, "You ungrateful filth! How dare you speak to me in this manner? The one who should be grateful is you, for I didn't kill you. Don't you dare speak anything about him, you are not worthy enough," said Aoki, taking heavy breaths, trying to restrain him. Sensing murderous intent in Aoki's eyes, Elder Aoyama immediately weaved the hand signs and activated the caged bird cursed seal. "I'll show you." As soon as the cursed seal was activated, Aoki fell off the wheelchair and started to cry out in pain, rolling over and wailing. Aoki's cry resounded through the grounds of the Hyuga clan. The cries were noticed by the people of the Hyuga clan as they rushed to this place. One of the people who arrived at the scene is Hisashi. Coming over, he saw the scene of Aoki wailing and crying in pain at the feet of Elder Aoyama. Guessing what went down, Hisashi begged Elder Aoyama, "Aoyama-sama, please spare him. Aoki is already disabled and cannot bear this pain. At this rate, he will die." In response, Hisashi only got a cold snort. "Humph," as Elder Aoyama said indifferently, "ungrateful filth like him is better off dead. The Hyuga clan doesn't need disobedient people like him." Seeing that Elder Aoyama doesn't seem to have any intention of forgiving Aoki, Hisashi had no choice but to persuade Aoki. "Aoki, whatever you have done, admit your mistake and apologize to Aoyama-sama. Don't try to resist the main family, you'll be dead at this rate." "Then, so be it. I would rather choose death," said Aoki in a determined tone. Although he was wailing and crying in pain, he refused to beg for mercy. To him, death would be better than begging for mercy from a member of the main family. Hearing Aoki's words, Elder Aoyama's expression changed. The indifference once again changed into anger as he said in a vicious tone of voice, "A trash like you is trying to go against the main family? Do you think you are Hyuga Kuroto?" Elder Aoyama was fuming in anger. One Hyuga Kuroto is already more than he can swallow, and now even a cripple like Aoki is trying to challenge the authority of the main family? This made Elder Aoyama more furious. But Aoki also seemed to be determined and steadfast, and he refused to beg for mercy. No matter how much pain Aoyama tried to inflict on him with the caged bird cursed seal, Aoki did not give in. Seeing that Aoki had no intention to beg for mercy, killing intent started to brew in Elder Aoyama's eyes, and he decided that it would be best to kill a traitor like Aoki. Hisashi saw through Aoyama's thoughts and hurriedly interfered. "Aoyama-sama. Aoki is a cripple and he has lost his mind. Please don't be like him and make any rash move." Hearing Hisashi's words, Aoyama noted the gloomy expression on the faces of all the branch family members surrounding him and realized that it won't be a wise move to kill Aoki at this time. With this in mind, he restrained his killing intent, deactivated the caged bird cursed seal, and decided to punish Aoki in some other way. As he announced, Hyuga Aoki is guilty of disobedience and disregard. As punishment, he will be imprisoned in the underground dungeon for the next 3 years. Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed the branch family members around him to send Aoki to the underground dungeon. Although the matter with Aoki was dealt with, Elder Aoyama was still angry and stormed the patriarch's mansion. "Hayashi, this can no longer go on. We cannot allow Hyuga Kuroto to do whatever he wants," said Elder Aoyama. Hayashi frowned as he listened to Elder Aoyama's words. This top has been discussed more than the ones within the main family, and he is already tired of listening to the complaints of elders in regard to Kuroto. His response has been the same, and he didn't plan to change it as he said with a sigh, haven't we discussed this more than once? Hayashi, don't you see that Hyuga Kuroto is challenging the authority of the main family, said Elder Aoyama, dissatisfied with Hayashi's response. Hayashi shook his head, I know Kuroto-kun, he wouldn't do something like challenging the authority of the main family. That's so out of his character. Out of character or not, he is doing it right as we speak, shouted Elder Aoyama, and added, he may not be doing it directly, but he is indirectly influencing others to challenge the authority of the main family. Just a while ago, that cripple dared to direct his killing intent on me. Hayashi was taken aback, and questioned, you mean Aoki? Who else could it be? Replied Elder Aoyama. Thinking of what happened a while ago, he was once again furious, and said, who do you think gave that cripple the courage to rebel? It's all because of him. Hayashi was really surprised. In his opinion, Aoki is like a transparent person who neither interferes with the affairs of the clan nor does he interact that much with anyone. Why would someone like him, who has nothing to do with anything, do something of this sort, and too so suddenly? Aoki's prison cell, underground dungeon, Hyuga clan. It was a small cell with an area of about 9 meters square, closed from 4 sides with 2-meter walls. The only point of entry and exit was the small barred opening on the roof. Sitting in his wheelchair, Aoki looked at the full moon through the small opening on the roof, and sighed lightly, hey. All traces of anger, resentment, and hesitance had disappeared from his face, his heart had calmed down and his expression had also become clear. Aoki has finally accepted his reality. It turns out that no matter how I much try, I really can't be like them, I just can't. I wonder why did I even try in the first place? With such thoughts in his mind, Aoki recalled the event that changed his life forever. It was during the latter stage of the Third Great Shinobi War. Konoha was winning on all 4 fronts all thanks to the efforts of Yellow Flash, and it was predicted that the war would soon end. At that time, he and his brother Aoba were assigned to the front line. Their main task was the protection of the only son of one of the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan, who was going to the front line. Normally, the children of the main family don't go to the battlefield, especially not to the front lines. However, the Third Great Shinobi War was a war like never before. It caused a heavy loss of manpower. Although Konoha was winning, however, all was not well. Protecting itself on all 4 ends, Konoha lacked human resources, therefore the Hyuga clan had no choice but to send even the children of the main family to the front line. After arriving on the front line, they were assigned a small mission. It was a simple reconnaissance task. The mission was completed without a hitch thanks to their Byakugan, and they were on their way back to the camp to submit the report. That's when it happened. They discovered the kidnapping of the disciple of Yellow Flash. Kirigaku Shinobi were planning to do some serious damage to Konoha by sealing the 3-tailed turtle inside her and releasing it when she returns back to the village. Knowing the harm that the 3-tailed turtle can cause to Konoha, they knew they couldn't just sit back and watch. They had to do something. And so, they decided to save the girl. Of course, they weren't going to act recklessly, so they discussed for a while and split into 2 teams. Aoki took charge of staying back and keeping a track of the Kirigaku Shinobi, while his brother and the child of the main family were tasked with bringing reinforcements. The plan was perfect. Konoha's camp wasn't too far, so it was definitely plausible. All Aoki had to do was not lose the track of Kirigaku's shinobi, which was an easy thing to do with his pair of Byakugan. And so, they split into 2 teams. But who would have thought? Their plan had one major flaw, and that's something they only realized by the time everything was over. Aoki doesn't understand how they did it, but Kirigaku shinobi spotted the 3 of them a long time ago, and just after they split into 2 teams, and it was just him, hundreds of Kirigaku shinobi appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. The other team, consisting of his brother and the child of the main family, were also attacked. Surprising thing was, these shinobi were extremely weak, so they were easily dealt with. However, their numbers were never decreasing. It was as if they had no end to them, and continued to come at them. The 3 of them could only deal with so many, but there was no end to Kirigaku shinobi. By the time reinforcements from Konoha arrived, all the damage was done. He was crippled, his brother was injured but alive, and as for the child of the main family, not only was he dead but one of his Byakugan was also stolen. This was a scandal. When the news about this incident reached the main family of the Hyuga clan, the main family was furious. The one to bear the brunt of everything was he and his brother. Aoki and his brother tried to explain everything. The failure wasn't his or his brother's fault, they were doing what was necessary. They were trying to protect the village, but they were outnumbered. But the main family didn't listen to them at all. They were adamant about punishing the 2 of them for their failure to protect the members of the main family and the secrets of the Hyuga clan. He was still fine, after all, his legs were seriously injured and he had lost the ability to walk, so he was only imprisoned for 3 years, but his brother wasn't the same. His brother was executed for the failure. It's not that his brother didn't try to resist, however, he was powerless to do so because of the caged bird. After his brother's death, Aoki's spirit collapsed. He was consumed by anger and a desire for revenge against the main family. He knew that he himself is powerless against the main family because of the existence of the caged bird, so he planned to use others and thus he became a traitor. He tried to use Kimigaku's greed in an attempt to cause harm to the Hyuga clan. Although the plan for Hyuga Hineda's kidnapping failed because of the intervention of Amatsukami, Aoki didn't give up and continued to look for opportunities. After he stole some books from the forbidden library of the Hyuga clan, Aoki learned a very important secret about the main family and the caged bird. Upon learning that secret, Aoki became hesitant. The secret was about the true purpose behind the existence of the main family and the caged bird. Although Aoki hated the main family and caged bird, he didn't want to destroy the entire Hyuga clan, especially the children of the branch family. They were innocent and had nothing to do with his hatred. So, Aoki decided to keep his hatred within and decided to end it with him. Besides, when he had stolen the books from the forbidden section, he had already killed the elder who was responsible for the execution of his brother, so part of his revenge was completed, and he no longer wanted to create trouble for the branch family. With such intentions, Aoki restrained himself and started living a normal life. He would talk with his fellow clansmen and tried his best to integrate with them. Revenge and other things were no longer on his mind. This is why when Kuroto continued to look for the traitor of the Hyuga clan, he found no one for so long. Aoki believed that he was happy now, and he didn't need to care about his past thoughts. But that's the thing, he believed that he was happy, but is he? The clan meeting a few days back changed everything. Hyuga Kuroto's outburst changed everything. Aoki admired Kuroto for the kind of courage Kuroto showed at that time. More so, he really liked Kuroto's intention of protecting Niji, a member of the branch family from the wrath of the main family. Of course, Aoki only admired Kuroto, he had no plans of supporting him or anything, nor was he influenced by Kuroto. But who would have thought that that's only what he believed? When Elder Aoyama slapped him along with the rest of the branch members, all the anger, the suppressed desire for revenge and all the negative emotions once again surfaced. At the same time, Aoki also realized that he had been strongly influenced by Kuroto's actions. He can no longer bear the scolding and humiliation. This is why he thinks that he can't be like them, like the rest of the branch members who can swallow the anger and humiliation. Well, at least I tried. But I suppose it's time to stop with this stupid facade, thought Aoki as a relieved smile appeared on his face. As Aoki made up his mind, the sound of footsteps resounded from the roof, and not long afterward, Hizushi appeared on the other side of the metal bars. He looked at Aoki through the bars, and said, "Aoki, you did something foolish today." Aoki remained silent. Hizushi wasn't surprised, and sighed, "You don't have to worry too much. I have talked with the patriarch. When the matter subsides, you will be released. Until then, stay peaceful, and try not to do anything." Aoki smiled, and said, "My sentence is being shortened," and asked, "Is it because Patriarch doesn't consider me much of a threat due to my disability?" Hizushi tried to answer, but he didn't know how to explain. Hizushi used Aoki's disability as an excuse in order to persuade Hayashi, and Aoki's disability is the only reason his sentence is being pardoned. Hizushi didn't need to answer. Aoki saw through his hesitation, and said in a sarcastic tone, "I guess I should be grateful to you, Hizushi-san." Hizushi sighed, "Just don't make things difficult." Aoki chuckled, and asked as looked at Hizushi, "Say Hizushi-san, don't you hate Patriarch?" Hizushi frowned, "What do you mean?" Aoki explained, "The two of you are twin brothers. And in my understanding, you are obviously stronger than him, yet he is the Patriarch, not you. Why? Because of the stupid rules of the main family? Just because he is only a few seconds older than you, he is the Patriarch, while your entire life is limited to serving him because of that caged bird. If anyone was in your position, he would hate Patriarch, right?" Hizushi shook his head, "There is no use thinking about these things." "Right," said Aoki, and added in an aggressive tone, "I really pity you, Hizushi-san. You are imprisoned to such a degree that you can't even express your hatred towards them. But you know what? All your efforts, the efforts of your son, everything is in vain. In front of caged bird everything is useless. We are all prisoners, and we can never escape this destiny. We can try to resist it, just like Hyuga Kuroto did, but we can never escape it, even he can't." Hizushi was seriously confused now, and questioned Aoki, "What are you trying to say?" Aoki took a deep breath, as he said, "That's a very good question. What am I trying to say, huh?" and muttered, "I don't know. I just know that I can't become like you, and I have resigned trying to be. This is not just in my fate. Don't talk nonsense about fate and belief. Just live the rest of your life peacefully. Living is the most important," said Hizushi, trying to calm down Aoki. Aoki chuckled, "Yes, you are right, now I am going to do just that. I will not resist anymore." And added, "But you know what? You made a mistake. He made a mistake too. He should have killed me when he had the chance. Now there is no going back." As he said these words, Aoki's eyes became extremely clear. It's as if he knew what he had to do now. Hizushi was getting a very bad vibe from Aoki. He started to panic, and questioned, "Aoki, what are you trying to do?" Aoki looked at Hizushi and said with a twisted smile, "What can a cripple like me do, Hizushi-san?" As the turmoil caused by the summons gradually came to an end, the atmosphere at the Konoha Ninja Academy returned to the days before the combat assessment. Whether the trainees who acquired powerful summons, Naruto, Sasuke, or Niji, or the trainees who have yet to acquire any powerful summons, Shikamaru, Lee, Sai, and the others, all of them suppressed their desires and focused on training themselves and increasing their personal strength. Except for a few children with very poor talent, almost all the trainees have mastered the basics of shinobi arts. An average student of Ninja Academy has mastery of 3 basic ninjutsu, knows the basics of chakra control, and has a basic understanding of combat arts. The exceptional ones have even begun to learn skills like tracking, stealth, assassination, and other advanced techniques that are generally taught to them by the captains of the squads they are assigned to. Compared to canon, where the trainees were required to master only the 3 basic ninjutsu in order to graduate, the trainees of this timeline have come a long way. In Kuroto's expectations, the average graduate of the academy will be several times stronger and more skilled compared to their canon counterparts. This remarkable progress made by the Konoha Ninja Academy has been observed by the higher UPS of the village, and they are very happy to see this progress, especially in troubled times like these. And this is also the very reason why, despite causing trouble from time to time, no one tries to bother Kuroto. After all, children of all backgrounds are enrolled in the academy, and no one wants to create trouble for Kuroto and affect the future of their children. But of course, there are a few exceptional ones. These exceptional ones can also be called the foolish ones, for they don't understand what they are getting themselves into, as we will see now. Knock, knock. A brief knock came from the other side of the door of Kuroto's office. Well aware of the identity of the person who knocked, Kuroto didn't even bother to raise his head, and simply said, "Come in." With Kuroto's permission, the door was opened, and it was none other than Shisui who came in. Noting that Kuroto doesn't seem to be too busy, by busy Shisui means that the one present in the office was not a shadow clan of Kuroto, Shisui walked closer and reported, "Kuroto-san, Mizuki is not accepting the transfer." Hearing Shisui's report, Kuroto raised his head with a frowned expression, and asked, "He refused to follow the order?" Shisui nodded. "Well, that's correct, Mizuki is being transferred from the Ninja Academy to some other department." Which department to be exact? Kuroto neither knows nor cares, because Mizuki's transfer had nothing to do with him. It was Hokage-sama's order, and he just passed the document to Shisui and left the matter on the young Uchiha's capable shoulders. As for the reason behind Mizuki's unexpected transfer, well, that's something Kuroto knows. Mizuki's actions in the combat assessment were witnessed by everyone. As soon as he encountered the members of Akatsuki, he ran away, leaving behind children in danger. Sandame felt that such a person who would abandon their fellow villagers in times of danger was not suitable to teach at the academy and chose to transfer him. Therefore, after the matter of assessment and related issues came to an end, he sent Mizuki's transfer order. Kuroto had no opinion on this, and simply signed the transfer as he left the matter in Shisui's hands, but who would have thought that Mizuki had the courage to defy Hokage-sama's order and refuse to leave the Ninja Academy? Kuroto couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder what brought him such courage." At Kuroto's question, Shisui took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I received a message from one of the members of the police force. Recently, Mizuki had a secret meeting with Elder Aoyama of the Hyuga clan." "That's an odd combination," muttered Kuroto with a frown. Shisui nodded. "Exactly. They met up in a private room at the old tea house, and discussed something for about 15 minutes. Do you know what they discussed?" asked Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Shisui shook his head. "No, it was risky for that guy to spy on a Hyuga, especially on an elder, so he didn't do that." Kuroto nodded. "Fair enough." Then said, "No matter, instruct Itaka to keep a watch on the two of them. Mizuki and Elder Aoyama couldn't have met up for no reason. Whatever they are planning, I don't want to deal with it. If it has nothing to do with me, then I will leave them alone, and if it has anything to do with me, I would prefer to nib the bud before it takes root." Shisui nodded. "I will pass the message to Itaki." Since the last clan meeting, the situation within the Hyuga clan has become quite delicate. Although the Hyuga clan is still the very same Hyuga clan on the surface, internally the situation is different altogether. The recent incident with Aoki is direct proof. Moreover, how can those arrogant elders swallow the humiliation? Hisashi has informed him that those elders are planning something in order to deal with him. Perhaps this meeting with Mizuki is part of their plan, as Mizuki might play some role. To be honest, Kuroto doesn't care too much about their small movements. They can't really do any harm to him. He is free of the caged bird. The only person they might think they can use to harm him is Yui, but they won't be able to do anything to her either. Kuroto has taken sufficient measures. So, whatever they are planning is going to be useless. In fact, if Kuroto wants, he can easily put an end to this fiasco. But that would attract attention, which is something Kuroto doesn't want. Unless he is compelled, Kuroto doesn't want to do anything to the Hyuga clan. Of course, this doesn't mean that he will completely ignore them. If they really dared to do something to him or to Yui, then he would purge them and take control of the clan. With that decided, Kuroto left the matter to Shisui and continued with his work. Night, Kuroto's home. Back home, Kuroto continued the study of the Yin Seal. After research and development, Kuroto has finally completed the development of the Yin Seal. Now that the development is completed, it's time to jump to the next phase, that is, using it. But the thing is, Yin Seal not only revolves around all the chakra meridians of the body, but it also affects the most sensitive and fragile part of the human body, that is the brain. No matter how confident Kuroto is in his Funjutsu skills, he wouldn't dare to directly use Yin Seal on his main body. That's too risky. If something goes wrong, then his main body would be damaged irreparably. For others, this is a serious problem and they might be willing to take the risk of using Yin Seal on themselves. However, for Kuroto, this is not a major trouble. After all, he has a lot of clones hanging around in his laboratory. Apart from the chakra clones that have been developed and cultivated, there are other clones as well that are just floating in capsules. They can be used for testing the Yin Seal. I guess I will put those clones to some use, muttered Kuroto as he left a shadow clone in the village and came to Anchorvantian. Anchorvantian. Arriving at the floating fortress, Kuroto didn't directly go to his laboratory, rather, he went to the area where Karen and Gaara live and checked up on Karen's state. She had a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon transplanted to her and wanted to see its state. Kuroto-sama, muttered Karen in confusion as she looked at Kuroto looking at her. Kuroto patted the young Uzumaki's head, and asked, "How have you been? I am sorry I haven't been able to visit more often. I think I am doing fine. With these eyes, I don't need to rely on my spectacles anymore," replied Karen. Kuroto nodded, and asked, "Did you notice anything unusual about these eyes?" Karen pondered for a while, and then replied, "Well, I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes I feel that these eyes have their own thoughts, which is strange." "Own thoughts, huh?" muttered Kuroto and then asked, "It's as if these eyes are alive, right?" Karen nodded, "Yes, exactly." Let's see," said Kuroto and explained, "There are two main reasons why you feel as such. First, you are not the biological owner of these eyes, so they are a bit repulsive towards you. Second, the visual prowess of these eyes is very strong, therefore, they have indeed gained certain alive characteristics." "I see," muttered Karen. Kuroto nodded and took a step closer to observe the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. But this time, he was checking using his Byakugan dot. After observing the pair of eternal Mangekyo sharing Karen's eye sockets, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter with a frown, "This is a bit strange." Karen got worried by Kuroto's frown, and asked, "Kuroto-sama, what's the matter? Is something wrong with these eyes?" Kuroto was too busy thinking that he didn't answer Karen. Since Karen can feel the living characteristics of the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon so early, it can only mean that the pair of eyes has recovered the visual prowess. However, this is quite strange in his opinion because the time it took for the pair of eyes to recover the visual prowess is less than his prediction. Before he took these eyes from Danzo, these pair of eyes were only a step away from evolving into the Rinnegan. If Kuroto had delayed a second, then another pair of Rinnegan would have taken birth in the shinobi world, but he made it in time and gouged out these eyes at the right time and interrupted their evolution. This sudden interruption of the evolution caused a heavy injury to the pair of eyes. The injury would have been irreparable if it was a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, and in that situation, it would have been better to just destroy these eyes. Fortunately, these are eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and their visual prowess would be restored over time. But the thing is, restoration should have taken a lot of time because of the injury. Despite Karen being responsible for the restoration, it would take at least 5 to 6 months for the eyes to recover their lost visual prowess as per Kuroto's expectation. Unexpectedly, it's only been 2 months or something and the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon has already recovered to the point of being able to make Karen feel its alive characteristics. He could only attribute the result to Karen's special physique, and thought, it seems that with the increase in Karen's physical strength, her ability to heal others has also improved. Seeing Kuroto silent, Karen became more and more nervous. She held Kuroto's sleeves, and asked, "Kuroto-sama, did you find something? Is something wrong with these eyes?" Kuroto recovered from his thoughts. I was distracted for a second and shook his head and replied to her with a smile, "No need to be nervous." Karen asked, "Does that mean there is nothing wrong with these eyes?" Kuroto nodded, "Pretty much," and added, "I was just surprised that these eyes recovered their lost visual prowess much faster than my prediction." Karen nodded, "I see," and asked in a puzzled tone, "This isn't a bad thing, right?" Kuroto said, "Yes, it's not a bad thing," and added, "But here's the problem, since these eyes are recovering their lost visual prowess faster than my expectations, you won't be able to perfectly adapt to them in time, and soon they will start to affect you." This. Karen was stunned. Kuroto smiled and shook his head. This is pretty normal considering that this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon was obtained through unconventional means. It is like a byproduct of the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual that Danzo went through. Since it is a byproduct of that ceremony, it contains the obsession of almost all the shinobi who were part of the ceremony including Danzo who was its prime user. This is why controlling this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is much more difficult compared to the orthodox pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, especially for Karen who is but a child. Kuroto had planned to train Karen slowly so that she could adapt to these eyes over time, but since they are recovering faster, his plans are affected, which is a little problematic. But all is not bad. Since these pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon are recovering faster, this also means that the Rinnegan can be created earlier than he initially planned, and now he will have to reformulate his plans. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Karen. He is a little worried that these changes of plans will put a lot of toll on her. Perhaps Karen felt Kuroto's concern and smiled at him, indicating that she'd be fine no matter what. She has the determination. To Karen, being helpful to Kuroto is the most important. She doesn't care about the consequences. Seeing Karen's smile, Kuroto patted her head. If Karen has the determination, then Kuroto is ready to go through and start to reformulate his previous plans as per the current circumstances. As per Kuroto's own understanding of things, there are 2 ways to create the Rinnegan using the resources he has in his hands. The first method is the forced absorption of visual prowess from the other pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon to trigger the evolution of Dojutsu. This is the method Shimura Danzo was trying to use to evolve his eternal Mangekyo Sharinon into the Rinnegan. The second method is the transplantation method, which involves the fusion of the yin-yang chakra. Karen will be the source of Yang Chakra and the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan will be the source of Yin Chakra. These Yin and Yang Chakra sources will fuse over time and give birth to the Rinnegan. Of the 2 methods, the first method will obviously take less time and will be easier, but at the same time, it is more risky and dangerous compared to the second method. On the other hand, although the second method will be more time-consuming and laborious, it will not be as risky and dangerous. If he didn't have Karen, Kuroto would have chosen the first method, but since he has Karen, so the second method is his choice. Besides, a difference of a few months will have no impact on his plans. Kuroto is not in immediate need of Rinnegan, so has all the more reason to go with the second method. After making up his mind, Kuroto looked at Karen. Karen muttered, "Kuroto-sama." Kuroto rubbed Karen's head, and said with a smile, "Well, since this pair of eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan has almost healed from the injury and is close to recovering its lost visual prowess, it's time to replace this pair with another pair of eyes that I have. Those eyes are also injured and require healing. Are you fine with changing the eyes?" Karen nodded quickly, "Yes, I have no problem." With that, Kuroto took Karen to his laboratory and started the eye transplantation operation on her. In less than 15 minutes Kuroto completed the eye transplantation operation, changing the pair of eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan in the eye sockets of Karen. After cleaning the surgical tools, he asked Karen, "How do you feel?" Karen spent a few minutes, and replied, I don't feel anything, these eyes seem to be the same as the previous ones." Kuroto nodded, "That is natural. These eyes are similar to the ones you were using until a while ago." And added after a pause, "Oh, and one more thing, similar to the last time, these eyes are also in a dormant state because of the exhaustion of visual prowess. It will take some time for the visual prowess to be restored." Karen nodded, "I understand." Then she paused and asked, "Kuroto-sama, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead," replied Kuroto, while sealing the other pair of eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan inside a scroll. Karen thought about it for a while, and spoke, "Kuroto-sama, initially, you transplanted a pair of eyes, and once they were healed, you changed them with another pair. You have given me those eyes, and then changed. It's not just because you want them to be healed, right?" Kuroto blinked at Karen's question, and couldn't help but think, she has indeed become sharp. He wasn't upset or anything, and replied with a smile, "Yes, my purpose is not just the recovery of eyes, there is a lofty goal behind doing these actions." He paused here and said, "If you are interested in knowing then I don't mind telling you. I am actually carrying out preparation for the synthesis of the Rinnegan." "The Rinnegan," muttered Karen, ignorant of what Rinnegan means. The Rinnegan. Being aware of Karen's lack of knowledge, Kuroto explained what Rinnegan is to her. "So, the Rinnegan are the eyes of the Sage of Six Path." She was highly surprised. She didn't think that Kuroto-sama planned to create something so incredible and admired him more. Kuroto smiled at her excitement, and explained, "For the synthesis of Rinnegan, I need someone who has high chakra reserves, can provide Yang chakra, and is trustworthy. You are the only one besides me who fulfills all these requirements, therefore, I have chosen you for this." Then he paused and asked, "So, what do you say, do you want to help me?" After a while of silence, Karen asked, "Kuroto-sama, is Rinnegan important to you?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes. I require it for something." Hearing Kuroto's answer, Karen nodded, "Since Rinnegan is important to you, then I will definitely help you. I will do my best in synthesizing it and I will return them to you for sure." Kuroto rubbed Karen's head, and said, "It's true that I need the Rinnegan, however, I can't use it considering what my purpose is." "Huh? What do you mean Kuroto-sama?" asked Karen, stunned and confused. After pondering for a while, Kuroto felt that it was necessary to tell her his purpose, and explained, "The reason why Rinnegan is known as the greatest of 3 dojutsu is that aside from granting incredible power to its user, it also grants them the ability to reverse life and death. That is the ability I need." "Reverse life and death," muttered Karen. She seemed a little stunned, but as the realization dawned on her, she became panicked, and asked, does that mean you are?" Kuroto rubbed Karen's head and said, "Don't worry, I am completely fine right now, it's related to the future." And explained, "In the new future, I will be doing something very dangerous. That something is full of uncertainty and even I am not sure if I will be able to survive. In fact, there is a 90% chance that I will fail and end up dying." Although Kuroto has a lot of expectations from the Kekki Genkai absorption ritual, this doesn't mean he isn't afraid of failure. Even after he has gained a lot of knowledge after witnessing 2 ceremonies, he is still not completely assured of success. After all, the ceremony in Kuroto's mind is way more dangerous than what Hiriko and Danzo went through. Unlike those 2, he wants to become the true god, just like Kagaya, and that is not easy. It is the qualitative change of life, not something one can achieve in the earlier stages of the ceremony. In the millennium-year-long history of the shinobi world, except for Kagaya, there has never been another person to have achieved true godhood. Even Kagaya's 2 sons, the Sage of Six Path and Hamura, haven't achieved true godhood. But Kuroto wants to do it. However, it is very dangerous and he might end up dying in the process. Karen was anxious now, and asked, "Since it's so dangerous then please don't do it. If something were to happen to Kuroto-sama, then." Kuroto shook his head, "I can't stop. I have to do it. No, I must do it. This is the pursuit of my life." Tears started to flow from Karen's eyes, and she tried to persuade Kuroto, "Please. Kuroto-sama. Kuroto just smiled and shook his head. I can't, and added, and you don't need to be so anxious. Am I not already preparing a countermeasure to my failure? No amount of preparation can give him the confidence that he will succeed. Therefore, he needs the Rinnegan, a dojutsu capable of reversing life and death, and bringing people back to life. With Rinnegan, Kuroto can be brought back to life, and once that happens, he has another chance to undergo the ritual. After learning from the mistake of the first attempt, he can make all the necessary changes so that he definitely succeeds on the second attempt. The Rinnegan, muttered Karen in realization. Kuroto nodded. If I were to fail and end up dying, I would need someone to use the Rinnegan and bring me back to life. I see, it makes sense. Nodded Karen, and said, then please leave this task to me, I will definitely bring you back to life. Kuroto flicked Karen's forehead to interrupt her and said, don't be so eager to reply, first hear all the details. Although Rinnegan can reverse the cycle of life and death and bring people back to life, however, it's not free of cost. The price is the user's own life, which means that if you were to bring me back to life, it would be at the cost of your own life. At the cost of my life, muttered Karen, somewhat afraid. Kuroto nodded, yes, and asked, so, tell me, are you willing to sacrifice your life for me? She stammered, a little afraid initially, but as she thought more about it, all the fear disappeared and she nodded with a resolute expression, I will. For Kuroto-sama, I will do anything. For Kuroto-sama, who means everything to me, I am willing to do anything, even if that means sacrificing my own life to bring you back to life, said Karen as the hesitation on her face changed into determination. Hearing her words and looking at her expression, Kuroto nodded lightly, thank you. However, he then turned around and said to her, don't be so hasty in answering me, we still have a lot of time, therefore, I want you to think about it deeply before giving me your answer. Karen shook her head as she put her hand on her chest and said, I have already made my decision, I don't need to think abo. Kuroto interrupted Karen before she could complete her words. No, even if you have made up your mind, and even if you think that you don't need to think about it more, I still want you to think about it, he said and added after a pause, I know you are not an ignorant girl, however, you don't understand what death is like, and what it is like to face it when it knocks on your door when you are not completely ready. Therefore, deeply consider your choice before giving me your answer. Karen was startled by Kuroto's words and lowered her head. While keeping his back towards the young girl, he added, you don't need to feel pressured. True, you are my best option, but this doesn't mean that you are the only option that I have. Even if your answer is a no, it won't have any major impact on my plan, so take your time and seriously think about it. Kuroto doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of Uchiha Madara. All the backhands he left behind were pretty useless. Nagato didn't follow the path Madara intended for him, and Obito didn't complete the responsibility that Madara assigned him before his death. If not for Black Zetsu, Madara wouldn't have revived in the shinobi world. He doesn't want to experience a similar situation as that reckless Uchiha Madara, therefore, he has been upfront with Karen about all this and didn't hide anything. And this is exactly why even if she has made up her mind, he didn't accept her answer right away and gave her time to think about it. Besides, there is also a possibility that Karen won't have to die. Having a deeper understanding of yin-yang, as well as the creation of all things, Kuroto feels that the cost of bringing someone back to life may not necessarily be the caster's own life. Just think about it a little, after all, Rain Tensei is just a ninjutsu, and if it's a ninjutsu, then the cost of using it must be chakra. How come the caster's own life comes into the picture? This is not some exchange of life, it's just a ninjutsu, so the cost must not necessarily be the caster's own life. Take Nagato's example for instance. Nagato revived all the shinobi he killed in Konoha by using Rain Tensei no Jutsu. If the cost of reviving someone is one's own life, then how come Nagato revived so many and only sacrificed a single life? This doesn't make any sense. After all, if the deal was a life for a life, then for reviving so many, he should have sacrificed equivalent lives, right? But he didn't. His own life was more than enough. So, if it's not a life for a life, then is it the weight of life? But this isn't possible. True, Nagato was important, but Kakashi was equally if not more important than Nagato, not to mention other Konoha shinobi. Therefore, it cannot be the weight of life either. Since it's not a life for a life, and it's not the weight of life either, there is only one option left, and that is the requirement of chakra. This makes the most sense since Rain Tensei no Jutsu is a ninjutsu, and a ninjutsu requires chakra. Now the question is, if the requirement is chakra, how come Nagato died? The answer is very simple. Nagato didn't have enough chakra reserves to bring back all the people, so he used his life force to make up for it, and that resulted in his death. Although this is just a conjecture, Kuroto feels that he is right on this one. And if his conjecture is correct, it means that Karen won't have to exchange her soul in order to revive him. As long as she has enough chakra, she should stay alive. This is why, even if Karen denies sacrificing herself, Kuroto's plan won't be affected to a certain degree. But I have already made up my mind, she thought with a firm expression as she looked at Kuroto's back. True, she doesn't understand what death is like, however, she understands what is it like to lose your loved ones and never see them again. She lost her mother at a very young age, and if not for Kuroto to bring her here and give her a new life, perhaps she would have been the same as her mother. For Karen, Kuroto is everything, her master, her teacher, and her father, so no matter what, she doesn't want to lose him, nor does she want anyone who is dear to Kuroto to feel the same sense of loss she once felt. Therefore, she is determined to sacrifice herself if it's for Kuroto's sake. Even if Kuroto has told her to consider once again, her mind has already been made up and it won't change no matter what. Unaware of Karen's thoughts, Kuroto sent her back and focused on other things. Well, I suppose using this clone should be fine, said Kuroto as he took out one of the unselected Earth clones whose gender was male. Since he has already decided which clone to cultivate and use for the Earth Chakra nature, the other Earth clones are pretty useless. Kuroto wants to use these useless Earth clones to test the Yin Seal. After transferring his soul into the Earth clone, he slowly got up from the operating bench and got used to the new body. Making sure that all the chakra nerves were working properly, Kuroto unfolded the scroll of the Yin Seal that he redesigned and started to seal it on this body. Vomit. He coughed out a lot of blood and collapsed on the floor. He was lucky to have transferred his soul to another clone body just before collapsing lest he would have died. Now in another clone body, and have identified one of the mistakes, the first thing he did was to revise the seal. Then he looked at the damaged clone and muttered to himself, using these clones is really the best idea, if not, my main body would have been damaged irreparably. He was really glad to have so many clones to test the Yin Seal until it is perfected. With such intention, Kuroto reattempted the modified Yin Seal. But the second try also resulted in failure. He wasn't disappointed or frustrated because of the failure, and continued reattempting and testing the seal with a single thought in his mind: failure is the mother of success. Sigh. With a tired sigh, Kuroto took out the 13th clone and placed it on the test bench. This is the 5th day since he started testing the Yin Seal. Despite having revised the Yin Seal as per the standards of a male body, Kuroto faced a lot of unexpected hurdles while testing it. This is why the testing phase has dragged on for so long and consumed so many clones, and yet it hasn't been completed. Of course, the effort of so many days and the destruction of 12 clones didn't go to waste. Kuroto feels that he is very close to completion. So without any delay, he reattempted the Yin Seal. As per his expectations, this time things went smoothly. From the initial sealing process to the extraction of chakra, there weren't many hurdles and everything proceeded without any twists and turns. After a while, Kuroto, still controlling the clone, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the mirror, and muttered, the initial step was completed successfully. There was a small diamond-shaped mark on the forehead. Although it appeared to be very dull and faded, Kuroto wasn't disappointed. The appearance of this diamond mark on the forehead is a sign that the initial step has been completed. Even if the initial phase was completed, Kuroto wasn't excited. The reason being he had reached this step 2 times already with previous clones, but miserably failed in the next step, which involved storing chakra. While trying to store chakra, one time the chakra veins in the body were destroyed and the other time, the clone's head blew off. The first accident was still acceptable, but the second accident was very dangerous. The clone was destroyed, that's one thing, but his soul was shaken and took an entire day to recover. Therefore, Kuroto is extremely clear that reaching this point doesn't mean that he has succeeded. 2 crucial steps that involved storing chakra and releasing the chakra are still left. Unless these 2 steps can be completed, the testing won't be completed. Putting off the thoughts in his mind, Kuroto sat in the lotus position and started the process of storing chakra inside the Yin Seal. From the previous 2 lessons that he had learned, this time Kuroto was very careful. The process of extracting chakra from the body and directing it towards the seal was very gentle, and the step of storing it inside the Yin Seal was even more meticulous and tested his chakra control ability. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, the entire night has passed, and the sun was about to rise. At this time, Kuroto withdrew himself from the meditative state and stood up. After stretching his body a little, he came in front of the mirror and looked at the diamond symbol on the forehead. Compared to previously, the shade of the symbol appeared a little darker. Gently stroking the symbol with his right hand, Kuroto thought to himself, there was no delay or stagnation in the process of storing the chakra. Looks like the previous revision is working properly. Now that I can consciously store chakra without any trouble, I need to be able to do it subconsciously as well. Let's make sure that there are no problems while I store chakra subconsciously before moving to the last step. Oh, but before that, I need some rest. With that decided, Kuroto took a few hours of rest and then started to test the next step. Another week passed by. This week, Kuroto tested the process of subconsciously storing chakra in the Yin Seal. There were no problems and he quickly got used to the feeling of storing chakra both consciously and subconsciously, such that even while doing some other task his chakra was being continuously stored in the Yin Seal. With this, the second step was completed, and now Kuroto moved to the next step. Now, Kuroto thoroughly tested the release of chakra. Initially faced a little difficulty, but nothing that couldn't be dealt with. Slowly and steadily he got used to the feeling of releasing the stored chakra as well, making sure that there was no problem in the release of chakra. He took a deep breath and weaved the hand signs, then released the jutsu, strength of 100 seal. Immediately, black markings spread out from the diamond in the forehead, and at the same time, he felt a surge of chakra wrapping around his body. There doesn't seem to be any problem in regards to the quality of chakra. As for the quantity, although there is a little loss, it's within an acceptable range. He muttered, feeling the chakra wrapping around his body, and added with a smile, I suppose with this I can say that the yin seal is completed and working properly. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, suddenly something happened. What? He immediately turned around and tried to look at a distant place with his Tenseigan. He was too shocked to realize that he was currently using a clone and cannot use Tenseigan. After being stunned for a while, he reacted, damn, and quickly transferred his soul to his main body without caring about the strength of 100 seal, or yin seal testing, and activated his Tenseigan. As soon as the Tenseigan was activated he could feel it, that has to be it. Residents of Atsutsuki clan, Moon. Panting heavily, Tonari took the towel from the puppet attendant beside him and wiped the sweat off his face. He has been carrying out diligent training for a few years now. Since the last meteorite attack on the shinobi world, a huge sense of crisis has enveloped Tonari's heart and he dare not relax his vigilance. Tonari never imagined that there would be someone in the shinobi world who could not only resist the falling meteorite but even sense his presence on the moon, overturning his precognition of the shinobi world. After that incident, Tonari understood that if he wants to fulfill the wish of his ancestor, then he must become stronger because the way he is no match against that person. Therefore, he has been training diligently and steadily getting stronger. I must get stronger. With such a thought in his mind, Tonari threw aside the towel and continued with his training. Just as he had taken the stance, suddenly he sensed abnormal movement from the giant Tenseigan in the temple of Hamura. What's going on? Shocked and panicked, Tonari forgot about his training and quickly came to the temple. Now at Hamura's temple, he found that the giant Tenseigan, although sealed, seemed to be resonating with something. How could it resonate with something? Confused and driven by curiosity, Tonari decided to temporarily lift the seal of giant Tenseigan and dived his consciousness inside as he tried to find the source with which the giant Tenseigan was resonating. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets falling on the stalagmites constantly echoed, as a figure cloaked in black walked through the depths of the dark and damp cave. This figure, cloaked in black, appeared a little weird, as if it wasn't a human or animal, but rather a puppet with a mechanical body. The way it moved clearly showed that it lacked any sense of coordination that a human has. The lack of coordination did not affect its actions. And not long after, it reached the deepest part of the cave. Although this cave was dark, the figure did not have any problem seeing things around him, as if it was adapted to seeing things at night, and looked at something that appeared to be a stone gate in front of it. The stone gate was very tall, easily reaching the height of several humans, and except for the engraving of a giant eye, it didn't seem to have any carving or inscriptions on it, giving it a sense of mystery that was difficult to resolve. Despite spending a lot of time, the figure couldn't figure out anything from the engraving of the giant eye. Not sure what might be behind this giant gate, the figure was helpless. It reached for the small bag tied around the waist and after taking out a parchment it compared the shape of the eye on the door with the eye marking on the map. This is really it, but how to open it, it wondered. In the past few minutes, it has already tried quite a lot of methods but there doesn't seem to be any information on the map about how to open the gate. After thinking about it for a while, it muttered in realization, maybe I should use the eye Byakugan, and immediately activated the pair of Byakugan in its eye sockets. With the activation of Byakugan, the figure would see everything around it clearly, but what's surprising is that it couldn't see behind the stone door. It seems that the stone door was designed to be able to block Byakugan's penetrative vision. But it didn't matter because as soon as the puppet activated its Byakugan, it soon noticed some odd things in the cave and quickly figured out that it was the mechanism to open the door. Click. With a clicking sound, the piece of rock was pushed inside the cavity by the figure, a loud sound echoed through the cave, and a lot of dust fell off of the stone door. Bang! Immediately afterward, the tall and heavy ancient stone was opened. As the gate opened, a very wide interior space became visible to the eyes of the figure, surprising it. I just hope there won't be some kind of monster behind, muttered the figure nervously as it took a step and slowly walked inside. It had just taken a few steps and it was shocked. The space on this side of the stone door was completely different from the outside. Although deep underground, it wasn't dark. The space was not dark, everything was clearly visible. At first glance, this place looked like a temple to the figure. There was an altar-like platform at the center with a giant sculpture of an eye placed on the altar, and all around the altar, there were hundreds of statues of people bowing down to the eye sculpture. After carefully observing everything inside the temple, the figure walked towards the altar with a curious expression. It took a few rounds around the sculpture of the giant eye and people, and muttered, "It's really a beautiful work of art." It was difficult for the figure to explain, but there was this aura around the sculpture that gave it a life feeling, as if it was no mere sculpture but a real eye. Gently stroking the sculpture of the giant eye, the figure couldn't help but wonder, is this the crime that they wanted to hide? The figure was a little puzzled at this time. What does a temple with an altar and a few sculptures have anything to do with that? However, the map clearly pointed at this place, and based on the information he had read in those ancient scrolls, this is exactly the place where the biggest secret of the clan is hidden. But now that the figure has come here, it's nothing but a temple with an altar and a few sculptures. How can this place have anything to do with the secrets that they tried to hide? Confused, the figure took out the map and tried to see if he can find any clue on it. As soon as the figure took out the map, he was shocked to find that the map in his hand was illuminated by the dim light of the temple and some special characters had appeared on it. After reading the special characters, the expression on his figure became clear and it looked at the sculpture of the giant eye at the center of the altar, and muttered, "So this it. Now he has understood everything." He walked towards the sculpture of the giant eye, weaved some hand signs, and then pressed on its surface as he transferred his chakra into it and said, "Open." Immediately, the surface of the sculpture crumbled as if it were mere sand, and what appeared before the figure deeply shocked him. "This is it, supreme treasure of my clan, the Tenseigan," he exclaimed, in shock and ecstasy as he looked at the bright golden eye that illuminated the temple. It looked beautiful and powerful as it is the most beautiful thing in the world and contains the power to destroy this whole world. In ecstasy, the figure reached out and touched the Tenseigan. Immediately, a huge amount of information entered the figure's brain. Even for him, this sudden influx of information was too much and caused him to roar in pain. After a while, the pain subsided, and the figure, now knowledgeable about things, muttered in pity, "It's a pity that such power was sealed here, with this we could have. It was really absurd. With the power of Tenseigan, they could have dominated the entire shinobi world. What Senju? What Uchiha? Those clans are unworthy. It would have been only Hyuga if the ancestors didn't hide away this treasure in this place." The figure shook his head and looked at the Tenseigan. Now he also knows that this piece of treasure is the core of Caged Bird Juinjutsu. No wonder no one in this shinobi world has succeeded in breaking the Caged Bird. To break that cursed seal, there are only two methods. They would have to either destroy this Tenseigan, or they would have to be more powerful than Tenseigan. No one has found the Tenseigan up to now and he doubts anyone could be more powerful than the power of Tenseigan. Therefore, it makes sense that Caged Bird Juinjutsu is unbreakable. What he didn't know was that even being more powerful than this Tenseigan wouldn't help in breaking the Caged Bird Juinjutsu. Hyuga Kuroto is the prime example. When Kuroto activates his Tenseigan, he can bypass the Caged Bird, but when he deactivates the Tenseigan, he is again vulnerable to the Caged Bird, making it clear that being more powerful than this Tenseigan would only allow one to bypass the cage. It wouldn't be permanent, only temporary. Such is the power of Caged Bird Juinjutsu. Once a Hyuga shinobi is marked, not even death can free them. Perhaps only the destruction of Tenseigan can give Hyuga people the freedom that they desire. So far, except for Hyuga Kuroto's case, who only bypassed the Caged Bird seal, there has never been a precedent of someone breaking the Caged Bird Juinjutsu. Not only other clans, but even the Hyuga clan has always wondered how the main family created such complex Juinjutsu. After all, the Hyuga clan doesn't specialize in Fuinjutsu, nor is there any special Fuinjutsu knowledge passed on in the clan except the knowledge of Caged Bird Juinjutsu. So how did the Hyuga clan create such a complex Juinjutsu? Just think about it. Not only the Caged Bird Juinjutsu is impossible to break, but once someone is marked with it, it can be triggered from anywhere in the world, meaning that if you are marked with Caged Bird, no matter where you escape, the patriarch and the elders of the main family can still control your fate while staying in the grounds of the Hyuga clan. This is simply absurd. True, Hyuga clan could have had one or two geniuses with extremely high attainments in Fuinjutsu, but this talent wouldn't be enough to create such a complex and impossible to break Juinjutsu. It just doesn't make any sense. The figure has always been curious about this topic too, and only now did he get the answer. This giant Tenseigan before him is the reason Caged Bird Juinjutsu is impossible to break. Of course, the Caged Bird itself is a very complex Fuinjutsu. However, this Tenseigan is its core, and the entire seal revolves around it. So we can say that rather than Caged Bird Juinjutsu, this Tenseigan imprisons all the members of the branch family. So unless the core, i.e. this Tenseigan, breaks, it is impossible to break free from that cage. What's more surprising is that while acting as the core of the Caged Bird Juinjutsu, it also absorbs chakra from the members of the branch family members once they are deceased and gets stronger. This explains why the Byakugan of the branch family members is destroyed after their death. It's a pity that he never got the information about the declining population of the Hyuga clan. Although this Tenseigan has become stronger because of absorbing the chakra of the deceased branch family members, this has also led to the decline in the population of the Hyuga clan. After all, the total chakra in the shinobi world is limited. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Hyuga clan understood the problem caused by the Tenseigan and decided to seal it. If it had been someone greedy for power, he might have sacrificed the entire branch family to strengthen the Tenseigan, and that would have led to the tragic situation of the Hyuga clan. In that scenario, perhaps the Hyuga clan would have been very similar to the current Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The only reason they didn't destroy the giant Tenseigan and allowed it to exist, despite the problem it would bring to the Hyuga clan, is to protect the Hyuga clan and deter the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The figure wasn't aware of the helplessness of ancestors when they created this Tenseigan, nor does he know the bleak fate that awaits the Hyuga clan should this Tenseigan continue to exist. He only knew what he learned from the Tenseigan and couldn't help but marvel at the piece of treasure. One more thing that especially makes him excited is that the person who becomes the master of this Tenseigan will be free of the effect of the Caged Bird Juinjutsu, meaning that those elders of the main family won't be able to execute him. The requirements for becoming the master of Tenseigan are quite simple. The person in question should be a descendant of the Hyuga clan by blood, and they must have Byakugan. As long as these two conditions are met, anyone can become the master of Tenseigan, and gain the highest authority over the Caged Bird Juinjutsu as well. Once someone gains the highest authority of the Caged Bird, they would no longer be vulnerable to Caged Bird. I can finally be free. Excited, he walked towards the Tenseigan and touched it. Just as he was about to make himself the master of the Tenseigan, he was startled, and felt someone trying to watch him through the Tenseigan. What's more, shocking is that the person in question wasn't just one party, he was being spied on from 2 different places at the same time. The figure trembled and quickly sealed the Tenseigan, preventing anyone from prying him, and muttered in fear, "This is not enough. I don't know who were those 2 and how much did they see, this location is no longer safe." Anchor Ventian. It wasn't on the moon, muttered Kuroto as he deactivated his Tenseigan. Initially, Kuroto felt that his Tenseigan was resonating with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. However, that's not the case at all. This time his Tenseigan resonated with a Tenseigan that is present in the shinobi world. It seems that my previous speculations were indeed correct. In order to resist and deter the branch family of the Atsutsuki clan on the moon, the ancestors of my clan did create a giant Tenseigan of their own. He had made this hypothesis a few years back, and now his hypothesis has been proven correct. But still, I wonder who they are, muttered Kuroto with a doubtful expression. There are 2 possibilities. 1. They are one of the members of the main family, and second, it's the traitor of the Hyuga clan. Kuroto can't deny the possibility that it might be someone from the main family of the Hyuga clan, but he is still more inclined to the possibility that it is the traitor who found the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. After all, that guy stole very valuable ancient books from the forbidden section of the library, so there is a strong chance that he was able to find something in those books. But if it's the traitor, how come he suddenly made a move after being silent for so long, muttered Kuroto with a doubtful expression. The last time the traitor did anything was several years ago. At that time, Kuroto was vigilant against the traitor and waited for that guy's next move. However, Kuroto continued to wait and the traitor never acted. Few years passed and Kuroto's vigilance dropped. Who would have thought that after a few years, the traitor would act again? And this time, the traitor really did something amazing. Even Kuroto couldn't help but admire him. Knowing that the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan has finally made its appearance in the shinobi world, Kuroto obviously couldn't sit still. The giant Tenseigan is both a need and a want, and he plans to get it. Although the resonance with that giant Tenseigan didn't last very long, Kuroto was able to determine the location, and he was going to go there. If at all possible, he would like to immediately take control of it. Judging from various signs, the other party has just found the giant Tenseigan, so they didn't know that it could resonate with other Tenseigan, and hence, accidentally allowed Kuroto to spy on them. This won't happen once again, therefore, it would be best if Kuroto can immediately get his hands on that giant Tenseigan and doesn't give that person any opportunity to master it. With these thoughts in his mind, Kuroto draped himself with the Yama disguise and flew off Anchor Ventian in a hurry. Sigh, it seems that person is extremely vigilant. As soon as that person realized that someone was spying on them, he decided to destroy this place, muttered Yama looking at the ruins of the temple. Disappointed, he left the temple and tried to search in the nearby areas for any signs. Although he found several tracks, it was clear that they were all diversions, while the person in question had long since gone underground. Now, there was nothing he could do for a while, and decided to go back to the village, because he didn't think that the traitor would sit still for long. Konohagakuer. After dispersing the shadow clone, Kuroto went through its memory but found no valuable information. It seems nothing noteworthy happened in the village in his absence. Since nothing major happened in the village, so Kuroto put it aside and focused on the most important thing at this moment, that is to identify the traitor as soon as possible and take custody of the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. I guess Hisashi-sama can help me. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto decided to go to Hyuga Hisashi's house. Considering the location of the ruins of the temple where the giant Tenseigan was sealed, if the traitor wanted to find it, he must have left the village in the past week, or perhaps even before that. Therefore, as long as the list of the Hyuga clansmen who have left the village in the past week is carefully investigated, identifying the identity of the traitor might be possible. Although Kuroto's request was a bit strange, Hisashi didn't think much about it and directly handed him the list of Hyuga clansmen who went out of Konoha in the past week. Kuroto didn't just depend on Hisashi, he even contacted his people in the Umbu and the Konoha military police force and asked them to send him the list of Hyuga clansmen who went out of Konoha in the past week. Kuroto didn't want to miss a single Hyuga clansman. After all, this matter is related to the giant Tenseigan, and he can't help but be extremely serious about this matter. Combining the list obtained from all the sources, Kuroto found that about 24 Hyuga clansmen went out of Konoha in the past week. However, what's surprising is that except for 3 people, all of them had already returned to the village. As for the 3 people in question who were still outside, they went with their teams to perform missions assigned by Hokage-sama, so they had relevant reasons to go out. Flipping through the files of these 3 people, Kuroto thought to himself a little unsure, could one of them really be the traitor? Although the background of these 3 people is clean, Kuroto can't help but doubt them. After all, they are not in the village during this sensitive period of time. So, he sent the information about these 3 people to Itake and ordered him to investigate them. After dealing with this matter, Kuroto returned to his home. As he arrived at his house, Kuroto noted that the seal around his house was breached, meaning someone who was not authorized to come to his house came in his absence. Upon further inspection, he found that only the seal around the perimeter of the house was breached, so no one entered his house. Curious, Kuroto carefully checked the lawn and backyard of his house. And there it was, at the corner of his backyard, a small conspicuous bamboo tube blade. After making sure that the bamboo tube wasn't rigged in any way, Kuroto opened it and found a small parchment with something written on it. "If you want to break free of the caged bird Juinjutsu, meet me alone at the back hill at midnight," said the parchment. Reading the text written on the parchment, Kuroto was taken aback. Has he already returned to the village? Kuroto didn't need to guess the identity of the person who sent this note. It must be the traitor of the Hyuga clan. But this is very surprising. At the moment his Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto noted that the place was very far from the land of fire. Heck, it was not even on the mainland of the elemental nation. As soon as the resonance was disrupted because of the sealing of giant Tenseigan, Kuroto left Angkor Vantian and went to that place. The reason he reached there quite fast was that the floating fortress was nearby that temple, but Kuroto found nothing. The traitor had kept his track hidden quite well, and even Kuroto wasn't able to find him. So, he returned to the village as fast as he could in order to prepare because he had a feeling that the traitor would return to the village. But to think that that person arrived almost at the same time or perhaps even before him? Of course, he had a few hours of a head start, but that doesn't explain how he returned before even him. It must not be forgotten that Kuroto was traveling at his top speed in Tenseigan chakra mode, yet the two arrived almost at the same time. Knowing this, Kuroto could no longer take that guy lightly, and muttered, "His strength seems to be much stronger than I expected." Then he looked at the parchment of paper in his hand, and thought, good thing is, he decided to jump out on his own. Now I don't need to go to the trouble of finding him. Well, let's first see who the traitor is. Kuroto doesn't know the traitor's purpose, but since the other party wants to meet him, Kuroto would oblige. After all, this is the best opportunity to investigate the other party's motives and weaknesses. If at all possible, Kuroto even plans to deal with the traitor then and there and take custody of giant Tenseigan. With this in mind, Kuroto decided to wait until midnight. Pushing through a patch of long grass, as Kuroto made his way forward, he found a man wrapped in a black cloak in the deeper woods. So there he is, thought Kuroto as he activated his Byakugan and observed the other party. Looking at that guy with his Byakugan, Kuroto was disappointed. TCH, just a puppet. As Kuroto approached the puppet spoke in a human tone of voice, "Hyuga Kuroto, you are finally here." Kuroto indifferently looked at the guy, and asked, "Who are you?" At Kuroto's question, the puppet spread its arms and said in a passionate tone of voice, "I am the god who can lead you to salvation. I can fix every broken thing in this world." God. Hearing the puppet's answer, Kuroto felt a little weird, and thought, here we go again. In recent years, he has met a lot of these self-proclaimed gods. The last one who claimed himself to be god had his soul and body turned to dust by Kuroto. The one before that had been beaten to death by him twice already. The one before that had a miserable death, the one before that, and the one before that. Forget it, there have been too many of them to keep account. Therefore, he didn't really take the guy seriously and asked the next question, "What's your motive behind leaving such a note at my house?" The puppet didn't know Kuroto's thoughts, and answered, "The reason I left that note at your house is that I want you to become my subordinate. Serve me and I will free you from the bindings of caged bird Juinjutsu. Only I can do this." Kuroto narrowed his eyes, and asked in a deeper tone of voice, "Can you really free someone from the caged bird Juinjutsu?" The way the other party made such a claim, Kuroto guessed that his previous hypothesis was indeed correct. The giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan really had something to do with the caged bird Juinjutsu, and if that's the case, then the steady decrease in the population of the Hyuga clan can also be explained. At the same time, Kuroto also ascertained that the other party is a member of the branch family. Kuroto doubts anyone from the main family would present such an offer. Not knowing Kuroto's thoughts, and feeling that he was being doubted, the puppet mocked Kuroto, "Hyuga Kuroto, although you have some noteworthy achievements, your vision of the world is still narrow. Serve me, and you will have the freedom that you desire so much. Serve me, and you will have the freedom you desire." Hearing the puppet's mockery, Kuroto remained silent. It wasn't as if he was angered or anything, it was just that Kuroto felt a little strange. Looking at the expression on Kuroto's face, the puppet said with a light smile, "Don't worry. I can indeed break the caged bird and free anyone I desire. I have both power and means to do so." As if not believing the puppet's words, Kuroto asked, "The caged bird has never been broken before, why should I trust you?" Hearing Kuroto's question, the puppet chuckled, and said, "This is the problem with you, as I have said before, although you have some achievements, your vision of the world is still narrow. It is as if, the caged bird not only binds your fate, it also confines your thoughts." If it was a month ago, the master of puppets would have never said such words. Rather, he would feel the exact opposite. He used to feel that Hyuga Kuroto was different from the rest of the members of the Hyuga clan, and he used to admire Kuroto for his achievements and vision. It won't even be wrong to say that it was Kuroto who motivated him to stand up for himself and take a different path than he took in the canon. However, all of this changed the moment the master of this puppet obtained the giant Tenseigan. With the sudden increase in strength and knowledge, he realized that Hyuga Kuroto was nothing special. Heck, not only Kuroto, but the entire Hyuga clan, Konoha, and the entire shinobi is now worth mentioning. All these people are stupid and limited by their vision, and he can crush all of them whenever he wants. "I see," thought Kuroto looking at the puppet with pity. Although the person standing before him is just a puppet, not the real person, from the other party's tone and words, Kuroto can clearly sense the other party's arrogance. However, he is not surprised, rather this is within his prediction. Just think about it for a second, someone who has spent his entire life as a servant, someone whose life and death always depended on the whim of the members of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Such a person, whose fate has always been limited because of caged bird Junjutsu, suddenly got his hands on a treasure like giant Tenseigan and didn't become arrogant. It sounds strange, right? Therefore, Kuroto felt this was natural, and he was a little worried that as time passed, he would become more and more arrogant and would create a lot of trouble in the future unless dealt with swiftly. Noting Kuroto's silence, the puppet felt that his words had hit the right place, and he took a step forward in order to completely bewitch Kuroto. Hyuga Kuroto, you want to free yourself from the caged bird, right? If you want to, then kneel before me and become my loyal servant. Only I can change this cursed fate that binds you. Kuroto asked with a frown, you want me to become your servant? How is it different from the current state? Only the master will change, a servant will still remain a servant. Don't you dare compare me with those foolish people? They are mere ants in front of me, and I can crush all of them in moments, said Puppet in disdain, and added, Hyuga Kuroto, I know what you want to change the Hyuga clan, however, you have neither power nor means. Do you really think that you can accomplish anything with that meager power of yours? You are weak. Everything you do is in vain, your fate is limited in the hands of those foolish ones. Kuroto shook his head, and said, I can say the same to you, as you are not convincing enough, all you speak are empty words. You want me to serve you, yet you dare not come before him and send only a puppet. Someone like you has no right to say anything about my means and resolve. As for the matter of serving an unknown person, that's out of the question. Come before me yourself, and I might consider your offer. The puppet was a little surprised by Kuroto's words, and said, Hyuga Kuroto, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Oh. Kuroto raised his eyebrow and said, but I beg to differ. Do you think that just because you are the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, you are some big shot? Asked the puppet, and said, put away your pride and accept your role as my servant. If you agree, then you might have some place in the future shinobi world, otherwise, your fate will be the same as the rest. Kuroto sighed tiredly, and looked around with his Byakugan as he thought, it seems the master of this puppet is nowhere close, and there doesn't seem to be any other puppet close by either. Since the master of the puppet is not anywhere close, dealing with him is a little difficult. He might have some chance of injuring the master of the puppet if he uses his Tenseigan, however, that wouldn't be worth the risk, as it would expose Kuroto. So, it seems there is only one way, huh? The puppet noted Kuroto looking around, and asked coldly, what are you looking for? Kuroto smiled lightly and disappeared from his position. The next moment, he appeared in front of the puppet. The puppet was taken aback by Kuroto's sudden action. What? You? Without giving the puppet any opportunity to react, he smashed it. Bang. Smashed by Kuroto, the puppet broke into many parts and fell on the ground. However, it seemed that the head was still somewhat intact and spoke in anger, ignorant fool. Here I am showing you kindness, and instead of accepting my kindness and becoming my servant, you are making me your enemy. You are going to regret it. We'll see about that, said Kuroto, and added, next time, either come before me yourself or don't come at all. Then, without giving the head any opportunity to speak, he crushed it. Boom! After dealing with the puppet, Kuroto once again looked around him, however, he found nothing, not even the Tenseigan. There was no spiritual body, nor was there any residue of chakra in the surroundings, and couldn't help but mutter, it seems that this puppet was not controlled by spirit transformation technique, but through the giant Tenseigan, and it wasn't Tenseigan soul descend, but some other technique. The other party seems to be very cautious. Realizing this, Kuroto thought to himself, it seems I will have to plan this out very well. Underground prison, Hyuga Clan District. Sleeping Aoki suddenly opened his eyes, and snarled ferociously, Hyuga Kuroto? How dare you refuse my kindness? Unforgivable. Aoki was angered because Kuroto not only refused his offer, he even humiliated him. Aoki never expected that Kuroto would refuse him, so this was very shocking to him. After a while, Aoki calmed himself, and chuckled, forget it, he is an ignorant guy who thinks he knows everything in the world. I will see him after I finish dealing with the main family. I want to see the expression on his face when he realizes that he had made a blunder tonight. With such a thought, Aoki took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At the same time, somewhere else in the village, another person covered head to toe in a black cloak opened his eyes and made his way toward the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, someone did master it. The master of the puppet noted Fugaku's surprise, and asked with a proud smile, what do you think of my proposal? All things aside, do you really think I care about your proposal? Said Fugaku in a cold tone, and asked as he activated his Sharingan, answer me, who are you? I advise you to be honest, otherwise, I don't mind testing the endurance of your soul using my genjutsu. The puppet shrugged, who I am is irrelevant, however, what I offer is a very good opportunity. I can help the Uchiha clan get what rightfully belongs to them. Just you? Fugaku snorted and said, and what made you think that Uchiha clan needs the help of someone like you? If we want something, we can obtain it with our own power. Although Uchiha clan is eager for the position of Hokage, it has not fallen to the point that it needs to rely on a coward who doesn't even dare to reveal his identity. Besides, Fugaku is not a fool, he can clearly see that the other party wants to use Uchiha clan. TCH. Feeling the contempt in Fugaku's tone, the puppet was displeased. It seems that I will have to convince you with my abilities. He decided to teach the arrogant patriarch a lesson and raised his hand in the direction of Fugaku. Fugaku was surprised that the puppet wanted to fight him, and prepared to use a ninjutsu. However, before he could, something unexpected happened. His body was drawn towards the puppet with an inexplicable traction force. The puppet lunged forward and gripped the astonished Fugaku by his neck, and lightly whispered in his ear, "Patriarch of the Uchiha clan, do you think you are tough? I can kill you right here right now and no one would ever know who killed you and how you died." Captured by the puppet, Fugaku thought of activating his Mangekyou Sharingan and using Susanoo to fight back. However, he was once again taken aback when he realized that his chakra was being absorbed by the puppet at an astonishing speed. At this rate, I won't last. Such a thought passed through Fugaku's mind as his body suddenly exploded into white smoke. The puppet was surprised and looked at his hand in surprise, so that was a shadow clone, huh? At this time, the real Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the shadows and looked at the puppet with a vigilant expression. The puppet looked at the unharmed Uchiha patriarch, and said with a smile, "Well, that's a surprise." From the memories of Shadow Clone, Fugaku understands that this puppet is by no means ordinary and has some strange means, and dealing with it won't be easy. Fugaku is quite sure that if he was in place of his Shadow Clone, the situation would have become quite serious. Although there was the element of him being careless and underestimating the other person, the enemy's methods are quite weird. Especially the ability to pull him and absorb his chakra. If he remembers correctly, the leaders of Akatsuki and Amatsukami have such strange powers. Is this puppet sent by the leader of Akatsuki? Thought Fugaku. He didn't think that it would be Amatsukami since they were in contact with the Hokage faction. The puppet didn't know Fugaku's thoughts. He mistook Fugaku's silence as intimidation and stepped forward as he said, "I will help you take the position of Hokage. You will help me take control of the Hyuga clan. I believe we both are at an advantage and our goals don't conflict. What do you think? Take control of the Hyuga clan. Is he from the Hyuga clan? Did I mistake his identity? Is he not the leader of Akatsuki?" Thought Fugaku, a little confused. Seeing Fugaku's thoughtful expression, the puppet added, "If not for the caged bird restraining me, I would have never chosen to cooperate with the Uchiha clan. I have the power, but caged bird limits me. Uchiha clan's situation is similar. You people have the strength. However, you people have become nothing more than servants of the Hokage. I think cooperation is beneficial for both of us." Fugaku considered the other party's words. Limited by the caged bird? It means he is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan? The other party really seems to have enough strength, but he is restricted by the caged bird. If he tries to fight the main family, they can activate the caged bird and end his life, so it makes sense that he wants to use the Uchiha clan to fight the main family of the Hyuga clan. In return for the help, he is offering to help us too. The offer is not bad, but, thought Fugaku. Seeing Fugaku being silent, the puppet once again asked, "What do you think?" This time a bit impatient. As expected, "I can't trust him, something seems to be amiss here," thought Fugaku, and shook his head. "Although I am indeed the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, however, I cannot make such a critical decision on my own. I will have to hold a clan meeting and discuss this matter with my clansmen." What a waste of a patriarch, thought Puppet inwardly, and after a while of silence, he said to Uchiha Patriarch, "One day, I will wait for your answer till tomorrow. If you don't give me your answer by tomorrow, then I will have no choice but to find someone else to cooperate with." Then immediately left the area. Fugaku thoughtfully looked at the position where the puppet stood until a moment ago, then left. Jumping from one tree to another, the puppet smiled wickedly. Although not as planned, it went quite well. Of course, he isn't really interested in helping out the Uchiha clan, he is just interested in inciting a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction. When these two sides will fight, both of them will suffer severe loss, and he would be able to make the most out of it. Although Uchiha Fugaku didn't accept his proposal right off the bat, however, his words have indeed bewitched the Uchiha Patriarch's mind, and he feels that the other party would definitely make a move. And when that happens, he plans to secretly inform someone in the Hokage faction about Uchiha's moves. This feeling of controlling others like chess pieces makes him feel refreshed and satisfied. In the beginning, he used Kumigakuer to exact his revenge on the Hyuga clan but failed. At that time, he couldn't control the overall situation because of his lack of strength. But now that he has giant Tenseigan, and the lack of strength is no longer a problem, he feels that he can manipulate the entire shinobi world to his liking. As for his belongingness towards the clan, that's already something in the past. Perhaps he will destroy the Hyuga clan in the future if he feels like it. For now, he just wants to play with the world. This is how a god should be, he muttered in ecstasy, as he thought of the brilliant picture he will soon be creating of this shinobi world. He can't wait to commence all his plans. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the puppet. As the puppet recognized the identity of the person appearing in front of him, his smile widened as he said, "Hyuga Kuroto, you are right on time." That's right, this was none other than Hyuga Kuroto who was on his way to the Uchiha clan. Kuroto didn't expect to encounter the puppet of the traitor on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. The master of the puppet was still bitter about Kuroto's behavior. Now that Kuroto has appeared before him again, he decided to use this opportunity and teach him a harsh lesson. Something that Kuroto will remember for the rest of his miserable life. Kuroto didn't expect to encounter the puppet of the traitor on the outskirts of the Uchiha district. Obviously, the other party won't come here for no reason. He must have a purpose. And it didn't take a genius to figure out the intentions of the other party. If used well, the Uchiha clansmen are sharp knives that can wreak havoc in not just Konoha, but in the entire shinobi world. Just take the examples of Madara, Obito, Itachi, and Sasuke from canon, and it seems that the master of this puppet understands this well. Therefore, he came to the Uchiha clan. It seems that I need to deal with him as soon as possible. If he is allowed to do whatever he pleases, then the situation that I have managed to stabilize after so much effort will become chaotic again, thought Kuroto to himself as he released the seal on his wrist. Even after noticing Kuroto's small actions, the puppet didn't take them seriously. It looked at Kuroto with a carefree expression and said, Hyuga Kuroto, you made a big mistake when not only you refused my offer, but you even chose to make me your enemy. I am going to make you regret it. Then raised the right hand and exerted strong repulsive force on Kuroto, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, Kuroto and everything around him was blown away by the repulsive force. After flying for several meters, Kuroto stabilized his figure and raised both his arms to shield himself from the offshoots. Looking at the struggling figure of Kuroto, ha 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 ha. The puppet laughed in pleasure and said, you should be familiar with this power. Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, used this power to flatten Konoha on that night. And added after a pause, you are shocked, right? Ha ha ha, you are panicked, right? Maybe you are even regretting that you refused to serve me? But it's too late. Ignoring the puppet's blabbering, Kuroto calmly looked at the surroundings and muttered thoughtfully, as expected, this one is really weaker than the one on the moon. The reason he resisted the opponent's Shinra Tensei was not because he couldn't dodge in time, rather, it's to measure the strength of the other party's jutsu. He wanted to test how strong the repulsive force is in order to analyze the state of the giant Tenseigan. According to Kuroto's analysis, the power of the Hyuga clan's giant Tenseigan is inferior compared to the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan. But this is not surprising. After all, the giant Tenseigan on the moon not only has the Tenseigan of Otsutsuki Hamura as the core, but it also has the Byakugan and the chakra of all the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon, whereas, the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan has only the Byakugan of at most a few hundred Hyuga clansmen and the chakra of the deceased members of the branch family. The Otsutsuki were superior to the Hyuga in every way, so there is simply no comparison between the two giant Tenseigan. Even if this one is weaker, I still need to take it under my custody, thought Kuroto as he tried to trace the location of the source of chakra through which the puppet was being controlled, but he had to be disappointed, as he couldn't trace a thing. It seems that just like his own pair of Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon, finding the source through the puppet is not possible since the chakra is directly transmitted to the body. The puppet or the master didn't know that Kuroto had analyzed a lot of information within a few seconds, and continued to blabber, it's a pity. Even if you regret it now, even if you apologize to me, even if you beg, it won't matter. I gave you one chance but you didn't appreciate it, there won't be seconds. Not paying attention to the puppet's words, Kuroto thought to himself, looks like no other information can be obtained for the time being, and decided to end this farce here before they attracted unwanted attention. The puppet continued, but of course, you don't have to worry as I don't plan on killing you, at least not yet. I want you to watch with your eyes as I change everything. However, before it could finish, it was interrupted as Kuroto's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of it and waved a sword that unknowingly appeared in his hand. Damn, he is too fast, the puppet was taken aback. It subconsciously raised its arms to protect itself as it leaped backward. However, the defense was of no use. Under the sharp blade of Kuroto's sword, the hands were easily cut off. Having lost both hands, the puppet couldn't maintain its balance as it landed on the ground and fell. The master of the puppet was angered and shouted, "Damn you, Hyu!" Kuroto was indifferent to what the puppet wanted to say and disappeared from his position. Feeling the surge of air behind him, the puppet's words were once again cut off. The master of the puppet knew that Kuroto has appeared behind the puppet, and he wanted to use Shinra Tensei to send Kuroto flying. Just as he prepared to exert the repulsive force, he suddenly realized that the connection with the lower body has disappeared. Kaka! The upper body was sent flying and collided with a large tree as the torso broke into countless parts. Now only the head was intact and rolled several times before stopping under Kuroto's feet. The head of the puppet saw Kuroto looking coldly at him and roared in shame and anger, "Hyuga Kuroto, don't think this is over." Kuroto indifferently looked at the head as he slowly crushed it. Although the other party has the support of giant Tenseigan, however, the puppet itself is too weak and simple. No way the likes of these puppets can cause any trouble to someone like Kuroto, who is strong, knowledgeable, and highly experienced. To be honest, Kuroto can easily deal with hundreds of such puppets without needing to use even the Byakugan. Somewhere in the Hyuga clan. How dare you? How dare you? Not just once, but twice. Aoki roared in anger as he used the giant Tenseigan to control all the puppets he had hidden around Konoha. Under Aoki's control, hundreds of puppets that were hidden in every corner of Konoha stood up and rushed towards the outskirts of the Uchiha district. Aoki didn't care about exposing the puppets to the people of Konoha. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Kuroto. The arrogance and superior complex he had developed after obtaining the giant Tenseigan have been trampled twice by Kuroto in a short while. He must immediately teach that bastard a lesson. It didn't take long for the puppets to arrive at the outskirts of Uchiha district, and they surrounded Kuroto in a circle as they stretched out their arms and fired some sort of beams at him. Feeling violent chakra fluctuations around him, Kuroto's expression froze. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of the night, countless explosions resounded from the outskirts of the Uchiha districts and attracted the attention of Konoha shinobis. The appearance of so many puppets had already attracted the attention of a lot of Konoha shinobi who were on patrol, and now the burst of explosions caused them to rush towards the site of explosions. Since the site of the movement was closest to the Uchiha clan, it was natural that they were the first to notice the movement. As soon as Patriarch Fugaku, who was on his way home, noticed the explosions, he immediately gathered a few members of the Konoha military police force and rushed towards the outskirts of the clan district in order to check the situation. How could this happen? Muttered a puppet in fear as it looked at the surrounding forest. The woods were filled with countless broken puppets. Undoubtedly, all of them were broken by Kuroto. Even the state of this puppet wasn't very good. After real combat, the master of these puppets finally realized how strong Hyuga Kuroto actually is. His close combat skills are on another level. In the face of Kuroto's fast and fierce attacks, he didn't have time to make proper attacks. Before he could make any attack, the puppet was already destroyed by Kuroto. There was simply no chance to fight back. Although this is surprising, what actually shocked him is that, unlike Fugaku's case, he is not able to draw out Kuroto's chakra by using the Tenseigan. It's a pity that the master of the puppets doesn't know that the method of drawing out others' chakra by using giant Tenseigan doesn't work on the descendants of Hamura who have Byakugan. So, let alone Kuroto, he can't draw out the chakra of anyone from the Hyuga clan, regardless of whether that person is an ordinary member of the branch family or the heir of the Hyuga clan. What's more, Kuroto even has the Tenseigan, all the more reason why the giant Tenseigan wouldn't be able to draw his chakra. Kuroto neither knew the cause of the other party's surprise nor did he have any intention of finding the reason as he raised his Kusanagi no Tsurugi to put an end to defeating the last puppet on the battlefield. Looking at Kuroto's indifferent expression, and the cold blade in his hand, the puppet said angrily, Hyuga Kuroto, just because you are good at combat doesn't mean a thing, you don't even understand what real power is? I am going to teach you. Kuroto chuckled, you have been speaking the very same sentence for a while now. I have started to wonder whether you are capable of accomplishing anything, or are you just talking? Don't think this is over. These were the puppet's last words as Kuroto made the slash and destroyed the puppet. What an annoyance, muttered Kuroto as he sheathed his sword and put it inside the seal on his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, shinobi started to arrive at the site of the battle. They were a dozen in total consisting of Konoha Chunin, members of the Konoha military police force, and Konoha Umbu. This is, muttered one of the Konoha Chunin as he saw countless broken puppets and Kuroto standing in the center of this mess. Fugaku was also in the crowd and his expression changed a little as he noticed all the broken puppets. Obviously, he recognized the puppets, they were similar to the ones he had met a while ago. Thinking of the talk he had with the puppet, he couldn't help but think, I just hope the Uchiha clan doesn't get involved in this mess. At the same time, he was surprised that Kuroto was able to defeat so many of these puppets and wondered, either his strength is really outstanding, or he knows the puppet's abilities and has a countermeasure against it. Fugaku's doubts were natural, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to defeat so many puppets for Kuroto on his own. One of the Umbu approached Kuroto, and asked, Hyuga Kuroto-sama, what happened here? Kuroto shook his head and answered, it was an enemy I was chasing, the immediate threat has been resolved. Although this matter is not that serious, I still can't give out the details, I will inform Hokage-sama. I am sorry to have caused such a disturbance this late at night, but you can all return to your posts. There was no human or animals among the remains of enemies, so everyone could see that there was no wounded. Additionally, Kuroto is one of the top authorities of Konoha, so although everyone was a little doubtful and puzzled, they still followed his instructions and left one after another. When everyone dispersed, Itake came out of the shadows and asked Kuroto, Kuroto-san, what's going on? Kuroto explained the ins and outs of the matter to Itake. Of course, he didn't explain things like giant Tenseigan and other core secrets of the Hyuga clan, he just gave the details about the existence of a traitor in the Hyuga clan and what the traitor is doing. I see, so this traitor has been causing a lot of problems. Muttered Itake with a thoughtful expression. I can no longer tolerate his existence. I must eliminate him as soon as possible because he has also started to target the Uchiha clan. Seems he is planning something big, explained Kuroto, and added, therefore, I have another task for you. Considering that the other party can probably use the spirit transformation technique, there is no meaning in trying to identify him from the list of people who went in and out of Konoha in the past week. He could have gone out as a puppet and probably found the giant Tenseigan. This realization has brought Kuroto back to square one and he no longer has any clues. But knowing that the traitor is planning something, Kuroto understands that he doesn't have much time, therefore, he has no choice but to check each and every member of the branch family. With Shisui and Itake, this shouldn't be too difficult. Underground dungeon prison, Hyuga clan. Bang! Damn it! Shouted Aoki with a distorted expression and banged his hand on the armrest of his wheelchair. Being slapped twice in the face by Kuroto has brought him great shame. If it was earlier, Aoki might have been able to ignore this humiliation. However, ever since he became the master of Tenseigan, his mentality has changed. Aoki feels that he is the chosen one, a god superior to other mortals. He can no longer tolerate being humiliated in such a way by Hyuga Kuroto. Although extremely angry, Aoki restrained his emotions and thought, the movement just now was too big, they must have definitely noticed me. It's not yet time to fight them, I am afraid I can no longer stay in Konoha. With such a thought in his mind, Aoki called out to the guard of the dungeon prison. Since the guard is also a member of the branch family, and because Aoki is disabled, the guard doesn't have any vigilance towards Aoki and walks inside, as he asks, Aoki-san, is something wrong? Aoki remained silent as he activated the Tenseigan's ability to extract chakra. However, there was no effect. Unexpectedly, even this genin-level guard of the branch family was also able to resist that ability just like Hyuga Kuroto. It turns out that this ability of Tenseigan doesn't work on the people of the Hyuga clan. Aoki reached such a conclusion. Aoki-san, the guard called out again, this time a little serious. Aoki didn't answer as a snake suddenly bit the guard, knocking him unconscious. Having dealt with the member of the branch family, Aoki didn't waste any time and quickly escaped from the underground dungeon prison and soon left Konoha village through a secret passage only he knew. Looking back at the distant shadow of the village, Aoki gritted his teeth in anger, Hyuga Kuroto, and swore, I will definitely get back at you. If not for Hyuga Kuroto, everything was going according to his plan. He could continue to hide behind the scene and control everything as per his whims. But Kuroto ruined all his plans, and he had to flee in panic from Konoha like a bereaved dog. Now Aoki hates Kuroto more than anyone in the world, and he has sworn to take his revenge for all the humiliation and suffering that Kuroto has brought him. Underground prison dungeon, Hyuga clan. Hisashi's face became gloomy as he looked at the unconscious guard in the wheelchair. He never expected that Aoki of all people, who is disabled, would choose to defect. To Hisashi, the defection of a member of the branch family is simply unbelievable. Let alone defection, the members of the branch family generally don't even rebel since it's of no use because from the moment they are marked with the caged bird, their fate is sealed. It doesn't matter how far they escape from the clan, the members of the main family can still punish them or execute them for their crimes. But something that Hisashi never expected to happen actually happened. Standing beside Hisashi, Kuroto stayed silent as he observed the surroundings, hoping to find some kind of clue that will lead him to Aoki. After dealing with the aftermath of the battle with the puppets, Kuroto had just returned to the Hyuga clan and was on his way to Hisashi's house as he had some questions for the man, but before Kuroto could ask anything, he noticed Hisashi going somewhere in panic. Curious, Kuroto asked, and learned that one of the members of the branch family who was imprisoned in the underground dungeon prison had defected not long ago. Hisashi informed Kuroto that not long Aoki had a major conflict with one of the elders of the main family, and was imprisoned in the underground dungeon prison for his crime. This information, coupled with his disability, and his sudden defection made Kuroto realize that Aoki is the traitor of the Hyuga clan that he has been looking for so long. Although the strength brought by the giant Tenseigan has made the traitor arrogant, despite the arrogance, Aoki has been extremely cautious and has done everything to keep his identity a secret. Before Kuroto wondered how come the traitor was trying to hide his identity despite being arrogant of the newfound strength, but now that he has figured out who the traitor is, everything makes sense. Aoki is disabled, therefore he has to be extremely cautious, and he is compelled to hide behind the scenes. However, he was a step too late to realize this, and the man seems to have left Konoha, making Kuroto a little anxious. Aoki claimed that he has the power to break the caged bird. Kuroto doesn't doubt Aoki's claim because he believes that this is indeed possible, which means Aoki can really defect without having to worry about the execution. But this result is not favorable for Kuroto. Now he doesn't know where to find Aoki. Something has been bothering Kuroto for a while, and it's about Aoki's sudden defection. Kuroto couldn't figure out why Aoki gave up everything in the village and defected. Did he think that I have figured out his identity? No, that's not possible, and he should know this. To be honest, if Aoki hadn't defected, I wouldn't have figured out his identity despite having interacted with him several times already, and he should know this. In my opinion, his defection just doesn't make any sense. There is something odd about this. Is it possible that Aoki's defection is just a distraction? Although Kuroto's intuition told him that Aoki is the traitor, he can't deny the possibility that the traitor is someone else, and Aoki is just a distraction that the real traitor has used in order to interfere with the investigation. After all, Aoki defected all of a sudden and for no reason. It didn't make sense. It is as if he is afraid and running away from a powerful enemy, which made Kuroto a little suspicious. Even if Aoki is disabled, he doesn't have to be afraid. There is no reason to be afraid. So then why? While Kuroto was busy analyzing Aoki's inexplicable behavior, Hisashi said with a sullen expression, Aoki's defection cannot be hidden from them. I have no choice but to report it to the patriarch. Kuroto nodded. Yes, please do. I shall inform Hokage-sama of this matter as well, just in case. Hisashi nodded. Very well, Kuroto-kun, do what you see fit, but please make sure that you don't offend the elders again. The situation within the clan will become more complicated than it already is. I will try not to, said Kuroto lightly, then left the prison dungeon. After his escape from the Konoha, Aoki flew west and only stopped once he had crossed the border of the Land of Fire. Finding a small stream, Aoki landed at the bank and sighed, "Thankfully I can fly, else I would be in danger." Since he has obtained the Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, Aoki's disability no longer poses any problem in traveling. He can lift himself using Shinra Tensei and then fly anywhere he wants using the power of Tenseigan. But the problem is, it hasn't been very long since he took control of the Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, so his proficiency is not good enough. Therefore, he was already feeling tired. As he was sitting on a piece of rock and wondering what to do now, suddenly, Aoki noticed a young man, probably 14 or 15 years old, walking towards him. Noting the features of the young man, Aoki's eyes shrank. If it had been a normal young man, Aoki would have ignored the person. However, his characteristic eye made Aoki vigilant. They were Byakugan. What's more surprising is the clean forehead of the young man. There was no sign of the caged bird cursed seal on the young man's forehead, meaning even if he was a member of the Hyuga clan, he has to be someone from the main family. However, Aoki knew better. He didn't even consider the possibility that the young man is from the Hyuga clan and exclaimed, "I knew you would notice my presence after the previous commotion in Konoha. However, I didn't expect that you would find me so soon and come in person in order to deal with me, Yama." Yama, the young man tilted his head in confusion, wondering what the old man is talking about. He was close by and noticed this old man a while ago with his Byakugan. Since the old man was surrounded by familiar chakra fluctuations, therefore, the young man decided to come here and check out the situation. But for the words of the old man, the young man had no idea. Looking at the confused expression on the young man's face, Aoki sneered, "Stop pretending in front of me, you can't fool me. I can sense familiar chakra fluctuations from you. You tracked me all the way here from the village so quietly that I couldn't even notice. No one is capable of accomplishing such a feat in the entire shinobi world. The only ones who can do this are people on the moon, and without a doubt you are him. Though, I never expected that you would be so young, Yama." Aoki is aware of the existence of distant relatives on the moon. He learned of their existence from the information he received from the Tenseigan and also learned that the Tenseigan was created by the clan in order to deter these distant relatives on the moon. After learning about these distant relatives living on the moon, Aoki immediately equated them to the Amatsukami organization, which has been haunting the shinobi world for a while now. In Aoki's opinion, only these distant relatives on the moon can be so mysterious and unpredictable that no matter how much effort people of the shinobi world put to search for any information about them, they found nothing. Moreover, most of Yama's abilities appear to be very similar to the ones he has gained after getting Tenseigan, further confirming his doubts. And it's entirely possible that a few members of other clans also live on the moon, explaining the existence of Homusubi, Fujin, and the others in the Amatsukami organization. This inference of Aoki is the reason why he chose to defect after creating chaos in Konoha not long ago. Aoki believes that Amatsukami must have a few eyeliners in Konoha, and the moment he used those puppets, they must have identified him and reported him to Yama. He knows that he isn't yet ready to fight the Amatsukami, therefore, he has to run away from Konoha in order to avoid being caught by them. "Stop pretending, your facade won't fool me," said Aoki, looking at the face of the young man before him. The more Aoki talked, the more confused the young man became. A while later, he was no longer interested in what the old man was talking about and said coldly, "I have already stated this once, I don't understand what you are talking about, and I am not interested either." The young man didn't have many opportunities to communicate with others since he was a child. His knowledge about the world is limited to what the elders taught him before their death. Therefore, he is quite ignorant about this world, and honestly speaking, he is not interested in learning about it either. Humph. Aoki snorted coldly, disdain clearly visible on his face. He has known all the members of the Hyuga clan by their faces, therefore, he is extremely certain that the young man in front of him is not a member of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, the young man was able to track him all the way, so his identity is already quite clear. No one except that man is capable of this. The young man did not care about Aoki's thoughts, and questioned, "Answer me, where is the Tenseigan?" At the mention of Tenseigan, Aoki was more certain of the identity of the young man. He put his right hand inside his kimono and said with a sly smile, "You don't think that I am naive enough to answer your question, right? Since that's your choice, then I have no other option either," said the young man as he raised his hand towards Aoki. Bansho Tenin. Immediately, a strong force acted on Aoki, pulling him towards the young man. Aoki wasn't panicked. He used the power of Giant Tenseigan and released a strong Shinra Tensei of his own, trying to counter the young man's pulling force with his repulsive force. Boom! The violent confrontation of attractive and repulsive force started to distort the airflow, light, and even space at the point of collision, creating a black dot and strong turbulence all around. And as the confrontation continued, this distortion became more and more serious and resulted in an explosion. A huge shock wave swept the area, blowing away mud, rocks, and surrounding trees. Under the impact of the shock wave, both sides were forced to retreat a little. Hovering at one side of the stream, Aoki looked at the young man and said, "The cat's out of the bag now, or are you still going to pretend to be an ignorant person in front of me, Yama?" Based on his knowledge, except for him and Nagato, only Yama is capable of controlling attraction and repulsion force. And now that the young man has used Shinra Tensei, it can only mean that he is Yama. The leader of Akatsuki can control the push and pull forces because he bears the Rinnegan. Aoki can control the push and pull forces because he has the support of the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. And as for Yama, the only reason he can control the push and pull forces is that he too has the support of the giant Tenseigan that is different from his giant Tenseigan. If it was just suspicion before, now Aoki is confident that he has figured it out. He has pioneered one of the biggest mysteries of the shinobi world. The young man on the other side didn't know about Aoki's thoughts, and said, "I don't know what you are talking about. The only reason I have come to Shinobi World this time is to retrieve the Tenseigan. People of Shinobi World are unworthy of using that treasure. This is my final warning. Surrender it at once, otherwise, you will bear the wrath of the Otsutsuki clan." "Humph, as if I am afraid of the Otsutsuki clan," Aoki said coldly, and added, "The Shinobi World didn't belong to your folks in the past, it doesn't belong to you now, and it won't belong to you in the future either. I will make sure of it." The young man shook his head. "I have no desire of becoming the master of this failed world. My purpose is to complete Hamura's decree. I wish to cleanse this accursed world. I will reshape this war-ridden world into a peaceful world, a better world." Aoki was stunned. "Reshape it?" The young man explained, "This is the last decree of our ancestor. The shinobi world established by the Sage of Six Path is a failure. Our ancestors wished to cleanse this world and wipe out all the shinobis to stop war and death. Hamura's last decree must be completed at all costs. I will personally see this through." Aoki was startled upon realizing the meaning behind the young man's words. You want to destroy the entire planet?" The young man nodded lightly. "Yes. The shinobi world will have to be destroyed for the cleansing. After the destruction, I will use the power of Tenseigan to recreate the world, repopulate it and make sure that the failure of the Sage of Six Path is not repeated. In that better world, there would be no senseless wars. People will not suffer as they do now." Aoki looked at the young man with widened eyes, and muttered in horror, "It turns out that this is the ultimate goal of the Amatsukami organization. One of the biggest mysteries of this world is the goal of Amatsukami. Leaders of all nations have always wondered about the purpose of Amatsukami. All the members of the organization have such unfathomable strength. They couldn't have come together without a common purpose. But no matter how much they tried to figure out the raison d'être behind Amatsukami's existence, there are countless speculations, but nobody has been able to grasp any solid information in that regard. Even if everyone knows that Amatsukami must also have some hidden goal, since Amatsukami has helped them out so much they don't try to stress about it too much. Compared to Akatsuki organization, Amatsukami seems to have some bottom lines and they are easy to cooperate with. Honestly speaking, Aoki doesn't hate Amatsukami. These people have protected the shinobi world from the threat of Akatsuki again and again. The only reason he stands opposed to them at this point is the conflict between the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and the Hyuga clan. Knowing that the leader of Amatsukami is from the Otsutsuki clan, cooperation between him and Amatsukami is unlikely and Amatsukami will become an obstacle in his path. However, after hearing the young man's words, Aoki realized that he was mistaken. No, not just him, but the entire shinobi world has been mistaken about Amatsukami. Amatsukami has made a fool of the entire shinobi world. Their goal is even more absurd compared to the Akatsuki organizations. Aoki thought with a horrified expression, "It seems the real enemy of the shinobi world is not Akatsuki, but Amatsukami." Noting the horrified expression on Aoki's face, the young man shook his head in disappointment. "It makes sense that someone like you cannot understand Hamura's decree. Just surrender the Tenseigan, and I will allow you to walk alive out of here." Aoki said, "Yama, you may be the strongest, but looking down on me will be your biggest mistake," then took out a scroll from his kimono and immediately unfolded it. Instantly, countless exploding tags came out of the scroll and flew towards the young man. The young man was surrounded by countless exploding tags as they started to explode one after another, causing a chain of explosions around him. Boom, 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 Konohagakuer. It didn't take long for the main family of the Hyuga clan to learn about Aoki's defection. Because the matter couldn't be hidden, it spread to the others in Konoha too, and in less than a day the scandal of the Hyuga clan was spread to the streets and alleys of Konoha. There are two reasons why Aoki's defection caused such a big sensation. For one, it is related to one of the major clans in Konoha, and second, it is related to the Hyuga clan specifically, where there has never been a defection since the establishment of Konoha village. Therefore, everyone who learned about this was extremely surprised and curious. People were talking and gossiping about it all over the village, wondering how come someone from the Hyuga clan defected. Patriarch's Mansion, Hyuga District. Aoki's defection is a disgrace to the entire Hyuga clan. He cannot be allowed to roam freely, said Elder Aoyama, anger clearly apparent from his expression. There is no need to send someone after him, just use Caged Bird to execute him, suggested Elder Fukushige. At this time, Elder Sada said, but it's really surprising. Aoki is disabled, he shouldn't have the ability to defect, so how did he manage? Elder Aoyama said in an annoyed tone, is it not obvious? It must have been the traitor that has been lurking within our clan for a while. He must have helped Aoki. Hayashi had a thoughtful expression at the mention of the traitor. The presence of the traitor has plagued him for a few years now. He has tried many methods to find him, however, the traitor is well hidden, and no matter how he searches, he has not been able to find the traitor. Elder sat aside. If it is the work of a traitor, then he must have helped Aoki not to help him, but to embarrass the Hyuga clan in front of the entire village. Elder Fukushige asked, but who could be so daring in the branch family? Humph. Elder Aoyama snorted coldly, and said, is that even a question? That brat Kuroto is rebellious enough to oppose our authority. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the traitor. Elder Sada nodded with a thoughtful expression. Yes, if it's him, it is possible. Because of him, a few other members of the branch family have also started to express dissatisfaction towards the main family. Elder Fukushige nodded. In that case, aside from executing Aoki, we have to deal with Hyuga Kuroto too. If he is allowed to do whatever he pleases, more and more cases like Aoki will start to appear within the clan. Having reached this conclusion, the elders looked at Hayashi, who had been silent the entire time. Facing the eyes of all the elders, Hayashi shook his head. If something happens to Kuroto-kun, there will be irreparable consequences from both outside and inside the clan. Uchiha's momentum is increasing day by day. In such a scenario, if we start infighting, the entire clan will disappear. Hayashi's worries are not unreasonable, and the elders had to accept his words. However, there was one elder who sneered upon hearing Hayashi's worries. Hyuga Kuroto's confidence comes from the support of Hokage. As long as Hokage continues to support him, it will be really difficult for us to deal with him. However, what would happen if he loses Hokage's support? Elder Aoyama continued, I have a plan. If we implement my plan, not only will we be able to keep the position of the principal of the academy in our hands, but we will also be able to deal with Kuroto. Once we make an example out of Kuroto, the members of the branch family will no longer make any trouble. Hayashi asked doubtfully, what plan? Kuroto's indifference towards the main family has also aroused Hayashi's vigilance, so if there is really a moderate way to solve this problem, he won't object to it. Seeing that even Hayashi was a bit interested in the plan, he was excited, and spoke, there is a shinobi named Mizuki in the Konoha Ninja Academy who has contacted me recently, and he has a way to solve this problem. Elder Fukushige questioned, what can that guy do? Elder Aoyama explained, it appears that Kuroto is Orikimura's eyeliner in Konoha, and Mizuki is willing to come forward to testify. What? Hayashi was taken aback and asked with a frown, Kuroto-kun is Orikimura's spy? Such an accusation will require evidence? Does Mizuki have any evidence? Elder Aoyama said with a smirk, there is no need for evidence. He was Orikimura's disciple, there is no way he is not connected to that traitor. And even if he denies the accusation, even if he is proven innocent after the investigation, trust in him will be lost. Once that happens, he wouldn't be able to keep the position of principal of Konoha Ninja Academy. Although that is indeed the case, however, said Elder Fukushige, then asked with a puzzled expression, why is Mizuki willing to take such a big risk? What's in it for him? Elder Aoyama said with a smirk, ambitions beyond his capabilities. And explained, Mizuki is an ambitious person, however, he is weak. Moreover, he made a fool of himself in the assessment not long ago, so any hope of him becoming Jonin in the future disappeared, and his situation has gotten so bad that now he can't even keep his position in the Konoha Ninja Academy. So he wants the Hyuga clan to help him get promoted to the rank of Jonin. Hayashi said, if your plan succeeds, Kuroto-kun will lose the position of principal of Ninja Academy. This price is too high. Moreover, backing someone who abandoned those children. I don't feel very good about this. Other elders agreed with Hayashi to some extent. Moreover, Kuroto still maintains the prestige of the Hyuga clan in the village. If he becomes part of this scandal, not only will he lose his position and reputation, but the reputation of the clan will fall too. Elder Aoyama knew about Hayashi's worries, and said, I have considered this issue. But think about it. We are exposing a traitor to village and clan. Although people are going to talk about it, they will talk about us in good light. We went as far as to deal with a member of our clan for the safety of our village. As for the position of Konoha Ninja Academy, we can just negotiate with Hokage to give that position to someone else from our clan. I personally believe that Hokage won't object. For one, he wouldn't want to offend the main family just because of a member of the branch. Moreover, he too wants to keep Uchiha within limits, and we are the best option for that. This way both sides will be in benefit and we will have dealt with Kuroto without any issues. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. Although the plan isn't that bad, he still has a bad feeling about this. Principal's office, Konoha Ninja Academy. Kuroto-san, you were right. On that night, someone indeed contacted Ota-san. According to him, the other party had some strange methods. Said Itake. I see, said Kuroto, and instructed, keep a close watch around Uchiha clan. Although the possibility is very low, he may try to contact someone from the Uchiha clan again. Itake nodded, I understand, then disappeared. After Itake left, Kuroto got up and stood by the window with a thoughtful expression. Based on Itake's report, Kuroto can confirm that Aoki controlled a puppet to meet Uchiha Fugaku and encouraged him to start a coup d'etat. He did not reveal anything about his identity or anything related to the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. It's safe to say that except for him and Aoki, no one is aware of the existence of the giant Tenseigan. Now the question is, where can he go? No matter how much he thought about it, Kuroto couldn't guess. He doesn't know Aoki enough to figure this out. Although based on several interactions with Aoki, Kuroto has figured out that Aoki seems to have a deep hatred towards the main family of the clan, so he will definitely come back for revenge sooner or later, but even if that's the case Kuroto can't continue to passively wait for that day, so after thinking about it, he decided to put some shinobi to work. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto sent instructions to Yagura. Following Kuroto's instructions, Yagura and Pakura dispatched hundreds of Kirigakuer and Tsunagakuer shinobi to investigate Aoki's whereabouts under the pretense of searching for Danzo's whereabouts. Kuroto believes that sooner or later he will receive some information in regard to Aoki, saving him a lot of trouble. With that out of the way, Kuroto decided to put his attention on the Yin seal. The improvements and verification steps were almost completed a few days ago, now only the final implementation step is left. Kuroto has to be very cautious with this since he is going to be using his body for this. Since there is also the presence of the caged bird seal on his forehead, that has to be taken into account as well while implementing the seal. From a technical point of view, the improvements he made in the Yin seal are a major breakthrough in Funjutsu. And in this whole process, Kuroto's Funjutsu knowledge has also reached another realm. It won't be wrong to say that in today's shinobi world, there are only a handful of people who are as good as him or perhaps better than him when it comes to Funjutsu. Be that as it may, Tsunadeheim has forbidden Kuroto from sharing this knowledge, therefore, no one will know about Kuroto's achievement, and they won't be able to use Yin seal either. Well, it doesn't really matter to him either way, his objective was to use the Yin seal and that's nearly completed, so he is content. After taking care of some final arrangements, Kuroto started the sealing process. Since he has been through these steps several times already with those clones, the sealing process went smoothly. It took him only 3 hours to complete the sealing technique and all the chakra meridians in his body were connected with the chakra storage space in the forehead. With the sealing process completed, he focused on the testing step. Because he was very careful and delicate during the entire sealing process, there was no conflict between the Yin seal and the caged bird cursed seal. In fact, the presence of the caged bird cursed seal made the Yin seal stronger and more protected than he had imagined. He breathed a sigh of relief only after he had tested out the seal and started to note the observations. Well, I suppose it's time to note my observations. Yin seal is undoubtedly an incredible Funjutsu, however, it cannot store chakra indefinitely. Like every other jutsu, it has its limitations and that is the extent of chakra a shinobi can store in the Yin seal. Once the sealing space in the brain is filled, no matter how much chakra is extracted from the body and directed towards the sealing space, it will be useless. And Kuroto wants to figure out this limitation. With this purpose in his mind, Kuroto molded chakra in his body using the spiritual energy and physical energy of his mind and body. The molded chakra was transferred to the Yin seal space via the chakra meridians in the body. This process continued for a while until Kuroto started to feel weary. Feeling exhaustion taking over, he couldn't help but mutter, "It's quite exhausting." After taking some deep breaths, Kuroto recovered a little and checked the state of the seal. He was surprised to find that only 10% of chakra was lost in the entire process from molding chakra to transferring it into the Yin seal sealing space. "It seems there is 90% efficiency," muttered Kuroto and noted this observation in his logbook. Currently, the Yin seal space is empty so the loss is obviously very low. As more and more chakra will be sealed in the sealing space, the efficiency will be reduced and loss will gradually increase. This is unavoidable and Kuroto has taken this factor into account. In fact, 90% efficiency is already very good. Kuroto didn't expect such high efficiency. After estimating the efficiency and loss ratio, he once again sensed the sealing space. This time he wanted to determine the size of his Yin seal sealing space. Based on Kuroto's observations, the sealing space is nearly empty despite the chakra he stored inside it not long ago. This means the size of the sealing space is quite large. As far as Kuroto can guess, the chakra he transferred a while back has filled less than 0.1% capacity of the sealing space. That means if he wants to fill the entire sealing space, it will require him to transfer more than 200 to 300% chakra than he did a while back. Transferring so much chakra into the sealing space will take at least a few years, and that too when he continuously transfers chakra into the sealing space. This calculation is based on the increase in loss as the capacity of the sealing space will be filled. After all, over time, the efficiency will decrease, therefore, it will take more time to fill the entire sealing space. As Kuroto was writing everything in his logbook, he suddenly realized that the Yin seal and Hachiman Tenkao are quite compatible with each other. Using Yin seal, Kuroto can put himself in a state of extreme fatigue, and in that state, if he carries out Hachiman Tenkao training, he will be able to push himself faster and break his limits in less time. So using Yin seal will not only allow him to constantly store chakra in the Yin seal sealing space, but it will also increase the efficiency of Hachiman Tenkao. As for the worry of injuring himself due to wear and tear, for ordinary people, this may be a big problem that is very difficult to avoid. For Kuroto, this is not a big deal. Because of his current strength and recovery speed, as long as Kuroto doesn't push himself too hard he will continue to recover and not suffer from irreversible damage. Well, I guess this helps a lot. He muttered as he put down the notebook and left his house. He was going to his private training field. He wanted to test how the chakra stored in the sealing space of Yin seal will be released. For the next few days, Kuroto continued to test the limits of Yin seal. The results he got from his tests satisfied him greatly. Kuroto is quite sure that the performance of the yin seal that he has designed for males won't be worse compared to the yin seal that Tsunade him gave him. Kuroto's house, Konohagakure. Sitting on the ground, Kuroto slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the morning light entering his room through the gaps in the curtain. Realizing that he was busy transferring chakra into the yin seal ceiling space the entire night and didn't even realize that the entire night passed, he couldn't help but smile helplessly and started to note all the observations. Only after he was done with that did he take a deep breath and got up. At this time, Kuroto is in good mood. The reason is that the efficiency of storing chakra in the yin seal ceiling space has increased to 95% from the previous 90%. But this is not the best part. The best part is that there is still room for improvement. As long as Kuroto gain better complete control over his body and further improves his chakra control, this efficiency can be increased up to 100%. Of course, 100% is still only ideal. American Samoa. It would require complete control over one's own body and one's chakra, which is nearly impossible unless Kuroto can keep the gate of death open without dying. Even if 100% is an ideal state, Kuroto is still very happy knowing that the efficiency can continue to increase. While Kuroto was busy thinking of various factors that would help him further increase efficiency, he suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of the balcony of his room. Whoosh! At this moment, an umbu appeared on the balcony of his house and informed him, Hyuga Kuroto-sama, in half an hour from now, Hokage-sama will hold a council meeting. Please be on time to attend it. I understand. Nodded Kuroto and thanked the umbu. Thanks for coming all the way. I am doing just my job. The umbu was taken aback by Kuroto's thanks, got flustered, and retreated in a hurry. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to inform other members of the council as well. After the umbu was gone, Kuroto looked in the direction of the Hokage building, wondering why Sandaime-sama decided to hold a council meeting all of a sudden. He couldn't think of any solid reason, so he shrugged his shoulders and didn't care about it. Kuroto has been busy with the yin seal for the past few days, so he didn't pay much attention to the village. Although he was a little surprised by the sudden meeting, there wasn't any emergency information sent to him by Shisui or Itaki or Pakura or Yagura, so he didn't think that he had to pay much attention to this meeting. With this thought in his mind, Kuroto picked up his forehead protector and stood in front of the mirror. This may be a pure coincidence, but the diamond imprint of the yin seal lies at the exact center of the caged bird imprint, as if these two imprints were trying to symbolize something together. Shaking his head with a smile, Kuroto stroked the lavender-colored mark for a while, then tied the forehead protector. With that done, Kuroto left his house and went towards the Hokage building. Conference room, Hokage building. As the high-level authority of Konoha gathered, the council meeting finally commenced. Just like Kuroto, others were also clueless about the purpose of the meeting. Everyone including Jiraiya and Tsunade him subconsciously looked in the direction of Hokage-sama, waiting for the old man to speak. In the face of everyone's confused gaze, didn't speak much, just coughed lightly, cough. At this moment, two people walked into the conference room. Recognizing the identities of the two people, everyone showed different kinds of expressions. Some were confused, some were curious, and some were doubtful. Kuroto in particular frowned because the two people were none other than Elder Aoyama from the Hyuga clan, and Mizuki, who used to be an instructor at the Ninja Academy until a few days ago. Seeing these two people appear at this conference, Kuroto immediately understood the purpose of this meeting and looked in the direction of the Hyuga patriarch sitting opposite Kuroto. But Hayashi had lowered his gaze, avoiding Kuroto's gaze. Since that's your decision, then don't blame me for being rude, muttered Kuroto as his lips arched in a smirk and his expression became nonchalant. Others were not aware of what was going on, and asked Hiruzen, Hokage-sama, what's going on? One of the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan and a former instructor from the Ninja Academy together? No matter how you think about it, this is a strange combination, more so when they are coming to the council meeting. Let alone Mizuki, even the elder of the main family of the Hyuga clan is not allowed to attend this meeting, so what are they doing here? Before Hiruzen could explain anything, Elder Aoyama spoke, allow me to clear everyone's confusion. This meeting was held by Hokage-sama at the request of the Hyuga clan. As for the reason for holding this meeting, well, the thing is, for quite a while, we have had a suspicion about something that may endanger the safety of the village. Recently our suspicion was confirmed, as such this meeting became necessary in order to ensure the safety of Konoha. The words of Elder Aoyama were akin to stones thrown in still water. Immediately there were visible ripples in the conference room. Endanger the safety of village. What did the Hyuga clan discover? If I remember correctly, long ago someone in the Hyuga clan defected. Is it related to that person? Everyone was curious and doubtful about the words that Elder Aoyama spoke and looked at him, waiting for the older Hyuga to explain things. In the face of everyone's questioning gazes, Elder Aoyama glanced at Kuroto, then turned to Mizuki as he said, Mizuki, tell everything to everyone, just like you told me. Mizuki glared at Kuroto as he muttered to himself with a smirk, just you wait and see, this is the price of offending me. After Kuroto signed Mizuki's order, Mizuki once begged him to let him continue to stay in the Ninja Academy. He believed that it was Kuroto's fault that he embarrassed himself in front of everyone, so Kuroto would help him. However, Kuroto didn't pay much attention to Mizuki's plea. For one, he was instructed by Hokage-sama to transfer Mizuki, and secondly, Kuroto didn't want Mizuki around him either, an idiot with big ambition but no guts or ability, so he didn't care about Mizuki's pleas and even forgot about it after sending him away. But unlike Kuroto who forgot about that matter, Mizuki developed extreme hatred towards Kuroto, and now he is going to make Kuroto pay. In the face of everyone's doubtful gazes, Mizuki coughed lightly, then said, I am Mizuki, former instructor at the Ninja Academy. Not long ago, I saw Principal Hyuga Kuroto-sama having a secret conversation with someone. Although I couldn't see who the person was, I did hear words like Orochimaru-sama, gathering intelligence about Uchiha, Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, and so on. After a pause, he continued, considering that Hyuga Kuroto-sama is a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, and has a distinguished status, I was scared to confront him, but I knew that if nothing is done, he may cause harm to the village. A few days back, I happened to cross paths with Hyuga Aoyama-sama and informed him of my findings. I believed that only someone of higher authority could confirm the authenticity of this information and punish the traitor. Elder Aoyama took over Mizuki's words, and spoke, although Hyuga Kuroto is a member of the Hyuga clan, however, a traitor is a traitor and we won't shelter a traitor. Of course, I personally believe that he is innocent, but the fact that he had connections with Orochimaru in the past cannot be denied, so my personal belief is not enough to prove his innocence. Therefore, I hereby request Hokage-sama to conduct an investigation. I hereby request Hokage-sama to conduct an investigation, said Elder Aoyama, bowing to Hiruzen. After hearing Elder Aoyama's words, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely delicate. Everyone present in the conference hall turned their heads and looked at Kuroto, who was accused of being a traitor by Mizuki. This is interesting, at least, coming here so early in the morning wouldn't be a waste, thought Tsunade with a chuckle. None of the people present at the conference expected that this meeting be organized by the Hyuga clan to question a member of their branch family. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, everyone couldn't help but remember the rumors circulating in the village a few days back. According to the rumors, the branch family of the Hyuga clan seems to have started resisting the main family of the Hyuga clan, and it seems that Hyuga Kuroto is leading the resistance. No one paid much attention to those rumors at that time. After all, the members of the branch family of the Hyuga clan are marked with the caged bird cursed seal. In the face of that seal, any form of resistance is futile, only a fool would try to fight back. And now that everyone has witnessed such an absurd scene before them, they can't help but realize that it wasn't a rumor. The conflict seems to have already reached an intolerable level that the main family of the Hyuga clan is trying to involve the Hokage faction as well as other clans in it. Although Elder Aoyama said about believing Kuroto to not be the traitor, everyone seemed to realize that that's just a facade to maintain his image and the image of the Hyuga clan in front of the patriarchs of other shinobi clans. As for the question of whether Hyuga Kuroto is really a traitor or not, well, that's hard to say. Just as Elder Hyuga Aoyama stated earlier, Kuroto did have a connection with Orochimaru in the past. But this doesn't mean that he is a traitor either. It's entirely possible that this is just an accusation to demean him and use the power of the Hokage faction to suppress him and the branch family since they are unable to control him on their own. Along with other patriarchs, Uchiha Fugaku also saw the crux of the matter and his mind started to work on how to use this opportunity for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. Honestly speaking, the struggle within the Hyuga clan has nothing to do with him and the Uchiha clan. To Fugaku, what's important is the position of the principal of Ninja Academy. If Hyuga Kuroto is really the traitor, and he loses his position, then the candidate who will be promoted to the principal's position is Shisui, the current vice principal. Shisui as the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, Itake as the future captain of the Konoha military police force, and him as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Together the Uchiha clan will gain 3 seats in the Konoha council, which will further increase the status and influence of the Uchiha clan. And once the Uchiha clan gains 3 seats in the Konoha council, they'll just need to win over some small shinobi clans as well as gain the support of some commoner shinobis, and the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage will be in their hands. As this plan took form in his mind, Fugaku's lips arched in a smile and he looked forward to Hyuga Aoyama and Mizuki's performance. Elder Aoyama observed everyone's expression, especially Sandaime Hokage and the Uchiha Patriarch's expression. And he wasn't surprised upon noting the smirk on Fugaku's face. Elder Aoyama naturally understands that if Kuroto loses his position, then the one likely to inherit that position is Uchiha Shisui, the current vice principal. However, that will only happen if Sandaime Hokage gives that position to Uchiha Shisui, which is quite unlikely. And if you consider the fact that the Hyuga clan has sacrificed one of the outstanding members of their clan for the safety of the village, they will need to be rewarded. Regardless of which aspect Sandaime-sama takes into account, Elder Aoyama personally believes that the Hyuga clan will be able to keep the position of the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy. Feeling that he had the situation in his grasp, Elder Aoyama smirked, and looked at Kuroto, waiting for him to speak up in his defense. Mizuki spoke, Hyuga Kuroto-sama, don't you have anything to explain? Or is it that you accept that you are a traitor? Mizuki knows that this one-sided accusation wouldn't be enough to convict Kuroto, but it doesn't matter. As long as he is suspected, it will be difficult for him to keep his position. Directed by Mizuki's question, the attention of all the people present in the meeting turned towards Kuroto, waiting for the young Hyuga to speak. Faced with Mizuki's aggressive question, mockery of Elder Aoyama, as well as gazes filled with doubt and wariness, Kuroto yawned lazily and muttered helplessly, "Man, I am too exhausted for this pointless stuff." Having continuously worked on optimizing the yin seal for the past few days and nights, Kuroto was really exhausted. After thinking for a while, Kuroto changed his seating position. While leaning in a comfortable position, he spoke in a casual tone, "I don't really need to explain anything. It's obvious that you are trying to frame me on a false accusation. What makes you think that this explanation of yours will satisfy anyone?" said Mizuki. Kuroto shrugged. "The reason is very simple. If you really did notice me in such a situation, it would have been impossible for you to stand here and accuse me." Mizuki smiled contemptuously, and said, "Do you think that the likes of you can buy my loyalty? I can't even think about betraying Konoha." "Buy you," said Kuroto with a chuckle, and shook his head as he explained, "I am afraid you misunderstood my words. When I said, it would have been impossible for you to be standing here and accusing me, I didn't mean that I would buy your loyalty. Instead, I mean that if you saw or overheard me with that man, you would be dead. By now, even your body would have disappeared." Mizuki was taken aback by Kuroto's words. He didn't expect that Kuroto would dare to speak so arrogantly in the presence of the council, and said in an annoyed tone, "Hyuga Kuroto, your acting is meaningless. I think you should either give a clear explanation that would prove your innocence, or if you can't, you should accept that you are indeed a traitor. If you are willing." Kuroto ignored Mizuki's clamoring. Instead, he glanced at Elder Aoyama and sighed, "Idiots, they really don't understand why I am part of the council. Sigh, I guess really have to give them an explanation." Kuroto obviously saw through everyone's thoughts. Honestly, Kuroto doesn't give a damn about the position of the principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy. I mean, just think about it. He is the leader of one of the most feared organizations in the shinobi world, and also controls 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages. Why would he care about the position of principal of Konoha Ninja Academy? But even if that's the case, as long as Kuroto doesn't want to give up that position, no one in the entire shinobi world can remove him from this position. Not Mizuki, not Uchiha Patriarch, not Konoha's Hokage, not Rokudo Sennin, and definitely not Hyuga Aoyama or Mizuki. With this in his mind, Kuroto interrupted Mizuki as he lightly spoke to no one in particular. "I want to hear the truth." Even though his words weren't directed towards anyone in particular, a person stood up and spoke, "Very well, Kuroto-san." This was none other than the strongest shinobi on the side of the 5 great shinobi villages. That's right. As soon as Kuroto's words fell, Shisui stood up from his seat as his pupils changed into 3 Tomo Sharinon and soon turned into the Mangekyo Sharinon. The moment Shisui stood up and activated his Mangekyo Sharinon, the atmosphere of the conference hall changed. Looking at the pair of eyes, everyone took a deep breath. Mangekyo Sharinon. No one expected Uchiha Shisui to directly activate Mangekyo Sharinon because of Kuroto's casual words. Shisui ignored everyone's shock and walked towards Mizuki. Seeing Uchiha Shisui approaching him with his Mangekyo Sharinon activated, all the arrogance on Mizuki's face disappeared, and his body started to shiver as he tried to retreat backward. "No, don't. Why? Why are you? No, don't. Why? Why are you?" The fact that Uchiha Shisui would take action was out of Mizuki's expectations. According to his prediction, after having accused Hyuga Kuroto of being a traitor, at most, he will be inquired by the village in regards to the details of what he heard. For the inquiries, he already had a solid story ready with him, and since Hyuga Aoyama had promised to help him, with the support of the Hyuga clan, he would have been able to avoid anything too troublesome and get promoted to the rank of a jonin. After becoming a jonin, and with his reputation restored, Mizuki planned to continue to work at the Ninja Academy. By then, Kuroto would have lost his position as the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, and he would be under the protection of the Hyuga clan, so even if Kuroto wanted revenge, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was all well thought out, and he believed that his plan would be successful, but it never occurred to him that Uchiha Shisui would interfere, and now everything has become a mess. Uchiha Shisui will be the most benefited if Kuroto loses the position of the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, because the person who is most likely to inherit that position is none other than him, yet he chose to support Kuroto, and that too in such a reckless manner. Don't come here." Mizuki panicked and screamed as he tried to hide behind Elder Aoyama. Facing Uchiha Shisui, all the courage and arrogance in Mizuki's heart blew away. He really didn't dare to face someone like Uchiha Shisui, that too in the situation when Shisui is ready to use his Mangekyo Sharinon. Elder Aoyama was no different from Mizuki, feeling Shisui's killing intent. His back was covered in a cold sweat, but unlike Mizuki, he believed that even someone like Uchiha Shisui wouldn't dare to touch him, so he calmed his nerves and spoke in a stern tone, "Uchiha Shisui, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten that this is council?" Shisui ignored Elder Aoyama's words and didn't stop his footsteps. The unfazed expression of Shisui made Aoyama's heart shudder. He gulped nervously as he took a few steps back in fear. Only now did Elder Aoyama, who has never really faced any strong enemy in his life, realize how terrible it is to face a Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharinon. Within in Hyuga district, he can slander the Uchiha clan and their Mangekyo Sharinon all he wants, but now that he is face to face with Uchiha Shisui, he realizes that just being able to speak under this tremendous pressure takes a lot of courage. In the face of this heavy pressure, Elder Aoyama fell out of breath and his body subconsciously moved to the side, making way for Shisui to approach Mizuki. All the members of the council also looked at everything happening before them with blank expressions. Although Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Asuma have repeatedly mentioned how much influence Kuroto has on the young Uchiha, such a response from Shisui on Kuroto's casual instruction was still out of Sandaime Hokage's expectations. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Although Shisui's actions were not completely out of their expectations, they were still quite unhappy with how Shisui made a move without Hokage's permission. And now that Shisui has moved, there is nothing they can do. Currently, Shisui is only moving against Mizuki. If they make any wrong move, the lives of others present in the council will also be in danger. The one most shocked is undoubtedly Fugaku. He couldn't understand Shisui's thoughts. Shisui would most likely become the next principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy if Hyuga Kuroto loses his position. Yet Shisui is taking action to help Kuroto, and that too without consulting him, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sitting across Fugaku, Hayashi's expression also changed. Hayashi had considered a lot of emergency scenarios that may arise, even the chances of Kuroto taking action against Mizuki or Elder Aoyama were also taken into account. However, the possibility of Shisui taking action was not something he thought of. More than shock, Hayashi is confused. This is really absurd. Why would the Mangekyou bearer of the Uchiha clan decide to act upon Kuroto's casual instruction? The patriarchs of Inoshikacho also felt absurd. They even noticed the desperate expression on the face of Hayashi, but none of them dared to make a sound upon noting the killing intent on Shisui's body. Everyone realized that this was no bluff. Uchiha Shisui was really serious. There is no telling how Shisui will react if someone interferes with his actions. Offending Uchiha Shisui just to help the Mizuki is really not a wise choice, no matter how you look at it. Let alone the patriarchs, even the Umbu standing on guard didn't dare to move. Although their duty is to make sure that no such situation occurs, however, that is only under normal circumstances. Who in their right mind would try to stop Uchiha Shisui? Since no one made any attempt to stop Shisui, in the silent hall, only the sound of Shisui's footsteps and Mizuki's continuous begging resounded. This is a misunderstanding. Don't come here. Don't. You, why are you? Ignoring Mizuki's begging, Shisui aligned his gaze with Mizuki's as his Mangekyou Sharingan whirled. Shisui didn't have to make any effort and Mizuki was already under his genjutsu. With Mizuki under genjutsu, his begging and crying disappeared. Kuroto looked in the direction of Elder Aoyama and questioned with a scornful smirk, "Answer me, why are you trying to frame me?" Mizuki answered with a blank expression, "In order to get my revenge. Because of you, my reputation was ruined and I lost my job at the Konoha Ninja Academy, so I wanted to do the same to you." "Oh," muttered Kuroto as if surprised, and asked, "And how is Hyuga Aoyama involved in this?" Mizuki answered, "When I was frustrated and resentful towards you, Hyuga Aoyama approached me and convinced me to frame you." Mizuki then explained the entire process of how he got in contact with Elder Hyuga Aoyama and how the two of them made the plan of framing Kuroto. Seeing that Mizuki was confessing everything, Elder Aoyama's face turned livid and he shouted hysterically, He is talking nonsense. This is all a lie? I had no part in whatever his plan was. This had nothing to do with me. I was just trying to protect the village from a traitor." Hayashi lowered his head in shame. Kuroto ignored Elder Aoyama's yelling, and asked another question from Mizuki, "Why did you think of using Orochimaru to frame me?" There was no hesitation in Mizuki's tone of voice as he answered, "Orochimaru-sama once mentioned to me that you are a troublesome guy. I have to be especially careful when dealing with you. I wanted to ask Orochimaru-sama for help, however, I couldn't get in touch with him this time because of some reason, so I just decided to use Orochimaru-sama's name. You were his former disciple, so using his name made more sense." Hearing Mizuki's confession, the expression of everyone in the conference once again changed. Based on what he said, it is not difficult to determine that Mizuki often contacts Orochimaru. It turns out that the person who was accusing Kuroto of being a traitor is actually the traitor himself. This confession of Mizuki shocked even the Hyuga elder. Aoyama looked at Mizuki in disbelief as he questioned, You are Orochimaru's eyeliner in Konoha. You are Orochimaru's eyeliner in Konoha?" asked Elder Aoyama. Mizuki nodded with a dull expression, "Yes, Orochimaru-sama instructed me to keep a close eye on Hyuga Kuroto." Listening to Mizuki's confession, the expression of the members of the council became gloomy. Especially Elder Aoyama, he couldn't believe what he just heard. As Mizuki continued to tell all the details about his contact with Orochimaru, the expression of Elder Aoyama became more and more aghast. Other than fear, Elder Aoyama also felt deeply ashamed. He believed that he was in control of the entire situation. He thought that he was taking advantage of Mizuki's ambition and directing the situation as he desired. However, it turns out that it's the exact opposite. The one taking advantage was Mizuki and he was being used by the man who he thought is a foolish man. And since Mizuki confessed everything, the situation has completely changed. Things are completely out of control. Let alone him, even the Hyuga clan cannot do anything in this matter. Until a while ago, this conference was the result of internal conflict among the Hyuga clansmen. However, the sudden changes and development of the matter have exceeded everyone's expectations. This matter is really related to Orochimaru. The only difference is that the one who was accused of being the traitor is actually the victim here, while the one who was accused turns out to be the actual traitor. Although Orochimaru is no longer such a big threat to the village in comparison to the Akatsuki organization, he is still a traitor who knows too many secrets about Konoha. Orochimaru was also responsible for the kidnapping of Uzumaki Naruto and the young lady of the Hyuga clan. Getting involved with Orochimaru and sending him any kind of information is undoubtedly a betrayal to the village. Not to mention, Mizuki didn't just send information about the secrets of the village to Orochimaru, he even falsely accused a member of the council. If both crimes are counted, anything less than the death penalty won't suffice. As someone who worked together with Mizuki, he too cannot escape the responsibility. Knowing this, Elder Aoyama's back turned cold. Seeing Elder Aoyama's fearful expression, Kuroto muttered, "So it turns out that you are a traitor, huh? I wonder how we treat the traitors in the Ambu these days." He really wants to do this, thought Elder Aoyama in panic. Shisui said tacitly, "I am not sure what is the tradition these days, back when we were in the Ambu at that time." Kuroto smirked, and said, "Since we don't know the current rules, let's just go along with the rules of our time. You know what to do." "Very well," nodded Shisui as he looked at Mizuki for a moment, then calmly turned around and returned to his seat. At the same time, Mizuki started to stiffly approach the gate and left the conference room. While everyone was confused, one of the shinobi standing guards outside the conference room hurriedly walked inside and reported to Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, bad news." Mizuki-san crushed his own heart and fell from the top floor of the building. Sandaime looked at Kuroto, then at Shisui, and sighed as he waved his hand. "I know, just collect his body and send it to the Konoha hospital for disposal. There is no need for any funeral." Oh okay. The guard was taken aback for a moment and confused, but Hokage-sama had already given the order, so he didn't voice anything and left the room after a bow. After the guard left, the atmosphere in the conference room became weird and all the members of the council looked at Kuroto silently sitting in his seat. There is nothing wrong with executing the traitor Mizuki, however, this decision is in Hokage's hands. Even if Kuroto is the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, he has no authority to make such a decision. Even Hiruzen was looking at Kuroto strangely. This entire conference has become a joke, and it's obvious that the false accusation from his own people has annoyed Kuroto. Therefore, Sandaime chose to remain silent and allowed Kuroto to vent his grievances. Unlike Sandaime, others were not the same, some even wanted to confront Kuroto. However, Kuroto's calmness and uncharacteristic coldness displayed by Uchiha Shisui a while ago made everyone realize not to mess with Kuroto at this time. It seems the person named Hyuga Kuroto has to be re-evaluated. Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. The presence of Uchiha Shisui made everyone realize that Kuroto cannot be underestimated. As for Mizuki's execution, no one except Elder Aoyama cared. Oh, it's not that Elder Aoyama cares, it's just that he is afraid. He fears that he might end up the same way as Mizuki. In the past, Kuroto has once again demonstrated that caged bird doesn't deter him. As a result, any psychological advantage that he had over Kuroto has disappeared. Hayashi was anxious. He didn't expect that no one scolded Kuroto for what he did just now, not even Hokage-sama. He couldn't help but think that if Kuroto also did the same to Elder Aoyama, would anyone stop him? The others were also wondering about Kuroto's next move. Will he deal with Hyuga Aoyama in the same way as he dealt with Mizuki? Just as Hayashi was worried, Kuroto asked, "Hokage-sama, is there anything else that needs to be discussed in this meeting?" Kuroto's words were respectful, and a little apologetic. Unexpectedly, he ignored the presence of Elder Aoyama. Seeing that Kuroto didn't want to let the matter continue, Sandaime breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately said, "Since no other points are to be discussed, let's end this meeting here," and adjourned the council meeting. Kuroto nodded, and without saying anything he got up and left after a bow. Kuroto's actions confused many. They were surprised that Kuroto didn't do anything to Hyuga Aoyama. What they didn't know was that there was a reason he ignored Hyuga Aoyama. He has a plan in which the old man will play an important role. He must continue to live until then. While Kuroto was walking out of the conference room, Shisui was going to follow him. However, just as he got up, Fugaku stopped him. "I need to speak with you." Shisui nodded and followed Fugaku. After the two Uchiha left the Hokage building, Fugaku questioned Shisui. "What were you doing, Shisui?" Shisui was confused, and asked, "What do you mean, Fugaku-sama?" Fugaku said, "Didn't you notice that this was a good opportunity for us? If Hyuga Kuroto was suspected, he would have lost his position, and you would have got it, which is beneficial for the Uchiha clan. Why did you help him? That too without my permission." Shisui was taken aback by Fugaku's question and chose to remain silent. Noting Shisui's silence, Fugaku said with a sigh, "Moreover, you activated your Mangekyou Sharingan in the council, don't ever do that again? Have you forgotten that there are repercussions of using Mangekyou Sharingan?" Shisui remained silent. Fugaku was dissatisfied with Shisui's silence, and said with a sullen expression, "Don't forget that you are an Uchiha, not a Hyuga." "I understand," said Shisui, then disappeared. Fugaku narrowed his eyes, and thought, it seems Shisui won't fight for the position of principal of Konoha Ninja Academy. Today's farce against Hyuga Kuroto made Fugaku realize a lot of things. When Shisui took action, no one dared to interfere. This means a lot. If he uses this deterrence in the right way, the Uchiha will finally have a Hokage.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.